This is SENZ Test Cricket. The Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
Balls to Green, lifts him up over the leg side, gave that a proper clout out to mid-wickets. Southey bowls again, Green goes back and carves past Gully. O'Rourke bowls full, Green smashes it down the ground and lands just safe of the mid-on. O'Rourke bowls to him, Green at the wide ball, clouts it out through the offside and he'll beat wide extra cover and get the boundary to go to 99.
It's a hell of a cricket shot.
O'Rourke bowls to him, Green cuts, that's gold for Cam Green. He cuts the boundary and brings up his century for this day, for this test, but for the future. This is the coming of age innings. Promoted to number 4 and he can't keep the smile on his face.
Probably equally as relieving as my first one. Mainly proud of kind of pulling the team to a reasonable total at the moment, so still thinking at the moment. I didn't really feel like I had to ebb and flow. I think it was just a natural progression of the game. Yeah, it was obviously quite tough when I went out there. It's just like anything, you got to get yourself in and give yourself the best chance to get through.
The seminal innings of Cameron Green's budding career rewards Australia's long-term strategy to rejig and get the young Tyro in the team. It was well-timed in every way, giving the visitors a total to work with after being sent in to bat.
Bowling to Smith, who's edging, taken in front of first. Smith, that's a very good catch by Tom, diving away.
Labuschagne edging and he's caught at first slip. Cougar line strikes and Labuschagne's long innings comes to an end with just 1 run to his name.
He goes full, he's bowled. Kawaja has failed the exam. He's gone out. And Matt Henry has bowled an absolute gem.
This is one of the best spells I've seen from a New Zealand fast bowler against Australia.
Bowls and head, pushes at one, he's nicked it, he's caught behind for one. O'Rourke is in the book at the perfect time. Over the wicket to Carey, who smacks him straight to cover. Oh, that's a soft dismissal. That is catching practice.
Yeah, I think we've done some really good stuff today. Obviously, a hell of a knock from Cam Green today, but I think in general, the way that we applied ourselves, we did a good job. So hopefully tomorrow morning we come here and finish the job.
Matt Henry has had to bide his time over his career, but now looms as the clear figurehead of the New Zealand Test attack. And he was at the forefront on day 1, taking 4 for 43. And now turns to the Black Caps batting lineup to see how they handle the Basin Green top. This is SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
Live across the ditch and right around the world. New Zealand versus Australia on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
Matters are beautifully poised as we gather for day 2 at Basin Reserve. Australia 9 for 279. A thrilling conclusion to the day's play with the Cam Green century. What's 279 worth if New Zealand can knock over the last wicket first thing this morning? Gerard Whateley alongside Ian Smith as we look towards the first ball of the day's play. Hello to you, Smithy.
I'm here early, and I was here quite early this morning. You know why, Gerard? I'm loving this.
Yeah.
I'm loving this test match, and I don't want to miss a damn thing, even the build-ups, because it's just been so fascinating. Yesterday, what a gripping day of traditional old test cricket that was, where everyone got involved, everyone had a say. Every player on both sides participated. So now we've got this situation where we've got 279 for 9. And, even as I walked home last night and walked down here this morning, I still don't really know if anyone's got their nose in front.
Yeah.
It's an intriguing situation. I would say Australia will think, well, at least we've got them. There's our score on the board. You got to go get them, and we're going to bowl well. But New Zealand sides over the years, we're brought up on these pitches that do a bit. Quite often they play pretty well at the Basin Reserve, and they've made big totals at the Basin Reserve. I think this is so on a knife's edge. And we're only talking about the first hour of the second day.
I know.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it was just a glorious day of Test cricket with so much packed in. The conditions played their part. They changed through the day. And what will it give us today? There's patches of blue and patches of cloud overhead. So we're having a bit each way at the start of the day. Jeremy Coney's in place as well. Jeremy, hello.
Hello, Gerard. How are you?
I'm thrilled by the prospects.
Yes. I don't know what you've been saying since I've just popped in, but I'm sure it's been outstanding, both of you.
Gripping stuff.
That's it. So I'll lower the tone somewhat right now if I can. I think New Zealand missed a trick yesterday.
Right.
I think that there are perhaps too many runs were scored as they tired. I thought they were visibly tiring yesterday in the last hour, or maybe even a little bit longer. As we got towards the new ball, we had to use other bowlers almost to get us through. And secondly, I think there was a chance yesterday if they bowled really well and had 4 bowlers in top form rather than 2, they would have bowled Australia out for perhaps 215 to 220.
Yeah,
that's my feeling, and hence I would. I mean, I don't feel it so strongly that I want to be dogmatic about it, but I just feel there was an opportunity missed.
So it was 6 for 176 when Carey went out soon after tea, and then partnerships with 35 and 33, and then Green took it over from there. So how much of it? So I'll be gentle here, but how much of it sits with the captain Tim Southee and the? He isn't at the peak of his powers.
Not as a captain, I don't think.
Just as the bowler that
I think I would take issue with him for taking the second ball, second new ball. I think we'd seen enough throughout the day to say that it wasn't working for him.
You mean him taking the second ball? Not him taking of the ball itself, but him bowling with it?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Him bowling with it.
Yep.
I had no issue with him taking the ball after 80 overs at all. I think that had to be the move, especially after you've won the toss and put them in. And he had a tail ender to bowl at as well. So I don't have an issue with that, but I just think he looks tired. I think Tim has to make decisions about, far be it from me to suggest to him, but not to play 3 formats. He's going to have to kind of keep himself and look after himself, rather as Anderson, for example, has done. He's reached a pace now, I think, where it certainly doesn't frighten opening batsmen or any batsman actually through the order once you get in. And instead of getting a swing that starts perhaps a halfway to 3/4 of the way down the pitch, so it's straight and then swings out from a right-hander, it's now coming from the hand. And that becomes very much easier, in my opinion, to see and to hit. And that's why he kind of bowls a little bit wider. There's an element of protection, I think, about some of his bowling now. Now, these aren't harsh. I don't mean them to be harsh criticisms. I just mean them to be, this is what I observe.
How did you think he performed yesterday, Smithy, where he bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, none for 68?
Yeah, he under-delivered. He didn't bowl enough wicket-taking balls. He didn't create enough opportunities for the use of the ball that he has. Jeremy was quite right. He wasn't one of the better 2 bowlers, and at that stage he needed to use his best, most effective 2 bowlers with that second new ball. And O'Rourke doesn't seem to get tired yet. I mean, he doesn't know what tired is. He's only playing his second test match. He was a candidate to take it straight away, and Matt Henry, who has bowled superbly in this test match so far, had a great battle with Usman Khawaja in the morning session, didn't he? Wasn't that fascinating?
That was fun, yeah.
It was great, and it was just been... For Tim Southee, it's his 100th test in Christchurch.
It is. Which
is a special thing for New Zealanders. Not that many get to play 100, particularly bowlers. I mean, even the great man only played 86. Sir Richard.
Yeah. How many tests do New Zealand play each year? You've got to play for a very long time.
Tim Southee, in the annals, I think that's the word of New Zealand cricket, will go down as one of the terrific players we've had, probably in most of all-time New Zealand 11s. But, you don't want to get to the point where Tim Southee is letting himself down in terms of his reputation. But at the moment, he's got 2 jobs. And Jerry's quite right. He's got to make a decision. He's the test captain. Focus on that and play 6-7 tests a year. Keep yourself fit. Maybe you get another year or 2 out of yourself.
Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in watering. I noticed on your text line there was a bit of gnashing of teeth around that period from the 70th to the 80th over. It didn't get away from New Zealand then. They took 2 for 39 whilst using the bits and pieces to try to get to the new ball. It actually happened when they took the new ball. And that's when the score progressed from 245 to 279, and Green in particular started to stroke his boundaries. But it did marry up with the period where they were flagging.
Yes.
So it probably all ties together in that.
Yeah. Did they hit Henry significantly? I mean, he would have taken the new ball at one end, and it's just a question of how they got through at the other end. Once it became clear, and Lyon was, had come in, and Green was getting close to his century. And you were getting quite excited over there, Gerard. You were, and it was a good time. I'm not letting anything private out here, people. And so, he started to play quite the most aggressively we saw him in the whole day. And because he had spent a lot of time in the career, he was able to do that and do it successfully. A lot of people had tried, hadn't they? Mitch Marsh came out and tried to counter-attack and counter-punch, but it cost him in the end. But because he had been there for so long, what an innings that was. You've obviously spoken about that.
But we're just getting to that now.
Yeah, well, I just thought he looked anxious for a start, naturally. Well, there's been a lot of talk about the number 4 position, hasn't there? And it wasn't an easy surface when he went in straight away. He batted with 6 partners right throughout the whole day, so worked with the whole order, which is a very important thing to do if you're going to get big totals. He sometimes stood back when, for example, Marsh came in and started to play very aggressively. He just played second fiddle and quite happy to do that. And he then, as soon as the lower order came in, he was more aggressive and pushing his drives. He handled Henry very nicely, our most dangerous bowler, by shuffling at them a little bit and getting close and pushing drives for 2. Got too full and he tucked them away on the leg side for boundaries. I just thought he seemed to work out things for a younger man. He worked things out in quite difficult situation yesterday, and I'm sure the phalanx of coaches that they have around teams nowadays, they'll be delighted with what they saw yesterday.
I like the way, having watched him in Australia, he assumed responsibility, and when he was in his interview last night, it's one of the things he said. He said it was nice to get the team into what he thought was quite a good score. And he's now in a great position to talk to about the qualities of the pitch, because he spent the most time out there. But what I liked about his innings too, as things started to crumble around him, he started to look more assertive and more at home, which is a good sign.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of just flagging it and saying, well, I've got 40, 50, whatever happens today, I'm going to look pretty good. He didn't. He showed the maturity that number 4s do. Number 4s generally one of your top 2 players in the side, and they accept the responsibility to bat for a long period of time. He did that, but I like the way he moved with his momentum, and then when he saw the possibility of things running out on him, he upped the ante, and it worked for him. I mean, and you reflected that. I mean, I was thinking last night, going to those last 2 overs, he's going to come back tomorrow morning needing 6 or 7 or 8. Hell no. Exactly the opposite.
Yeah. The one thing I would say in terms of development as a player, I would say that at the moment he has obviously great attacking ability. He can hit boundaries. He hit 16 boundaries yesterday. If there's one area of his game, and I've talked about his defence and the way he handled Henry yesterday on tricky pitch, and it would be the in-between mat in the game. So it's knocking singles, knocking that one off a decent ball, being able to hit that away for a single, get off strike, stand at the other end, and that is quite a skill in itself. You don't often pick those things up, but or knock it for 2 and get back on strike if you have to. So it's that middle game that I think he might develop a little bit more as he goes through his development as a player.
Yep, I think there would have been, as well as joy for him, there would have been big sighs of relief in the inner sanctum, as Australia's taken a huge gamble with what they've done. They've done it because they want Green to play. They don't want him to sit on the sidelines while they wait through Mitch Marsh's excellent latter career resurgence. They want him in there, and they've tipped a lot around to do it. It's big risk, and it hasn't. I still think the chemistry is out, but now it gives him the chance to become the number 4 with a big score at his back.
And just very quickly, Gerard, they've got other issues in the order.
Yeah.
You know, Marnus is not playing well, and he doesn't really know where his next big score is coming from. He's guessing. Travis Head is feast or famine, and at the moment it's famine. And you know, that's why you've got to have a guy at 4 who's got some reliability and some form and the ability to just hold things together, which is exactly what he did yesterday, because even Steve Smith is far from settled in his new role too. One of the other things I thought during the day, it may be because it's particular to these conditions out here at the Basin, but 2.29 in that first session yesterday says we aren't scoring enough. And whether that's Khawaja, who's a very good player and a good judge of line particularly, and he must be able to knock the ball around a little more and start to just... It's a change, isn't it? It's very different than suddenly Warner not at the other end hitting the boundary and allowing you to just sit back a little bit and absorb some of the questions that opening attacks pose for you. But at the same time, you've still got to be knocking it about yourself. Even if it's only to get Warner on strike, or a player like Warner. But now that it's Smith and he's working hard to get his role, adopted, that new role adopted, he has to do something. And I just felt that was an area of the game Australia just fell back slightly and kept New Zealand in the game because of it a lot longer.
Well, you'd forecasted, Smithy, as if they lost a couple of wickets, which they then did, Khawaja and Head, so it was the 42nd over and they were 4 for 89. So they were treacle slow and had lost the wickets. Yeah, they were going nowhere. And that's the problem with Usman. It's fine if Usman bats all day, because at the end of the day, you've got a class player in to come back tomorrow, and he's broken the hearts of a lot of bowlers because that's what he does. That's his nature. But if he bats for 2.5 hours and doesn't have many against his name, and you don't have many against your name, you're back in trouble again. Yeah. And that was symbolic of yesterday. I think also there's an element of, when you get on a surface like that, you back your defence for a start, and then you start to think to yourself, this is doing enough that my name's on the next ball. And so while I'm here, if it's up, I'm going to play an aggressive shot. That you go through the thought process of, I got to start to attack at some point. I just can't keep doing this. Our experts are our New Zealand captains, Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. We'll come back to New Zealand's challenge today. Jeremy's going to go down and do the pitch report for us shortly. But let's hear from Cameron Green, who conducted the press conference last night. He'll resume 103 not out in about 40 minutes' time. Here he was last night.
I think it was a bit like Tassie last week. I think it was just quite tough, probably through the 30th, 40 over mark, and then it didn't seem to get much easier. It was just the ball got maybe a little bit older. So it's kind of nice to work through the waves out there. Yeah, I probably struggled to have the red ball practice leading in. I think it's been always 1 or 2 net sessions, then thrown in the deep end a little bit, but that's what international cricket's like at the moment. Unfortunately, it's been a pretty busy 18 months, and there's not much practice in between changing formats, and I think it's just a bit of a work in progress for myself. I'm trying to obviously learn off guys that do it quite regularly, and Steve and Mitch Marsh, Dave Warner. I think they stay true to their technique, and it's something that I need to work on, not trying to be changing so much in between formats. So, it's always nice to spend some time out in the middle before a test series, 100%. It's probably technique changing. I think the best players in the world can keep it pretty simple throughout formats. It's just a bit different, the contact point. From playing T20 cricket, you've got to reach out in front of you to hit a 6, and red ball cricket, you've got to let it come to you. So I think that's what I found challenging, just adapting to that so quickly. The best players in the world seem to do it quite easily, so try and learn from them. That's probably the beauty of getting another red ball game, and you've got a really good chance to really lock in into your own bubble, be able to basically practice switching on, switching off in between deliveries, and going through your methods. So I think that's maybe equally as important. I think in T20 cricket you just switch on the whole time. There's no need to switch off, so I think having that red ball practice in the Shield game was just as crucial mentally as was getting my technique down. 100%. It's always satisfying scoring runs for Australia. And when you're not quite in the team, it does make you stop and think and how special it actually is to be playing for Australia. Sometimes you do forget that when you're playing so much. So it's nice to be back.
He is a lovely young man at 24. He's growing into his career. Australia has put so much into his apprenticeship, and this is test number 27, and he's third at number 4. It's slightly awkward, the warm-ups this morning, because New Zealand only need one more wicket and they'll be batting. So they were in the nets a little bit earlier on. The warm-ups are for Ream. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. Cam Green was just heading over to the nets as we were playing his interview from last night. So, Smithy, just an overall wrap-up of the New Zealand bowling effort. Matt Henry, that it felt really significant. You've seen a lot more of him than I have, but 20 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 43. It's only test number 24 for him, but it felt like the day where he really took hold of it.
He has carried the drink so often for this team. He has waited for his opportunity for so long, and boy, has he taken it to the point now where I'm confidently say he is New Zealand's best seam bowler currently. And they need him to stay fit and strong and healthy for a long, long period of time. Yesterday was a classic example. He was the bowler that demanded the most respect for the batsmen. I think if you talk to Cameron Green about, and you asked him to assess the New Zealand bowlers one by one, he would be saying Matt Henry was right up the top. I thought he bowled brilliantly. I really did. And we just mentioned it a little earlier, the battle with Khawaja. Across Khawaja, and just working him over. And Khawaja, he's a fairly unflappable sort of a dude, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, everyone in the world's tried to work him over. But he was guessing yesterday for a long, long period of time and finally got him with a cracking delivery, and he deserved him. I thought Henry'd stand out. O'Rourke, Green, raw. I think you used at one point. Raw. He is raw. He can bowl 4 wides and he can bowl an absolute beauty. But at the end of the day, he was still running in and reaching good speeds. And you must expect that from a young heart and a young body. But I'm really encouraged by him. Kugelheim, marginal selection, still have to think about that one for me. And we've talked about him ad nauseum. Should New Zealand have played a specialist spinner as the game wears on now? You'd probably think yes. But yesterday, when they had the advantage there, they didn't want one. As you said, at times when you look at that scorecard, it almost worked. But perhaps maybe not.
Ian Smith and Gerard Whateley with you up in the broadcast position. Jeremy Coney's headed downstairs with Adam Collins, so we're going to let them loose in a moment's time. We'll hear from the Black Caps keeper, Tom Blundell. He had a big day. He's leaping around and trying to haul in the raw speed that was going on. So we will get the pitch report in a few moments' time and check in the Black Caps camp. Australia 9 for 279 when play resumes. Our pre-game is for Nilex, experts in watering. This is SEN and SENZ Test Cricket.
The pre-game show for Nilex. Water your garden with Nilex. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Half an hour away from the first ball of day 2, Australia will resume 9 for 279. Our pre-game on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket is for Nilex, experts in watering. Now, we've decided to let Jeremy Coney loose downstairs. I think he's reprising his old role on TV as the pitch reporter. It could go anywhere. He doesn't have a tendency to go anywhere. Adam Collins is down there with him. So our pitch reporters, thanks to PGG Wrightson Turf, New Zealand's industry-leading turf experts.
Down at the pitch, and I've got a man who knows more about this ground than pretty much anybody. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, Wellington boy. This surface here behind us had so much attention on it yesterday. They still got 279 runs on it. It was nibbling around all day. Yeah. You've had a close inspection of it. What do you make?
Well, I think it's changed a little from yesterday. Let's just have a look at some parts of this, if you can. Come to my left there. There you go. For first thing, let's just have a quick look, and you can see there the footmarks. Bowlers coming right arm over, and they're not deep. Yes, there's a wee bit of scarring, as you'll pick up through our lens here. Keep it steady, Brad. And but at the same time, nothing significant. Let's carry on down the pitch a wee bit.
Why don't we give you the microphone? Come on, do your thing.
Let's go to 6 metres away from the stumps. That's where I'm positioned about here at the moment. Now, if you can be a good cameraman, Brad, just for a second. Come in here and focus on some of the ball marks. Can you see the ball marks through your lens? Good man. I'm getting a nod, everybody. And that means that this has been slightly dampish for a start yesterday, and we saw, and also, Adam's just mentioned, it is actually, it nibbled most of those. Is that the word you used? Nibbled, lovely word. And what it's left is these scalloping here, or these bruising of the surface. Now, they will remain, and right throughout the match. And if you think of a scallop, it kind of, I'm accentuating, it goes like this. You can't roll them out. And so if you hit the downside of the scallop, it tends to, if anything, keep a little bit lower. As you hit the upside, it just rises. So what you get is slight variable bounce throughout those sort of things. So these ones down from here, about the right length. Those ones there, come down with me, follow just down a little bit. These ones, too short, beats the edge of the bat. Not so dangerous. Overhead, uphead. Yes, I did go. Clouds still there. Eyelids of blue showing. Quite pleasant out here at the moment. I'd say 7.5 for comfort for the players. And that's out of 10. And also, this is going to be a good day today. It's a real battle for New Zealand. So the pitch, slightly older, slightly drier, wee bit of damage, but not significant yet.
Nobody does the pitch report quite like Jeremy, Vernon and Coney. I have nothing else to ask you. You've covered absolutely everything. The one point at the end, it is warmer than it was yesterday. Australia resuming at 9 for 279. Cam Green, 103, not out. See you upstairs.
Right, so we'll post that on our socials because I think you want the full visual to go with the audio there. The scalloping's just made me look down at the oyster fritters again, Smithy. It's made me a bit hungry already.
What about the menu for tonight's dinner? I know it might be scallops on there. I can tell you, I know we're running out of time. Jeremy once did a pitch report in Napier, right? Yep. Napier is Hawke's Bay wine country. By the end of it, he had arranged for the ground staff to bring him out a glass of red wine. And he treated the pitch like it was a great vintage of red wine. So the bouquet of the pitch, it had great nose, it had great substance, great texture. It had been aged well. He sniffed it was just, as you can imagine. So just, folks, you should have a look at it. Jeremy Coney and pitch reports are wonderful.
We must do that every morning, I think. The pitch report thanks to PGG Wrightson Turf. Right inside the Black Caps camp now, that's where we find Daniel McHardy. He's with the keeper, Tom Blundell.
Here to day number 2, Tom Blundell from the Black Caps with us, 279 for 9. Would you have taken that at the start of day one?
I think so. I think we bowled pretty well. And you've got to give credit to Cam Green. He batted superbly well. On a wicket, they offered a lot. But I think if you look at the scores, pretty even, to be honest.
Got a great view. How is it playing that surface? There's always such intrigue about how green it looks.
Yeah, I think it's playing pretty well as Cam played. But it was a little bit naughty through different periods. I was certainly busy behind the sticks, but I think overall, if you put the ball in a good area, it can be challenging. But if you bat well and put away the loose balls, it can be good to bat. Gee,
you were going left, right, up, down. A real challenging day behind the stumps.
It was. It's probably one of my busiest days for a while, to be honest. But it's fun. I love that stuff, and you're in the game a lot, so it's something that I enjoy.
It looks a little bit browner underneath. Is it as quick as we've come to expect?
I think Will O'Rourke was getting it through really nicely. He was hitting the gloves pretty hard, pushing us back. And then the old one wouldn't come through, so it was a little bit strange. But, I think it's going to quicken up, hopefully, and it's going to be a good track to bat on.
Yeah, northerly breeze tends to dry it out a little bit more, but obviously you need to get that first wicket as quickly as possible, stating the obvious, right?
Yeah, obviously, if we can get that wicket pretty quick and then, go about our business with the bat, and put some good partnerships together and hopefully get close to that total.
You got a good look at Cam Green, great innings. You've already acknowledged that, but did he give you a little hint of how to play on it?
I think for him, he just waited for the bad ball and... a lot of his boundaries came from, bad deliveries, but, he batted superbly well on a wicket, on a day one wicket at the Basin.
Overall, as we wrap this up, how's the mood? I guess pretty buoyant because New Zealand at times in Test series against Australia haven't always started well.
Yeah, I think if you look at the scoreboard, like I said, 279 for 9, we'll take that against a very good batting lineup. So I think the mood in the dressing room is very good. We get this wicket today and then go about our business with the bat.
All the best, Tom. Go to the nets or back into the changing sheds. Appreciate your time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Tom Blundell there with Daniel McHardy in our pre-match show for Nilex, experts in watering. In the countdown to ball one of day 2, Daniel will be in the box shortly with Grant Elliott and Bharat Sundaresan. If you're unaware, Bharat is writing the column for the Australian throughout this test series. It's a terrific piece today on Cam Green. He will tell you about it next.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket live from the Basin Reserve ahead of day number 2. Australia 279 for the loss of 9. Green 103. Hazelwood yet to face a ball. Our pre-game for Nilex experts in watering. You would have thought with my insider knowledge of Wellington and the Basin Reserve I wouldn't have to run up the stairs to get into the com box in time, but the scones were too good to pass up. Grant Elliott and Bharat, I want to talk to you, Bharat. You've written for the Australian this morning about Cam Green and the significance of that innings. Sum it all up.
Good morning, Daniel and Grant. Big. We've been waiting for this coming-of-age innings from Cameron Green. He was touted to be the next big thing by Greg Chappell to start with, and everybody who laid eyes on him in the Sheffield Shield back in 2019, 2020. And it's not that he hasn't played important innings. He played a huge role in Australia winning in Gaul in that low-scoring thriller, and he played a similarly crucial hand last year in Indore where Australia recorded that famous win in India. But he still just didn't feel like he had got the tempo. He didn't feel like he really belonged at test level in that sense, or it didn't look like the same Cam Green we'd gotten used to seeing at domestic level. And just the way he went through the gears yesterday, it was kind of symptomatic of this venue itself. I mean, I compared the Cam Green innings, Grant, to watching cricket in New Zealand, right? It's loud but not noisy. It's exciting but not raucous. And the fans here are partisan but not rowdy. And that's Cam Green. He's just lovely. He's this lovely guy, the nicest giant you'll ever meet in your life. And in a way, it was apt that he would play this coming of age, his best test knock at this venue. But that was also the criticism level that Cameron Green, the batter, that he was too lovely. He wasn't really imposing himself the way we thought he would. But we saw him do that. The various partnerships he had as the day wore on was a great example of that. And the way he broke free in the end, it was a break-free moment for Cameron Green. And that number 4, everybody said, that's your position. And I think he made it his own in what was just his 4th innings in that position.
Grant, you've batted in the middle order here a lot over the years on wickets like that on day number 1. What stood out when you looked at his performance?
I think what stood out first of all, good morning to both of you and to the listeners. What stood out for me is that in an era where you've got T20 players that have immense power, I almost feel like it's, if you enjoy your Marvel characters, you've got the Hulk who, and when he gets angry and he hulks out and he uses his power, you feel like Cameron Green has that power at any time. And he could have used it.
Hulk smash.
But he chose to use it in a very calculated way. And he played strokes that were effective on this wicket. Like, when I look at it, there was no recklessness about his innings at all. Maybe at the end where he was desperate to try and get that 100. That's fair enough. I hope we're going to see a little bit of Hulk, not too much hulking this morning, because I wouldn't be surprised if he goes out there and just tries to tee off, which could be pretty spectacular. So I think in an era where players are looking to play that T20 brand and not really play a different brand from T20 to Test, I think he showed the class of the player that he is, because he could play a different brand of cricket, some champagne cricket, as opposed to some tequila T20 cricket where he's just trying to bash the ball over the boundary.
And I just thought of a very corny line. You spoke about Cam Green being the Hulk. So when he does Hulk up, he doesn't turn green because he's already green. But what does happen is he breaks into this lovely smile. But it also kind of tells you the character he is. I'll just give you a little example. The other day at the Prime Minister's event, an event I keep referring to like it's the best thing I've ever attended. Maybe it is. as you know, the formalities were just winding. I like prime ministers. Okay, I should not have said that loud. But it was a lovely event. And as the event was winding up, you could see some of the senior Australian players. A lot of them jet lagged. A lot of them just tired, hungry as well. Were ready to leave. And then a couple of senior players walked past us. I was just having a chat with Cam at that point, and he went, "Oh, we're not allowed to leave." Like he was like this school kid, who'd been told, "No, you're not allowed to leave till the PM leaves." And he was so vexed by the fact that those two left. And he said, "No, I'm staying put. I've been told I can't leave till the Prime Minister leaves."
Wow, it's a great little story. The players have completed their ream warm-up, ream manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. They've left the field and will go get ready with play set to begin in, 16 minutes' time. Grant, Tim Southey, Matt Henry, they're in our thinking for different reasons a lot as we look at this from a New Zealand perspective. Which one do you want to pick up on? Which bag would you like to go?
Let's talk about the positives. Let's talk about the positives first. Let's talk about Matt Henry and how magnificently he bowled. I thought, he's a bowler that really does go under the radar. I always find like he's such an unsung hero in New Zealand cricket. And to be fair, Southey was for a while. It was more like people spoke about Bolt and Southey. It wasn't just Southey by himself, and he just used to chip away. Started his career in an amazing fashion, Tim Southey. I debuted with him in his test debut. But Matt Henry has been someone who we spoke about it in depth yesterday. He's always been in and out of the team all the time, and he's never been allowed to settle. And when you play a number of tests over a long period of time, it's difficult to feel settled in the team and feel like a leader. I look at him now and I go, he is definitely one of the leaders of the team and someone that you look at a tough time, and it's someone that Southey brought on when he needed wickets.
He's the clear number one test bowler New Zealand has.
Yeah, he is. And then you've got the understudy O'Rourke, who you go, this guy could be something really special. And in the absence of Jameson, those two stand out, in terms of our bowling unit. They're like a sore thumb. They are bowling exceptionally well. And as a captain, I'd go, right, we need wickets. Who am I picking, O'Rourke or Henry to bowl the spell?
To use Tom Blundell's phrase to us, the pitch was a little bit naughty on day number one. I thought New Zealand tired as the day went on. 28 extras conceded in the last two sessions. Could easily be 240, 250 if they were able to keep going at that pace. The Australians have a luxury of a world-class spinner who can allow them to ease through the day. That three-pronged attack. Fascinated to see what they get out of the surface when they get out there.
I spoke to Mitchell Marsh yesterday, and just before he spoke to us on SEN, he spoke about how much he thought the ball was hooping around from his hand at warm-ups. And even now, just watching Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood warm up, you can see that they can't wait to get out and have a bowl. Josh Hazlewood still has some batting responsibilities left, and it was a little naughty, especially when you had the tallest of the New Zealand bowlers, O'Rourke, hitting the pitch. Some kind of kept low, but a lot of them just jumped. We saw Usman Khawaja and Alex Carey and a lot of others struggle. And what Australia do have are five big fast bowlers who can just hit the pitch. And then one out of those, Mitchell Marsh, will also swing it around. So it's a formidable bowling attack and one of the best the world has ever seen in the history of Test cricket that New Zealand will have to counter on a pitch which will get naughtier by the day, I think.
You think naughtier? I might disagree with you there.
Really? Oh, it'll settle down?
Tends to get flatter, but the scalloping is interesting. I have not seen that many indentations after day one too often.
Yeah,
are you going to go down one of your rabbit holes about swinging on
No, I won't. Not yet. We spoke about
it. Tide in, the seagulls flying low. Grant's got some fantastic theories on getting the ball to swing here at the Basin Reserve.
Well, I could swing anything, Bharat. You give me a leather shoe, I'll swing it. Anything leather.
110k.
I could swing it.
A happy zone.
But this pitch was even naughtier when you lifted the covers up and just had a little peek underneath. Because of the rain.
Under the covers.
Yeah, because
it's
obviously...
not even 11 in the morning, Grant. Slow down.
They had it covered day before the test, so there was that green tinge. But the key for Australia, and this is going to be the tough bit for Australia, is their natural length is shorter than it would be in New Zealand. And even yesterday we said the New Zealand bowlers, we felt that maybe they were a little bit short, weren't hitting the stumps enough, but that was kind of the game plan to Steve Smith. Australia, Hazlewood, Cummins and Stark. I think Stark will be all right if he swings it because he can get it full. He's used to that. But the other two, I wonder if they can find that length, just getting the batters coming forward, hitting the stumps.
Just my counter to that would be just on the lens is they love the bounce on this pitch, and it's been pretty even. I mean, we spoke about how naughty it is, but the bounce has been even. The carry has been great to the wicketkeeper, especially when Henry and O'Rourke bowled. And then what they will back themselves is to get the New Zealand batters caught in the cordon of the splice, like they do in Australia. So they would not, I mean, they might start going full if nothing happens for them, but I think they'll still back themselves to bowl their natural lengths just because it's the Basin Reserve and not anywhere else, and still have a lot of success.
Yeah.
From a New Zealand batting perspective. Write that down for us, Grant.
Well, I think from a New Zealand batting perspective, exactly what Bharat's saying. I think you have to leave well. If you leave well and you allow the Australian bowlers to get a little bit tired, let them come to you. Not so much about runs, more about wickets. Choosing the shots that you're going to play. It's going to be back foot strokes generally when you're facing this attack. If Stark's swinging it, it's avoiding that LBW as a right-hander. And just tiring them out. I think if Mitch Marsh and Cameron Green are bowling and Lyon early, you're winning the battle. So it's about trying to, be patient. Cameron Green showed how you play on this. You go in there with a game plan. Anything slightly over-pitched or slightly short, you're going to have to look to dominate. But in between, it's leaving and surviving those good deliveries in any way that you can.
Will Young. Huge opportunity for him and for Devon Conway. Tom Latham too. Guy's got a good record, but it's against the big sides where he's missing probably a highlight innings or two. That's probably fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say like highlight innings for him was that one-day innings against India at Eden Park. Like in terms of he's always been amazing against the minnows, but this isn't an innings or a game for him, a player that will want to stand up. You want to play against the best in the world, so there'll be players in that lineup, including Tom Blundell, who's shorter runs, who did it at the MCG, opening the batting. Magnificent. Hopefully he can draw on that, because they're going to need an innings from guys who can stay at the crease like Blundell and Latham, so that the hitters around them, the Mitchell, Ravindras and Phillips, can actually do what they do best.
And there's, of course, Kane Williamson, who it's not that he has a bad record against Australia, but
averages over 40.
Exactly, but
in Australia.
But by his standards, like especially that last tour where
29. Can we burn that in the record box? That team, they arrived in Australia, and that was about it.
That's pretty much it. And Tom Blundell's innings obviously was special, but I think Kane Williamson will have to.
Geordie Barrett made a bigger impact. The All Black getting kicked out of the MCG.
That's good. So I'm backing Kane. Look, he's no longer captain. He even yesterday morning before the toss, he could afford to have a long hit in the net, which he never got a chance to do for 7 or 8 years. So just being freed up from captaincy maybe is what he wants to succeed against Australia.
Incredible form. His last 2,000 test runs, averaging over 70, hasn't been dismissed between 50 and 100 in that time. 1100s, 4 doubles. Incredible numbers.
Yeah, before the last test, I actually looked at Kane as captain, Kane as non-captain, and he averaged more as captain. And I was like, wow, that is significant for a batter, because as you're saying, Bharat, there's so many meetings and discussions and other things going on in your head. So to have that capacity and perform consistently, we've seen many captains throughout the years that just can't cope with all of that, and it takes its toll. I'm happy that he's not captain, because as a fan and as the fans out there, you can enjoy Kane batting, and it'll probably give him more longevity in the game. But he's in great form. Hopefully, I don't think he will put too much pressure on him. He's had his 3rd child, so it'd probably free him up a little bit. Maybe we'll see him being a little bit more expansive.
Get out of the house, run to the ground, get some sleep. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Bharat. We'll hear from them as the day continues. Stay with us as we build up to the start of day number 2 here at the Basin Reserve. Overcast skies at the moment, northerly breeze as well, but pretty good conditions. Our pre-gamers for Nilex, experts in watering. Back after the short break.
Day 2 take us in Wellington, Australia. 9 for 279. Cam Green is 103 not out. Josh Hazelwood is yet to face the ball. This first session will be for Before You Dig. Lodge your free inquiry online, and the slightly awkward warm-ups. No one knew exactly quite what to do. New Zealand will be batting soon enough as our pre-match comes to a close for Nilex. Water your garden with Nilex, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Ian Smith, give us your best New Zealand scenario.
Best New Zealand scenario, a wicket in the first over, ideally gifting Matt Henry a 5-wicket bag, which he fully deserves. That's my scenario, and they get on and then none down at lunch.
Yep.
Because that to me is that is the optimum scenario for this first 2 hours.
Yep.
If that happens, Gerard, I'll be a happy chappy.
Worst scenario?
Okay.
Oh, you get the worst scenario, Gerard. Jerry, good morning to you.
Morning, Smithy. 35 extra runs before the wicket falls, with Green attacking voraciously, and then New Zealand 3 down at lunch.
Yep.
That would be a nightmare.
Yep. Those are the two ends of the setup as the Australian batters walk out to bat. So Josh Hazlewood rugged up. He's got padding everywhere on his forearms, and he's got the sleeveless sweater. Cam Green, huge figure as he approaches the middle of the ground. Matt Henry, 20 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 43, and he will have the still new ball in hand at the Adelaide Road end as day 2 is about to commence. To our Australian audience, welcome to day 2 here at Basin Reserve, a nation that is basking in the glow of Cameron Green's efforts at 4 yesterday. He's 103 not outs, the penultimate delivery of the day, delivering his 2nd Test century and identifying a lot of the key debate as to why Australia had rejigged for Cam Green to be part of this setup. He led Australia to 9 for 279, and Josh Hazlewood, who is yet to face a ball, is out in the middle. Gerard Whateley with you. Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, our New Zealand captains, are by my side. Matt Henry has a still new ball in hand. He is striving for a 5-wicket haul. He starts today around the wicket. Hazlewood keeps out the Yorker. That was fired right into the base of the stumps. Smithy, say hello to our Australian audience.
Can I, Gerard? Thank you very much. Hello, you Australians. My good friends over there. Nice to talk to you again on this second morning here at the beautiful Basin Reserve. For those of you that haven't popped across, you've missed a trick.
Yeah.
And please come to Christchurch. We'd love
Bonjour,
to
mes amis.
Mes amis? That's right. French cricket, are we playing?
Yes, exactly.
Hazlewood readies himself inside portion of the bat as he drives back to the bowler. If I can make one recommendation to you this morning while you're taking our broadcast, it's find our socials and have a look at Jeremy Coney's pitch report, which radio could not do justice to. Jeremy, hello.
Really? Hello. Hello, Gerard. They wouldn't let me close enough, Smithy. You know?
No respect.
I had to stand away.
Henry bowls. Hazlewood defends correctly out to mid-off. Warm applause ripples around.
Couldn't go and sort of show exactly what I meant.
Scalloped.
Yeah, all
Scalloped.
those. Yeah, that was. I was a bit hungry at the time.
Painted a pretty picture for us.
Anyway, what an intriguing day. If it's 80% of what yesterday was, it'll still be great.
Henry rolls the shoulders. He hurdles in, he bowls. Hazlewood in behind, defending the points. The Green story is the big story, isn't it, Smithy? As you've watched this in Australia, and yesterday it bloomed in front of our eyes.
Well, it could have turned really poor for Cameron Green yesterday. It could have been another failure, and everyone's saying he's not four on the baggy green. But yesterday, and I think you summed it up in terms of defining perhaps the future at number 4, and that's what it turned out to be. It was a brilliant knock, really was.
Henry bowls to Hazlewood, who lets it pass.
I like the pace of his innings too, Smithy.
Mature. It was actually a very mature innings for a player who, at the number 4 spot, hadn't matured. So, I'm not saying it's a finished product, but it's one you can draw on and in years ahead and say, I remember that day when it was tough and, around me things weren't going too good. I handled it. He did.
Last ball of the first over of the day. Henry delivers. Hazlewood drives. That's a lovely stroke. He's picked out the field at mid-off, so he doesn't get a run for it, but he survives. So the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, stays 9 for 279. Green yesterday went from 50 to 146 balls, and he struck the first 2 balls of the of the new ball for 4, which signalled intent, and then he finished 4.4.4. As he brought it home for the century.
Now, and by being not out, and now Hazelwood getting through that first over, we're now going to see a bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of cat and mouse. Tim Southey, Jeremy, is taking the ball and wincing already. But he's dispatched everyone far and wide. So how Cam Green is going to manufacture this? Last night it was just Sydney or the bush. This time around, I'm thinking that he may well just manufacture the strike a wee bit better and take his time.
We're just getting a little bit of reverb from the studio, so we might just see if we can get that to correct itself. Oh, and now we're off. That's not a great sign, is it?
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Didn't even know they had scorers on Mastermind, but there you go.
There you go.
I wouldn't mind the chair that you sit in.
Southey is bowling from the Vance stand, and he's delivering, and Green strokes him away out to deep cover, but he doesn't take the run.
We're going to play 4-2 or 5-1 cricket here. In other words, Cameron Green's going to face 4 or 5 balls in every over and look to get down the other end and ask Hazelwood to occupy for 1. And they're going to try and not blast New Zealand here. What they're trying to try and do is stretch it out and frustrate and try and see if they can inch their way over that psychological 300 number.
So 7 on the rope. There's a floating slip and a straight extra cover. But all else pushed back. 4th ball of the over. Southey to Green. Just got tied up and got struck on the body. Nasty blow to start the day's play.
See, and everyone's been saying Tim's lost it. He's got no pace anymore. He's angry, Tim. It's an angry Tim, so he's got one to bite back off the pitch.
And the 126.
And the ribs. Oh, rib tickler at 126.
Yeah, bit more, well, he's a tall man. See, that's gone into the, that's right, bit more bounce.
Bruise to show for that.
Is Cameron Green a leg side player, or is he more offside centred? That's because that shows.
I just think he's a good all-round player. I think he's equally strong. He can play the pull shot, the hook shot.
He can play those.
He can play the on-drive. He works through mid-wicket nicely. He's strong onside as well.
So they push up to potentially save the single. Southey backing away. Green goes lashing through mid-wicket for 4. Full-blooded stroke from the 5th ball of the over. Progresses Australia to 283 for 9.
And now what does Tim Southey do? Because he knows if he brings the field up, he could go for another 4, but he has to make sure that Green does not get 1 or 3. He does not want Green to face the next over. So when the field is up, and they are basically up, except for various parts of the field, it's a very interesting game, this.
It is. Southey digs it in short. Green kept out of it. He was trying to free the shoulders. Couldn't quite do so. 9 for 283. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Harness line.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
And SENZ Test cricket for Resina, the paint professionals use. 9 for 283. Green is 107. Hazelwood survived 1 over from Matt Henry. Now here comes the second. Henry, 21 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 43. He's in from the Adelaide Road end and bowls. And Hazelwood defends out to mid-off.
Subtle change this one, Jerry. He's decided to go over the wicket.
Yeah.
The first over he bowled round the wicket, thinking that Hazelwood would show him his stumps, perhaps being a number 11. He's slightly better than that, Hazelwood. He can bat, he can occupy. And he didn't show him the stumps, so he's decided he'll traditionally go across him now and look for that outside edge, possibly. 3 slips, a very fine gully, and the keeper, of course.
Also slightly full, I thought, in the first over.
Henry to Hazelwood, fends a delivery which goes racing by into the gloves of Blundell.
It's a much more awkward line, isn't it? Much more awkward line for a tail ender across you.
Yeah, you end up pushing towards cover and sort of that area, and of course then the edge becomes very much into play. And pushing at balls you don't really need to, that are missing the stumps.
Henry follows the footmarks in, and he bowls to Hazelwood, who's beaten as he was trying to defend.
Yeah, I like this slot more. I like this line. He's going to nick one. Or he might even inside edge one back onto the stumps, but I think he's much more a candidate here.
Test number 69 for Hazelwood. He does average 11.3, but he's always been every inch a number 11. Readies himself for Henry, and Hazelwood drives and misses. So having fended at the previous couple, he had a drive but made no contact. But just talking to the Australian camp, so they felt they were surprised by how much bounce was in the pitch yesterday, impressed with how much bounce was in the pitch, and they'd sort of studied the analytics across the course of the day, and it was still as bouncy at the end as it was straight after lunch when it really did come into play.
See, that one just kept a little lower, didn't it? Even though it was quite full.
When will it change? They were wondering. Hazelwood runs the ball off an outside edge, past gully. Phillips pursues to the boundary. He will overhaul it. And Hazelwood gets himself a couple of runs. 285 on the board.
300 becomes a big number for Australia. That's a win. That's a win for them with their bowling attack. And for New Zealand, it's a very frustrating thing after, what was it, Gerard, at 1.7 for...
It was 6 for 176.
Yeah, and the big guns were all gone bar green.
Yep.
Yeah.
Henry, last ball of the over. Hazelwood clips off his pads and he'll find runs wide of mid-on. Green sent him back. They actually had crossed, and then Green realised they weren't going to get 2, so...
What happens
back to their ground?
Now, what happens here? This is interesting. Marais Erasmus is going to Michael Goff about this. I'm not sure. I've never seen him very often in cricket. What happens here? If they've crossed, do they have to naturally stay at the ends once they've crossed?
There's such an interesting moment because they didn't complete the run, but they clearly crossed. And this will be just the fine print in the laws of the game.
It's very rare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Test cricket throw up these anomalies. It's such a great game. So what they're doing now is they're confirming with the television umpire whether these 2 batsmen have crossed. They're talking upstairs. People, you can't see it obviously on the radio, but people at the ground can, who might have us on around there, and thank you for doing so. If you are listening to us, that's what's happening at the moment. They're standing talking and they're getting it rolling.
Crossed.
Yeah, they certainly crossed. Look, they've crossed there by yards and yards and yards.
Does the run count? It hasn't been completed, has it?
No.
So then it's a question of who is facing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's the most important thing. New Zealand, of course, won Hazelwood on strike. Yeah. And Green didn't think there was 2 there, so he wasn't prepared to run.
No.
I think there was 2 there, actually.
Yes, if they'd gone flat out right at the start, I think they would have got back. So our umpires are Michael Goff and Marais Erasmus, and they are talking through the intricate details in the laws of the game.
So rare. Maybe they don't know.
It's entirely possible.
Here we go. What's the ruling going to be?
As we are.
Status quo. There you go.
Well, that makes kind of sense, doesn't it?
But there's no run, is there?
No run. Can't be a run. They haven't touched down either end.
Tim Southey's going to have his...
Yeah, Tim Southey will say, no, we've got
the point.
Yeah.
Yes, Tim will.
Weird. So, as you were, What an intriguing moment, Maccas. I'm loving it moments. More cricket, less cooking, brought to you by McDelivery. It was a beautifully struck ball too from Hazelwood. 9 for 285. This session is for Before You Dig Australia.
So you can't actually signal one short either. No. I mean, they could take a run off Australia.
Yes, exactly. But they actually crossed twice.
I know, or two
going
runs.
that way and that way. Exactly. We're getting
Southey to green.
2 runs off Australia's total because they crossed twice but never touched their bats at the other end.
I know. They're now 9 for 200.
Keep going. Actually, by the way...
Gosh, New Zealand are doing well this morning.
I pulled it back.
Minus 85.
What were you doing? You must have covered 10K around the ground this morning. What were you doing?
Yeah. I wanted to see all the plaques that Grant Elliott had said were here. All embedded like drain covers around the concourse. Green off his pads, plays to mid-wicket. There's not two, so he doesn't take one. So everything from the first Test match commemorated from 1930 through to the record stand of McCullum and BJ Whateley, which lasted for 12 months and then was broken by McCullum and Williamson.
Yes.
356 and 300 and more.
Crow Jones
must be there.
Andrew Jones, Martin Crow. 400.
400,
I didn't see that one. So was it J.R. Reid who hit the most sixes in a first-class innings?
15 or 16, something like that.
Southey bowls to green, and he strokes the ball out to extra cover, no run. I did actually take photos of them for,
against Northern Districts
a little later on. Yes,
you were
Remember,
walking.
I saw that.
You were walking with purpose. That's what attracted my attention. This slender figure in blue, marching around the Basin Reserve.
Wouldn't do that in a strong northerly.
No.
Be bent over.
And then I enjoyed all the stories that you told us yesterday, Jeremy, about marching at the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Rugby league at the ground. So Greg Alexander told me yesterday that he'd played here. There's international football here. Australia has an unbeaten record in soccer against New Zealand here at the ground. Green Ducks the bouncer. And big, so from the 30s, the 40s and the 50s, they played here semi-regularly and had big wins along the way. So yeah,
Australian rules, I've got a feeling, might have been here for just a short time.
I think you're right. Club rugby.
Yes, he used to play here.
There's even a note of some sort of synchronised swimming down, that they had water in the infield, which was just down below us on the left.
Now then, here's an interesting. Laurie Colliver.
Oh, yes.
Laurie Colliver, he's a... Man, is this guy a genius?
He knows it all, doesn't
Deliberate short runs.
Southey bowls to green. Oh, inside edge, knocked down by Blundell. So it runs under the side screen. They have one, and Green Hazelwood sends him back. He said, I'll deal with one from Southey, right?
Right, okay, so that brings Hazelwood on strike, which is the preferred option. Loz has come in and said deliberate short runs should be a 5-run penalty. Ooh. Bit lucky there, Australia, he said, and he's sent through the rule as well. So...
Good work,
Loza. I wonder if it can still be imposed.
It is rule, deliberate short run, rule 5.18.54. If either umpire considers that one or both batters deliberately ran short at the umpire's end, the umpire concerned shall, when the ball is dead, call and signal short run and inform the other umpire of what has occurred and apply Rule 18.52, which I'll come to very shortly.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Hazelwood to see the last ball of Southey's over from around the wickets. It bumps off the thigh pad down to fine leg, no single. More of the rules of cricket coming up next. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It's 9 for 286.
We hope.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Test cricket and SENZ Test cricket for Resine, the paint professionals use. The laws of the game.
Yes, so 18.5.5.2. The bowler's end umpire shall disallow all runs to the batting side, return any not-out batter to his or her original end. The laws of cricket. says Lozo. He's just come in.
Yeah.
The laws of cricket.
9 for 286. Green comes down the pitch. He fends at Henry and he misses. He's 108 not out.
Are those two things mutually exclusive? In other words, he would send the guys back and then retract, 5 runs from the total.
Yeah. Deliberate.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, boys. I think they have to signal at the time. Be interesting to see if it happens. Laws of cricket. Laws of cricket, says Loz.
Yeah.
If anyone knows them, it's big Loz.
Henry bowls, Green advances again, but he defends when he arrives.
Well, thanks for that.
So it was a manipulation. Was it a deliberate short run, though? That's the... so it was a manipulation of the strike.
Yes, it was, because Hazelwood, having gone past Green, he turned around before grounding his bat to get back to the other end.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's a deliberate short run to get back to the other end.
Absolutely, and they almost looked at each other and said, "Hey, hang on, that's last ball. You'll be facing no good." And there was a look of understanding, at least between the two of them. That was deliberate.
Henry Green bouncer down underneath.
I think both players intended to run, crossed, and then decided they can't run.
Yep.
So that effectively is bailing out of a run, which is a short run.
Yep.
Right? Is that how you assess it?
So, so if I was interpreting deliberate, I'd say there has to be intent to gain advantage, and the advantage would be getting back for a second rather than returning you to your ground.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Well, that's possible.
Henry over the wicket bowls. Green runs the ball out to point. Now that's the 4th ball of the over, so it doesn't go.
I got the impression, though, that as they were running and past each other, they suddenly realised and slowed down. As they were thinking about, hang on a tick, we can't allow this to happen. We want Green at that end to face the start of the next over.
The key to it is Hazelwood ran past him with the intent of getting to the other end.
Yes, he did.
And stopped short of getting to the other end because he had to realise he had to get back to the other one.
And
so
he didn't think he could.
He bailed out on a run.
Yes,
it was an intentional act not to complete the run.
I think that's right.
Yeah?
I think that's right. I think it was deliberate.
5 runs. So that's 7. How many have they taken off them, Gerard?
Well, I took 80 off them.
That should be a wide. That was so far over the top of Green on the bouncer, and it is. So it's 9 for 287 provisionally.
They can do it later in between innings?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah. Absolutely, they can take it off. Yeah.
So I think this law actually goes back to David Hooks. There's an incident where... so I've got sketchy details on. He was getting the non-striker to sprint 2 and not run the full way. Hooks would walk out of the crease and then walk back, and he'd keep the strike and get 1 run. Big swing from Green, takes the top edge down to 3rd, which is now protected. A single formally taken. 1 to come in the over. 9 for 288. And there was a deliberate short run in the BBL season just gone, which our listeners are recalling. 1300 736 736, which was Tim David, and 88-33 on the New Zealand side of things. And Bharat is an umpire in his own right, so when he comes in, he'll give us his interpretation and then various precedents along the way while we prosecute this case. Hazelwood's got 1 to survive. Henry bowls to him, and he does by shouldering arms. The Tyre Power scoreboard at your trusted tyre experts, 9 for 288.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine Quality Paint and Colours. Perfect for your summer projects. Australia 9 for 288. Not without incident this morning. Southey is in from the Vance end under our broadcast position. He bowls to Green, who leaves a shaping delivery away outside the off stump. Our experts for in-place living, specialist disability and accommodation design for you. Bharat Sundaresan is coming alongside Ian Smith. Bharat, welcome.
Good morning, Gerard, Smithy. I love it when the laws of the game are being discussed.
Yes. All right. Give us your knowledge, interpretation, and precedence?
18.5. That's the law for the deliberate short run. And I was just listening to Ian Smith there, and he's absolutely right. It's not so much about your intent, what you did, but it's more about the act itself.
Southey bowls, green leaves.
And you see a lot more of that in, say, the shorter formats of the game these days. The Tim David incident you just mentioned, Gerard, I think that was from 2 summers ago in the BBL, where he was batting in the death with Nathan Ellis. And it's a 5th ball of the over. He hits it to long on, thinks he can get back for the second run, and then he realizes, oh no, I can't make it for the second run. So they've crossed at this point, and then he runs back. Without Ellis running, because he wants to keep the strike. Now, they had crossed, so he's completed the run. So technically, it should have been just 1 run. So the fielding team stopped him from getting the second run.
Southey bowls, green leaves.
Technically speaking, which means he was stealing the strike in that sense, wasn't he? And that's why it was deemed as it was a deliberate short run, and the team got penalized by 5 runs. Or, in other words, the opposition started with 5 runs to their board even before they began. And what happened just here this morning is the same thing. Cam Green wants to keep the strike. I mean, yeah, different circumstances. It's not the death overs of a close T20 game, but it's the same logic. Cam Green wants to take the strike. There's a misunderstanding between the two. That's not on the fielding side. And once they've crossed, it's Josh Hazelwood's responsibility to come back, because you can run him out in that sense.
The previous was a no ball. Green can't quite get Southey away as he defends.
And the moment that happened, I'm surprised Maria Erasmus in his last international test match as well didn't take the call then and there. I mean, they can obviously do it during the innings break and give New Zealand the 5 penalty runs so that they start 5 without loss, or none for 5. But
so if you were the standing umpire, you believe that's what should happen?
Absolutely, yeah. That looked very obvious. It was a deliberate short run. And it doesn't matter really, they didn't know the rules of the laws of the game or what was happening, like why it happened, but the fact that it happened. Because it's not so much, I mean, a lot of laws of cricket are based on interpretation, but this was pretty clear-cut in my opinion.
Southey is bowling to Green. He plays at the wider delivery, bunts it away to point, and takes the single from the 4th ball of the over.
Gee, it's fired up the text line, isn't it?
Oh, has it ever?
Look at Alex, though. I don't want a wicket. I want more short-run information. This is great. Get Bharat. Yeah, Alex, your wish is our command. Well, it's a cookie. Thanks very much, Cookie. And all you people that think us Kiwis are sounding like whinging poms, we might be.
So 1300 736 736. This is breaking along national lines. You'll be shocked to know. And 8833. So Bharat, for those who were thinking, so the intent of the run is irrelevant. It's what actually happened as opposed. Yeah, okay.
You've kind of gone against the natural order of the game. That's more a better way of putting it.
Okay.
For whatever intention, for whatever purposes.
I like the idea of stealing the strike. That's a good way to put it. Hazelwood drives. I think he might get a boundary. It flew off the blade, through mid-off, and it will roll all the way to the rope. The sneak attack from the Australian number 11. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito. Do you? That progresses things to 9 for 294.
And now the partnership is 27. And how valuable have these last 4 little partnerships been to Australia's scores? 100 runs, well over 100 runs now they've put since they lost the wicket of Carey, and everyone thought this might be over quite quickly. Not the case. A lot of fight in the tail. A sting, actually, and it's stinging New Zealand at the moment.
Last ball of the over. Southey trying to put an end to the rot. Hazelwood plays straight to the short mid-wicket. Ball flung at the non-striker's end. A dot to finish the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, 9 for 294.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Z Test cricket for Razine, the paint professionals use. We've regressed to sort of character type, haven't we? Please give them the 5 runs or we'll never hear the end of it. Same old Aussies, always cheating. Henry bowls, Green leaves on the advance. I guess it hasn't taken us long, has it?
Brilliant, isn't it?
It is. It's the lovely part of bringing our two commentary teams together.
Just take 5 runs off the Aussies. Even take 100 runs off the Aussies. It's not going to matter for the youth results, Smithy. Oh, goodness me. And for you, David Milana, I'm going to have fish and chips for dinner tonight.
Very good. Henry to Green, clips off his pads. Now he's put it out to the deep mid-wicket and he calls off the run with plenty of time before they get near each other mid-pitch.
Green might be just starting to think here. Hazelwood's playing that well. Can I trust him? Can we just play normal cricket?
It's interesting you bring that up, Smithy. The one thing he spoke about Cam Green yesterday in the press conference was that this is one aspect of batting he's yet to get his head around, batting with the tail. He doesn't know when to give them the strike, when not to, and you can see it today.
Green plays from his body. He rolls it down to fine leg and Hazelwood sends him back. So Hazelwood's the 33-year-old and Green's the 24-year-old. I don't think Green has a whole heap of experience in how this is unfolding. I think Hazelwood's trying to keep him cut. No, not yet.
Yeah, and he said yesterday that he felt really cross with himself for having, in his head, exposed Nathan Lyon a bit too early to Matt Henry against the second new ball. And he sort of blamed himself for that wicket.
Green advancing, beaten. It was after Brisbane when you had Steve Smith immediately, and he was working through in real time with you while cramping. He was second-guessing himself and what he'd done and how many balls he'd left for Hazelwood, and it was much less a public explanation and more a private exploration. Had he done the right thing? Had he taken singles too early? So it's not easily done, even for someone who's played more than 100 tests.
And you generally find some of the best who have done it. I remember speaking to Richie Richardson a few years ago, and he was one who just, whether you were Courtney Walsh or not, he would just give you the strike. Didn't always work out in that 96 World Cup semi-final when I broke the television screen because the West Indies lost. But Steve Waugh, I guess, made it, did it in his own way, didn't he, Gerard? Like, he would kind of back some, not others.
Was Mike Hussey the best at it?
I think so, yeah. And the amount of runs he scored as well while batting with the tail. I think the best Australia have had, at least in the last 20, 30 years.
New Zealand have had a chat over their tactics. There's 2 to go in this over from Henry. Green is 110 not out. Henry bowls to him and Green swings wickedly up over deep backward square for 6. Green got a big piece of that. And once that's confirmed, that will be the 300 up. The signal is given and Australia crashes the threshold.
Well, they're trying to bowl short because Cam Green has basically been ducking the bouncers, and that's like keeping him exactly where they want him to be. But this time it just didn't get up high enough. And it was right in the arc. And he's got such long arms, which gives him that reach. But he's got immense power too. He just helped us on its way. Dangerous. This is hugely dangerous and demoralising now from New Zealand's point of view.
1 to come in the over. Henry bowls to Green, who stayed out of the uppercut. Blundell gets up high to haul it in. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, 9 for 300 with Adam Collins coming in.
Dreaming of
SENZradio.nz.
dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Regime, the paint professionals use. Adam Collins jumping in. Ian Smith, Bharat, Sundaresan with me. A nagging partnership worth 33. That's equal to the highest 10th wicket stand Australia have enjoyed at Basin. Glenn McGrath and Steve Waugh put on 33 here for the 10th wicket back in 2000 when Steve Waugh made a big 100. Yeah. Speaking of men who batted well with tail enders.
Nagging, all right. It's nagging. What about the text of nagging? I got one from my doctor here. Said, forget about the 5 runs. I'd like to see Smithy lose 5 kilos.
Have that.
Good God.
Wow.
0433 98 11 16 or 8833 if you're Smithy's doctor in New Zealand.
Good God. What next?
Just after you said, then told the world what you're having for dinner as well.
Yeah, that won't help, will it? Can you have diet fish and chips?
Gluten-free, maybe.
Gluten-free?
Yeah. Chips are gluten-free, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah.
My ones will be.
You can get on those energy drinks in the morning, replace breakfast.
Oh, here we go. We've got a fitness fanatic in now.
Not quite. Here's O'Rourke. He's fit, away from us. Got a short leg, couple of slips to Hazelwood, who rides the bounce just. Pass short leg and off-strike first ball of the over. Excellent batting from Australia's number 11. He's 7 from 17, 9 for 301. Hazelwood, earlier in his career, Baz, did a pretty good job of batting with the tail. He saw Adam Boges do 100 on Test debut at Dominica in 2015. That's when he made his Test highest score of 39 and got hit on the head by Shannon Gabriel, batted for an hour and a half. So he used to do that. In recent years, he's been kind of like cover drive for 4, caught behind next ball.
It's that square drive that he plays, right? That's the Josh Hazelwood shot. Whether it gets him 2 runs or 4 runs, and then he just gets out. He generally moves away from the line of the ball, tries to access the offside.
8 men back. O'Rourke to Green, who leaves alone.
And, he's done that a couple of times here as well. But he's got a decent technique for a number 11. I mean, he can defend well. He's not your expansive stroke maker. He's more in the Jason Gillespie mold, a Peter Siddle mold maybe, rather than a Stark or even Cummins at his peak.
Just going through it, the last time he reached double figures was January 2021. Last time he reached 20 was January 2019. Dare to dream. O'Rourke in, Green on 116, leaves alone again. A ball that did shape nicely, but after the ball had passed the stump, Smithy. It's also Cameron Green's highest Test score, overtaking what he did at Ahmedabad last year, where we were there for SEN Test cricket. Very different circumstances. One of the flattest pitches I've ever seen, Baz, Ahmedabad 12 months ago.
Also, the only time I've seen the captains not tossing the coin half an hour before the match was to start, because the Prime Ministers were being taken around the ground.
That's right, the Batmobile, so to speak, or the Pope-mobile, I should say. Here's O'Rourke in his 21st over, 2 wickets yesterday to Green, full, straight, bunted down the ground. They declined the single to long on. It stays at 9 for 301. Did you catch any of that on telly last year, Smithy, when we had the 2 Prime Ministers doing their thing?
No, I didn't actually.
So they were in the in this Pope-mobile of sorts.
Right.
Modi and Albanese, and they did a lap of the ground, and the sight screens were emblazoned with their imagery.
Was it like a glass limo?
Well, they didn't have the Pope-mobile thing like that with the glassed-in bit. It was all open air, but still, it was an unbelievable thing to commentate on. 80,000 people were in there for that, and about 25,000 people were in there an hour later. The crowd moved out pretty sharply, but it was a moment, that's for sure. O'Rourke in. Bowls to Green again, makes room and slaps over mid-wicket. Gets plenty of it again and thuds into the advertising boards. Gone all the way for 6 as well. Hard and flat. Green goes all the way for the second time in a couple of overs. He's 122. Australia, 9 for 307. That's in the swinging arc, Smithy.
This is hurting big time, New Zealand. You can tell by the body language here. The heads are down, hands are behind the back. People just looking at each other thinking, how long is this going to last? How many are they going to end up with? Tim Southee has jogged across now to talk to his young bowler, having retrieved the ball. And he said, look, I don't know if you've played a lot of this nip and tuck cricket, but this is what we're trying to do here. And this 6th ball is hugely important. Southee couldn't get it done himself. And now this young fellow O'Rourke is going to be tested again by Green.
Partnership up to 40. Now 5 men inside the ring, so to speak. Last ball of the over. Green makes room again and plays it over cover. Not convincingly, but does enough to clear the man. They'll take the one. He'll keep the strike. Great batting from the West Australian. He's 123. Hazelwood 7 at the end of the over. 9 for 308 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Sixes in the last 2 overs for Cameron Green for Azito. Do it with Azito, do you? Coverage for Azine, the paint professionals use.
We saw this version of Cam Green very early on in his career, didn't we, Adam? At the SCG against India, and what was his third test? Made 84. Until then, first 2 test matches, obviously in Adelaide, he didn't get much of a go in the second innings. Melbourne, he was still figuring out test cricket with his technique, but when he was given that opportunity in the second innings in Sydney to just open up and hulk up, as Grant Elliott had said, we saw what he could do. And I think just this innings would give him the confidence that he doesn't always have to wait till this long to impose himself. We saw him do that yesterday.
Henry continues 8 men back. Only a gully behind the wicket. Bowls here to Green, who down the ground, nearly it deflects off Hazelwood. We saw Green nearly taken out when Marsh slapped it at him yesterday to mid-on. And they don't take the run because it's the first ball of the over.
Yeah, it hit him hard on the glove, Josh Hazelwood. How far it's gone off Hazelwood.
We saw one of those in a test match a couple of years ago at Trent Bridge, where in New Zealand, I don't know, it was Colin de Grandhomme was at the non-striker's end and the ball ballooned off the bat and was taken at cover, and England appealed, and that was that.
England did they?
Droll, Bharat, droll. Here's Henry dancing his Green, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. He tried to defend it, not quite reaching the pitch of the ball. Well bowled, Matt Henry. Still getting the ball to move off the seam.
He deserves his 5th wicket, doesn't he? He's bowled so well, Matt Henry.
He has bowled well, and it's 4 for 53 now. It's been a sterling performance, really is. This is his 25th over. He is now officially the backbone of the New Zealand bowling attack.
Henry with the field spread to Green. 3rd ball of the over. Plays it into the offside, out to deep cover. No single again. Speaking of Colin de Grandhomme, got a message in here asking you, Smithy, what he's up to at the moment. Can you give us an update? He has a huge following in southwest Victoria. We watched him and all felt like we were watching a veteran Division 3 bowler who took 40 wickets, and it goes on and continues, etc. But yeah, Colin de Grandhomme declined a national contract.
I'm going to defer my answer to the next man coming in, who knows him very, very well and know exactly what he's doing right now at this minute, probably.
Henry bowls to Green, who dances and defends. 4th ball of the over. They say no to the one. Henry scampering after it to windish mid-off.
And that will be Mr. Grant Elliott coming in next. He knows the exact movements of Dutchy, as they call him, Dutchy.
More generally, he's not the only New Zealand player to say no to a national contract, Trent Bolt being the other. I mean, that is becoming a part of the conversation over here, isn't it?
Jimmy Neesham?
Jimmy Neesham,
yeah. More and more so. It's just such frustration. I think, one of the other things about Southey's decline, in terms of his pace and his effectiveness, he bowls so well with Bolt. And bowlers bowl well in tandem, you know that. That's missing out of his armoury, the Bolt factor.
Yeah, they were the Lennon and McCartney is swing bowling over here. Henry bowls. Green makes room and tries to pop it on the moon. Doesn't make contact. He was eyeing up the. Well, there's a church up there. By the looks of things.
St Mark's over the ground.
Had he made contact, it would have landed on the roof of St Mark's at deep mid-wicket.
If he hit it really good, he could have landed on the roof of Government House. But he would have had to go over Wellington College to do that. And not many have.
So what direction's Government House relative to?
Government House, that's with the orange roof, right?
Oh, right.
So that's basically just slightly southeast.
Can he do it? Can he go long? Henry to Green. He goes up over deep square leg and over the rope again. Onto the grass bank. 3 overs in a row where Green's gone all the way. He's up to 129. Hazelwood 7. Australia 9 for 314 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Smithy jumping out.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
7, first session before you dig Australia. Grant Elliott jumping in for Ian Smith, our experts for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. What a whack that was from Green, Grant. Get you in after this ball. O'Rourke delivers. Hazelwood with a partnership 47, takes it to 50 with a boundary through backward point. He's in the double figures as well. Hazelwood to 11, made room, kept it on the carpet, out towards the old scoreboard. 9 for 318. What a fine partnership it's been.
Yeah, I was worried about this. I was worried about Green latching onto a couple, coming out in aggressive fashion, and now it's contagious. Hazelwood, a little flourishing backward point cover drive, maybe on the outside half of the bat. Doesn't matter how he gets them, as long as he can stay there, flash a few boundaries away by deflecting. This will be so frustrating. I've been in this position before. It is an awful position to be in as a fielding team.
Change of angle round the wicket. O'Rourke to Hazelwood, who leaves it be eventually. It's a wide signal because it's too high. Short ball that he thought about trying to just lift over the top of the wicketkeeper Blundell. Not to be. Sundry added 9 for 319. Hazelwood into double figures for the first time in over 3 years, Baz.
Yep, and that was more a Josh Hazelwood-like shot. The first boundary he hit was almost Stephen Fleming-esque down the ground.
Gee, Bharat, you're talking him up now.
Grant's purring when he hears that. O'Rourke, can he finish the job? Hazelwood, back of a length, leg stump line, into short leg on the bounce. Won't be here.
The problem is that Cam Green now, he's got into that sort of rhythm of, we spoke about it. We spoke about how he actually tempered himself from T20 cricket and the expansive game he can play into Test cricket, which I think is an unbelievable skill to do for a modern day player. But now he's in that T20 mode, and once players get in that mode and they're seeing the ball well, I don't know, you start thinking slower balls as a bowler and you play into the hands of those destructive players.
Leg gully now in. O'Rourke bowls to Hazelwood. Again, he tries to fly it over the keeper. Doesn't make contact, goes over the top of the off-stumped off ball.
What I would also say is New Zealand have two, well, whether you call them part-time spinners or spinning options in the side, both of whom play a lot of wide ball cricket. And at times I wonder, I know that the ball's not very old and, you know, it's New Zealand, its ball is doing a lot of the pitch, but especially when you have white ball spinners in your side, I'm always a fan of just throwing them an over or two in this kind of scenario, because this is what they're used to, unlike someone like William O'Rourke.
O'Rourke in his second test. Hazelwood 4 and driving through the covers for 4. That's a beautiful shot from the number 11. He's seeing it as well as he ever has. Hits the rope in front of the museum stand. Our boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito. Do you? Delightful.
Okay, we've seen Stephen Fleming from Josh Hazelwood. That was more Brian Lara. Gary Sobers next.
Gee, Bharat. Yeah, I mean, that was a magnificent shot. It was full from O'Rourke. He's been short and back of a length. Now he decides to go full, tries to bring the slips into play. And Hazelwood just was a transfer of weight. Not a big step, just a transfer of weight and the full face of the bat through extra cover. Beautiful.
2 left in the over. O'Rourke under the pump. Bowls to Hazelwood. Leg stump line. Shuffles inside the line and bunts it out to mid-wicket. No run, so 1 ball left in the over. The goal will be dot ball here, get Green back on strike.
And what I mean by that is, you look at William young O'Rourke now. He's quite clueless at the point. He's bowling different lengths, and there's not much Tim Southee can offer to him at the moment. So when you have 2 wily spin options, maybe, you know, just in modern day cricket, they're so much more used to being attacked. Even if they concede a 6, they know how to come back from it.
Yeah, you'd go Ravindra ahead of Phillips, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Phillips spinning into the blade of Cameron Green.
O'Rourke finishes an expensive over. Hazelwood squared up, but does well enough to get it into the offside without any trouble. Couple of boundaries for him in the over. Hazelwood 15, Green 129. Australia 9 for 323 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
The paint professionals use a correspondence from Nick Savage, journo@news.com.au. This is now Australia's highest 10th wicket partnership in New Zealand, so not just at the Basin. Pretty sure that overtakes Steve Waugh and Glenn McGrath. We'll come back to, yes, and Grant's got one for us here as well. You can read it out, mate. It's on your phone.
Yeah, Hazelwood's 15 is the highest score by an Australian, number 11 in a test anywhere in New Zealand, passing McGrath's 14 in Wellington in 2000.
I've got that scorecard in front of me. I'll come back to it. Henry bowls here. Field spread. Green dances and defends. So Australia were in strife there. They were 4 for 51. Remembering yesterday they were 4 for 89. So it was a combination of Dan Vittori, Simon Doull, Craig McMillan and Chris Cairns getting into the wickets early on.
I thought McGrath got a 50 that day. Was that the...
Not quite.
That was the following test series.
Well, that was in Australia at the Gabba a few years on against New Zealand. But yes, it was Steve Waugh, 151 not out. Damien Martin returning to the test side, made 78. Slater batted through early on, made 143, and McGrath came in at the end and made 14. Here's Henry to Green on his hip, gets it fine, gets it really fine, gets 4 more. Green inside the line after shuffling down the track, had time to adjust his stroke. He's 133 from 195 deliveries, 9 for 327. This partnership is beyond frustrating and now becoming most influential, Grant Elliott.
Yeah, I mentioned frustration, and the reason why there's so much frustration is, as a batter, it's almost like, picture you're in a council queue, or you're in the queue here at the Basin waiting for your coffee. You want to return, but the queue just doesn't seem to get any shorter.
What does Henry do here? He bounces Green, he danced already, then he ducked and got well underneath it.
So as a bowler, you're thinking, I can't wait to put my feet up. I'm actually, yesterday was a big session. I want to recover. As a batter, you start thinking, I'm looking at Tom Latham. He's practicing his stance. You engaged. You're thinking, I'm going to get out there soon. You turn up, you have your net. You're like, we could be out there in the second over, first over. Your mind starts talking to you and saying, you're going to be out there soon. And you can see the body language of the New Zealanders. They're down, they're waiting in anticipation for the wicket.
Green dances, beaten outside the off stump, coming forward to every ball, but Henry getting it up there in the right area and enough movement off the seam. Well, that's right, isn't it? As an opening batter, the expectation is, Gerard mentioned it in his build-up, that it's a funny old warm-up when you bowling and at 9 down for the batting side. You have to be in that batting mindset, but suddenly they've been fielding for 50 minutes and having just about won the day yesterday, New Zealand, at least honours even, to let it drift the way they have.
And back in the day, the bowlers would have gone for a bowling night out. They would have had, Jeremy and them would have had 8 or 9 pints.
Henry got 4 wickets, off pace, slower ball. Green pulls it, doesn't get all of it, but does get enough of it. Out towards the hill, 4 more. They had mid-wicket up, trying to save the one with a couple of balls left in the over. That's the area that Green aims for and gets it away. 137 for him, 9 for 331. That makes the partnership 64.
Well, the universal body language in cricket, you can see when the game is slipping away from you. Look at all the folded arms around the ground, hands on chins. Tim Southee, Tom Blundell.
Teapots, we call them. Hands on hips.
It's not good at all for New Zealand or from New Zealand at the moment.
So 5 up on the 1. Last ball of the over. Can they get a dot? Bowls here, full block hole. Quick single taken to cover. Takes on Latham and through. Direct hit might have been interesting, but Hazelwood was up for that. Does his job. Green retains the strike. He's 138. Hazelwood 15 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia 9 for 332.
After 2 long years of new vehicle stock shortages, summer is no longer about seagulls, beach balls and sun umbrellas. South Morang Mazda's play clearance sale returns bigger than ever. Driven by deals, we have stocked up on the entire Mazda range to clear 2023 models. Now is the time to jump and catch the 2023 plate run-out wave. Dive in for drive-away deals across new, demo and pre-owned vehicles. Don't miss the big one. End soon.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
First session for Before You Dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. If you're just tuning in Australia, good news so far. This partnership has continued to swell throughout the course of the first hour of play. 10th wicket stand worth 65, with Cameron Green back on strike and flaying them everywhere.
Listeners were really keen on Colin de Grandhomme. He always gets some airtime.
They were keen to know what he's up to now that he's stopped playing for New Zealand.
He's actually greenkeeper at Tauranga Golf Course at the moment. His dog Cole, the failed police dog, has gone into a rural farm somewhere, so he had to get rid of Cole. Cole was... He was a bit aggressive.
O'Rourke to green for the first time today and places it out to deep point. There'll be no single early in the over. So the fielders up are at cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the fielders back, deep square leg, fine leg in front of the scoreboard, third man, deep point.
And I spoke about this in Hamilton, but I'll say it again to the listeners. Maybe the Australian listeners haven't heard it. Cole was a big Alsatian, failed police dog. Dear. Went to the barbecue. Chahal was there. And it was me, Chahal, and Colin. And Cole would just stare at you. And Colin said, "Don't look back at the dog. Not a good idea." It's almost like looking into the eyes of a tiger.
Green's faced 200 balls. Facing a full delivery from O'Rourke. He digs it out to deep third. That was trailing back towards the middle stump. Well bowled and well played. No run.
Anyway, Chahal got up for...
You mean you went for Chahal?
Yeah, we went with Chahal to the barbecue. And Chahal, I mean, he'd be an entree for Cole the dog.
Absolutely.
He got up to go to the toilet and Cole launched at Chahal. And Colin, he said, "Just settle down, Cole." There was another time where Wokesy came to the... Chris Wokes, the nicest guy in world cricket, he came to the barbecue and Cole was over the back of him and his paws on the front. Apparently he went white as a ghost.
O'Rourke white on the crease to Green, who leaves it.
And so Cole has left the building, but I played cricket with Colin de Grandhomme at Birmingham for Birmingham Bears in the T20 competition there. So it was brilliant. They had the song for Colin, and I know our listeners hate me singing, so I'm going to sing again for you. They used to sing, "He's got a big house, he's got a big house, Colin de Grandhomme, he's got a big house." Yeah, miss that. What a great guy.
Does he still have the mullet?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him for a picture. I'll ask him.
O'Rourke delivers to Green, full off stump line, steered to deep third. Fourth ball of the over, doesn't take it. So 2 balls left to consider whether they go big or take one. And he sizes up Matt Henry again.
Yeah, just on poor Cole. We have a big dog who dropped out of puppy school, so I know what it is like. It is quite heartbreaking when you hear that the school can't have them anymore.
Yeah. Well, they're just not
but we didn't have to give them away. Yeah,
they're fast bowlers. They're fast bowlers that they've got raw pace and they don't listen to their captain, do they?
Yeah, it's true. Too wild. The wild things.
An interesting career, didn't he, Colin de Grandhomme, arriving late on the international scene, kind of like you, Grant. Bowling here again is O'Rourke, and pushing out to cover is Green. No run is the call. 1 ball left in the over. So all told, Colin de Grandhomme is 37 now, but made his test debut in 2016, played 29 times for the Black Caps in that format, averaged 39 with the bat, a couple of centuries and 33 with the ball.
I was going
wickets.
to say his numbers would probably stack up close to our best all-rounders ever. Did he get 6 for on debut?
He did. He took 6 for 41 on his test debut, and add 45 one-day internationals to that. Good numbers in that format. Played a key role in the 2019 World Cup for the Black Caps again. Full again from O'Rourke and playing it into the offside, trying to squeeze it past Kane Williamson is Green, but unsuccessfully. Maiden complete, 9 for 332 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Green 138, Hazelwood 15.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
For SEN Test Cricket, with Resine, the paint professionals use. There's a Resine shop on the walk back to our accommodation in Cuba Street, which I enjoyed last night, Grant.
Saw that on our WhatsApp group. How good. Did you love it? Did you go and have a look in the shop window? Go, I wonder what colours they've got. I wonder what they call them.
The amount of time Jeremy and I have spent talking about Resine. Last ball before drinks. Hazelwood on strike to Henry. Around the wicket. Puts it out to mid-off, where there's one of the many fielders inside the circle trying to squeeze Hazelwood. But gets through this over. They'll have gotten through 1 full hour on this second morning, Baz.
A good work from Kane Williamson, the last ball of the last over. Green has done it so often, get a single of the last ball. But Williamson was ready at cover. As soon as Green pushed it, you could see he jumped on the ball, and you could see Matt Henry running in because he's got 6 balls at Hazelwood now.
Catching cover as well. He bowls to Hazelwood. He puts it to that catching cover. Tim Southey on the bounce. So they had 3 slips to start the over. Now it's 2 slips to Gully, a backward point, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And see beneath us, yes, there he is. O'Rourke's at fine leg, so a very conventional 6-3 field to a very unconventional batter in Josh Hazelwood.
Well, unfortunately, I said to Bharat this morning, I said, I've got this horrible feeling that they're going to get 60 to 80 this morning. And he said, if they do, it's game over. And then we're just 7 runs short to 60 partnership.
Henry wider on the crease, Hazelwood forward awkwardly, but defends it to mid-wicket, no run.
Sorry, not 60 partnership, 60 since the end of the day. And what's worrying for me is that Southey now, when Green's on strike, he'll bring up the boundary players or boundary fielders, and then Henry dished up a slower ball. So we're seeing white ball antics, and we're seeing an expansive Cam Green. So it's worrying signs for Tim Southey and the bowlers.
Back over the wicket, Henry. 4 wickets to his name. Hazelwood hit on the pad. Balloons out to cover again. There won't be a single. So 4 balls gone in the over. If they get through 2 more here, it's back to Green, and in all probability, the drinks break as well. What an achievement that would be. The partnership now up to 65 if you're just tuning in for the first time today.
Yeah, which is just a bit of... It's been too much same this morning. And so I keep crying out for Rachin Ravindra to get the ball, just even for, if it's for 1 over. Even for Josh Hazelwood, suddenly he's been thinking pace.
And we're still not quite clear about the Kugelan situation either, having broken down seemingly yesterday. Henry bowls, leg stump to Hazelwood, out to square leg, but 5th ball of the over, they're not taking the single. I think, in hindsight, I wonder if they'd be thinking, gee, we could have done with a left armour, a bit of variety of that Neil Wagner goes okay.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's easy to do when things aren't going as well as you'd like.
Yeah. You know, you talk about Ravindra. Now, I wonder if with Ravindra, you know, that plays into the hands of Hazelwood in a way. You'd like to bowl Phillips to Hazelwood, wouldn't you? But then if you bowl Phillips to Cam Green, that's in the arc of Green.
Last ball before I expect will be drinks, and Hazelwood is well forward defending. Applause from the Australian fans goes round the Basin Reserve, just making sure they're going out to the drinks break, and they are. So Australia resumed at 9 for 279 this morning, and they have gone beautifully, adding 65 as we just work our way towards the drinks break. And I can welcome listeners in Queensland for the first time today. And the good news from an Australian perspective is that the score has swelled from 9 for 279 to what it is now, 9 for 332. Cameron Green, after advancing to his century from the penultimate ball yesterday, is now 138, 19 fours and 3 sixes. Josh Hazelwood is still there with him. He's faced 29 balls and hit 15 himself, including a lavish cover drive a couple of overs ago. So we will go to our drinks break with Australia in terrific nick. The innings continues. It's the Open Country drinks break, delivering you a summer of cricket for the Black Caps. Back in a moment.
We hope you're enjoying.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
There are plenty of challenges currently in farming. And with Farm IQ and FarmX, you can trust your gut feeling and make the right decision sooner. How do we know? Our staff use Farm IQ and FarmX on their farms. Farm IQ sorts all your compliance and performance information, and FarmX lets you test decisions before you implement them. What if the payout drops, there's a drought, or there's no space at the works? Let FarmX that. To start recording with Farm IQ and predicting with FarmX, call 0800 327 647.
Good drives. I think he might get a boundary. It flew off the blade, through mid-off, and it will roll all the way to the rope. Henry bowls to him, and Green swings wickedly up over deep backward square for 6. Bowls to Green again, makes room and slaps over mid-wicket. Gets plenty of it again and thuds into the advertising boards. Gone all the way for 6 as well. Can he do it? Can he go long? Henry to Green. He goes up over deep square leg and over the rope again. Onto the grass bank. The Open Country Drinks Break delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps. It has been Australia's hour. 53 runs have been added. This partnership for the 10th wicket is worth 65. And in the 18 overs since the new ball was taken last night, 87 runs have been added. Cam Green is 138 and Josh Hazlewood is 15. So he averages 11 across his Test career, but he's played a couple of lovely shots as well. SEN Test cricket is for Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. SENZ, our joint coverage here. Grant Elliott has watched all of this, and you've been pondering Rachin Ravindra, and that's the decision that's been made with the little timeout. Grant, nice to see you.
Yeah, good morning, Gerard. Good morning to the listeners. Well, Bharat was pleading for Ravindra to bowl, just a change of maybe pace, and so a little bit of a roll of the dice this stage. But now I think it's beyond those runs that Southee thought they would get this morning. At 279 for 9, you would have thought that New Zealand was slightly ahead, that they got a wicket early this morning. But now Australia, as they always do, they've wrestled back a little bit more of authority from New Zealand, and Ravindra giving himself a go.
Around the wicket, Cam Green drives to long off. Our experts in place living specialist disability accommodation designer for you, Jeremy Coney. Jeremy, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. Yeah, well, all the mood of yesterday that New Zealand created, I'm afraid it's been sucked away.
Ravindra to Green. He plays late, knocks the ball to backward point, no run.
I suppose you could say, why did they restart the game today with such a wide set field? Could they have done it another way and set a more normal field?
Ravindra bowls. Green tucks to the leg side. No, they won't take the single yet.
It was, after all, a restart this morning for both the batsmen, and that includes Green. It was a relatively new ball. There's been a night of sleep for the bowlers. Did they choose the right bowlers to start with?
Ravindra to Green. He slogs across the line. Gave it a mighty welt and beat the field at deep mid-wickets. Another boundary from the bats of the mighty Cam Green.
And I'm not taking anything away from Cam Green. He's hit the ball very cleanly. And actually, Hazlewood's defended quite well also. But that aside, I think that New Zealand might have considered just playing a bit more normal cricket early on for a start, just 20 minutes at least.
Green into the 140s. Ravindra bowls to him. He's back punching the ball to the short extra cover. 1 to come in the over, no run.
But now we know certainly that and we can see all hands on hips around the place is occurring at the moment. So body language and the spirits will be flagging. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
And it'll be a disappointment for all the players out there. And Australia will be feeling their confidence will be soaring. So this has been a bit of a game changer, this partnership, and it's from an unusual place. The last partnership.
Yes, you gave us the worst case scenario.
I did.
It's worse than the worst case scenario.
Last ball of the over. Green stands up. He can't get the single to the straight mid-wicket. End of 99 overs. 9 for 336. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Rosina. The paint professionals use 9 for 336. Cam Green, he is running hot for Ream, 142. And Josh Hazlewood is 15 from the 29 deliveries that he has faced. And he's got the strike at the start of the fresh over from Will O'Rourke.
I like this change.
O'Rourke right arm over the wicket, bowls to Hazlewood. He fins the ball short of the short leg.
There were 2 wickets for O'Rourke yesterday, Head and Carey, and both fishing outside off stump. It was pace, it was bounce, it was opening up that slip cordon. But question why Kane Williamson's round the corner here. You'd think that O'Rourke would want to try and just trail it across Hazlewood, get him just having a little nibble with the outside edge. Let's see what happens. Short leg in place as well.
Hazlewood ducks the bouncer. Oh, and Blundell couldn't quite haul it in, so they'll be able to pinch a by. I don't know whether they've bowled very well to Hazlewood, and they haven't been able to pin him on strike the way that they would have liked to.
I was just saying to Grant, do you think they bowled straight enough and full enough and just been a bit more normal and that we've seen, and try and target the stumps, try and see if you can hit the stumps I'm talking against Hazlewood, and perhaps even try and hit the pads even, so you bring a number of dismissals into play by doing that. It doesn't have to be every ball, but certainly that's the danger ball, and I haven't seen a lot of that.
Yeah, particularly, as you're saying, Gerard, to Hazlewood. Hazlewood's the one. Get Green off strike, get an odd boundary here and there.
Green's on 142. O'Rourke bowls to him, in behind defending.
What are his thoughts on the pitch at the moment? It's certainly nibbled still a bit for Henry. That looked pretty comfortable, that shorter ball just there, and plenty of time really for Green to get back and get on top of the bounce there and just push it back down into the surface.
He's played it well, Green, though. I thought he would go out there and I thought he'd just be expansive almost every ball. But he's been so selective with the ball that he struck and also the timing in the over.
Green stays out of it. Passes the off stump.
He's almost waiting for Southey to bring the field in, which is what happens now. Deep mid-wicket comes in. And he's thinking, well, that's my one ball opportunity in the over to get the boundary. And then the next delivery, I'll get the single and steal the strike. And he's been masterful in the way that he's done that. He's able to get more of the strike than Hazlewood has.
He looked a little uncertain how to manipulate it all at the start of play, but like so much in this innings, he's grown into the idea. And now a partnership that's worth 70 runs. O'Rourke to Green, plays from his pads. He'll easily take the single down to long on and leave Hazlewood with 1 to negotiate.
What do you do, Jeremy? What do you do? As a captain now, you're thinking, this is my worst case scenario. We thought we were going to get them out for under 300. You're looking up the score and you're looking down the barrel of 350 now as a New Zealand captain.
Yeah. Well, I've suggested a different approach from the start, which we could have seen. At the moment, it's a bob half each way, isn't it? It's the short ball to be angled across with 2 slips in the gully, bringing in Gully as a catcher, and also the leg gully as well.
O'Rourke around the wicket, bowls. Hazlewood runs the ball to point. Sees off the last ball of the over. 9 for 338. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Get obsessed with the Honda SUV range. For a limited time, new Honda SUVs come with a 7-year warranty, 7-year roadside assist, and 5 standard low-priced services for $199 each. Visit Northern Honda to test drive today. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
This decisive opening session on day 2 for Before You Dig, lodge a free inquiry online. Green 143, Hazelwood 15, Australia 9 for 338. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Is this going to be the over? Is this going to be the over that Cam Green decides, I'm going to play a bit of T20 cricket here?
Ravindra around the wicket, bowls to him, stands up straight, punches the ball down to long off, no run.
No.
I think it's working okay.
It's working okay,
Yes.
but you have the feeling that he's just going to choose an over. And if it was going to be anyone, it was going to be the change bowler, the spin bowler, where he's going to try and just absolutely take Ravindra downtown.
Green stands his ground. It was particularly wide, and he didn't get the call. He was a bit disappointed that Marais Erasmus didn't reach the arms out.
Well, Ravindra was thinking that, wasn't
Yes, he was with that delivery. It was wide and slow.
5 in the deep. Ravindra around the wicket. Green plays back, tucks it away to deep mid-wicket. Hazelwood just sends him back. Not yet, not yet. That's the 3rd ball of the over.
That's quite funny. Green goes, I've got faith in you. We're going to right here. We'll take the single. And Hazelwood's like, not yet.
Yeah.
You just stay where you are.
Let me teach you a thing or two about how much trust to put in a number 11.
Yeah.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Yeah, thanks.
Green, that's spinning away and wide. Just shaping to have a lash.
It probably goes back to what Bharat said about Cam Green. He obviously knows him quite well, and he said he's just such a nice guy. He's going, I've got faith in you. Come on, believe in yourself. He's like, no, I don't believe in myself. Not 3 balls to the left arm ortho, not yet.
It's a beautiful glimpse into a personality. Ravindra bowls. Green, that was the faster one. Tucked away to deep mid-wicket. And this one they'll take the single from. 1 to come in the over.
Well, I was coached by H.D. Ackerman's dad, Hilton Ackerman, who unfortunately is no longer with us. One of the best coaches I had, and he always said to me, he said, I can always tell what a batter is like with their personality by the way that they bat. And he said, you need to bat the personality that you are. Don't get out of your comfort zone. Don't try to pretend to be someone else. Never sort of knew what that meant until you get a bit older. And you can see it. You're right. You can see the personalities of batters by the way that they approach innings, the way they approach bowlers, situations. I think that was a little insight into Cam Green.
The crowd in around Hazelwood. Ravindra 1 to come in the over, and Hazelwood is back, tucking it around the corner and seeing him off. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, reads 9 for 339.
It's no SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the paint professionals use. Green 144, Hazelwood 15, Australia 9 for 339. O'Rourke to start his 25th over, 2 for 77. He's over the wickets and he's bowling to Green, who plays him to long on, no run. So just even this tactic, is it still worth ringing the boundary at this stage and not trying to get Green out?
Southey's scared of leaking runs. Yep. So he's thinking, well, runs is the currency at the moment. If he's happy to just bunt it around the first 3 balls, and then Southey will bring the field up on ball number 4, which gives Green the opportunity. I wonder if Green's hunting is 150 here. Maybe there's an element to that, but he's playing it beautifully at the moment. I think
Green goes after the short ball, but he whacked it straight to deep square. No run.
I'd say he's being quite selective, and what he's taking on is the short ball. he's waiting for the short ball because that's the ball that he's looked to take on, and he's deposited onto the bank a number of times. So it's quite strange for a player to be so selective. Like I've seen Green be in this situation. He's in control. It feels like Hazelwood and him are in control, and they're asking questions of Southey, who's standing at almost fourth slip, trying to think, how should I play this? Exactly what we're contemplating here. Should he bring the field in, put some slips in?
Green drives and misses. So my feeling just watching is that maybe he will hole out in the deep, and you've given up a lot of runs to get there. You're much more likely to get him miscuing to something with your conventional field up. So worried about leaking runs is it's poured in over the side, is you can't bucket it out anymore. You're going down here.
You'll get
try
more,
something different.
You'll get more shots out of him if you bring that field in. And I guess that's what Southey's playing up in his mind, is I don't want to leak any more runs. We'll get Hazelwood soon. They just haven't bowled enough to Hazelwood.
It's an hour and 18 minutes of this tactic to no avail so far. O'Rourke bowls, Green on the back foot defends the fourth ball of the over.
Well, they've leaked 60 runs this morning. So whatever policy that they have used clearly hasn't worked. I mean, there's also a currency that says there's only one more wicket that needs to be taken. And everyone can see that, so that you balance that out against, we just need one delivery and one good piece of cricket, and then we can get inside. You start thinking of the openers. What are the openers starting to think here? They've been waiting for quite some time, thinking they would have started their innings by now.
O'Rourke to Green, drives, got squeezed up and rolled out to point. Green thought there was a single there. Hazelwood rejected him.
Tom Latham's already on 20. I've seen him practicing for the last 10 overs. He's on 20 not out. He's been standing in his stance, Jeremy, as you say. Mentally, they almost tune in, don't they, as a batter?
Well, it's a nervous time for them. The openers are the ones that come to you as a captain and say, look, slow it down. We're too close to the end. We don't want 4 overs before lunch. Yeah. They're the ones who come to talk to you. And you can understand that.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. O'Rourke delivers. Green backs away, swings up to deep mid-wickets, and bang, it carries again. Don't worry about the single. Take it in sixes. 150 up from Cam Green, and he is growing in stature the longer that it goes. He's just realised. He raises his bat and gets a standing ovation around Basin Reserve. This is one hell of a moment for a young man in his test journey, and he has propelled Australia to 9 for 345 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Jeremy Coney is in place. The Bunnings trade replay screen. Another mightily struck 6. That's 4 of them from the blade of Cam Green. Ravindra starts the new over to Hazelwood, who leans on a ball to backward square. So Jeremy, 150 from 225 balls, 24s and 4 sixes.
Yeah, it's been a masterclass this morning, hasn't it, of selective hitting at the right time, judgment good. Certainly the power hitting very good.
Hazelwood's forward defence.
An eye to looking after the number 11 as well as a protective element that we've seen this morning, choosing the moment when he wants to allow his number 11 to face the bowling and which bowlers he wants them to face.
Hazelwood again leaning on the ball to the leg side.
And really, you know, we've seen Hazelwood relatively untroubled as well, and a very able lieutenant, if you like, as well. So it's just been good batting. I think the pitch certainly, I don't know whether it's the bowlers, but it certainly isn't quite as threatening.
Ravindra to Hazelwood, covers the stumps, blocks.
Matt Henry was one who has beaten the bat perhaps a few times of Cam Green as he's gone down the wicket and tried to, again, that shuffling attempt to get closer to the ball, and he's beaten the outside edge perhaps 3 or 4 times. But other than that, it's been relatively untroubled batting. Whoever's been bowling, actually, don't you think, Gerard?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Silly mid-off, slip and short leg. Just longer delay than you might have imagined. Ravindra now readies himself. He delivers to Hazelwood. Sees him off. 1 to come.
Nice, Jen. Nice, Jen.
Of course, earlier day two, there's not going to be a lot of turn unless there are some significant marks on the second stride of the bowlers from the opposite end.
Last ball of Ravindra's over. He bowls and Hazelwood. Bat and pad tight together. Hands the strike back to Cam Green. 9 for 345. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
In Wellington for resin, quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. One of the questions that's hung over the day's play is, would Scott Kugelheim be able to bowl? The answer to that is now yes. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 56, and he's been handed the ball at the Adelaide Road end to see if his raw pace can do anything about this Cam Green onslaught. And again, they ring the boundaries. So Southey's at the floating slip. There's an extra cover. The rest are deployed deep. Green flicks across the line. He thinks there might be 2. He's wrong. He struck it too firmly to long on. So just a little toss back of the head in regret. Half an apology to Josh Hazelwood. Hazelwood now has all but 1 of the over. So the current partnership is 79. I have a hunch that's now the highest partnership for the 10th wicket at the Basin Reserve, is what the ground announcer has just declared. Right. They go much further, Jeremy. There'll be a new plaque here.
Yeah. Yeah. Are they nicely spread out, or
there's more on the St James side of the ground to the left as we look at it. But yeah, every 25 metres there's one. Know your history of the ground? There's a lot to take in on a lap around the ground. There's a lot to take in out in the middle. Kugelheim gets himself moving from the upright position, bowls across the throat of Hazelwood. He rocked back and let it pass.
Real slinging action that I haven't seen quite so much from Kugelheim before. He's really opening up, and certainly instead of the arm coming over the top, sort of at 12 o'clock, if you like, it's more down. It's sort of almost between maybe 1 and 2, isn't it, really? Or going back the other way. 10 and 11.
Yeah, it's between 10 and 11. Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. That is such a short bouncer. It had to be a wide, and it's going to rush down under the side screen. So New Zealand are proving their own worst enemies here, as well as everything else that's happening. That's 5, so that will be 18 wides and 12 byes, and the extras will now be 39.
Well, it was 2 yesterday, I noticed, at 2 extras at lunchtime yesterday. So it's really been, as New Zealand has become a tiring attack, they just have lost the length and the line of the ball. I mean, that's not threatening at all.
That's a terrible delivery. 9 for 351. So the next threshold, which Australia wouldn't have dreamt of this morning, is surpassed. Hazelwood plays straight back down the ground on the up. He took the pace and he whacked it straight down the ground and long off. It won't quite reach. So they'll just settle for 1.
Gosh, that was a stroke that was worth a lot more than 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that, Jeremy, I've been looking for the 352. It was 6 for 176 when Carey was dismissed just after tea, and Australia has doubled that total.
Yeah, and 7 for 201.
211.
So, 211 was it? Okay.
Marker of 176. Australia's doubled it for the fall of the next 3 wickets. Leading brand scorer for Magnus Benro. Get the leading brands like Bosch. That is Cam Green on 151. He faces up a bouncer, got underneath it.
Who would have thought 350 was attainable this morning when we started? At 279, I think, was the initial score today when Australia went out to the wicket. And I think most people would say, well, they might get sort of 20 if they do quite well, and then New Zealand can start their innings. But this has been a real turnaround this morning now, and at the moment you'd have to say that they don't look like getting out at either end.
No, not the way the tactics are being deployed. At the moment, New Zealand waiting for batter error. Green reluctant to oblige on that front. Cougar line bowls to him. Green picks him up, puts him through backward square for 4 more. It is just the smoothest bat stroke around the corner. Nothing excessive. 1 bounce across the rope. And the boundaries flow for Azito. Do it with Azito, do you.
Haven't New Zealand seen that Green is very capable of playing the horizontal bat shots, especially to the leg side? That one is absolutely no trouble because it's got no bounce at all on it and has got up to Green. He's a tall man, at about his waist, just above waist high. And that's just money for old Jam, that one for him.
155 on the boards for Green. Last ball of the over. A bouncer up over the top. The umpires decide to let that pass. Green wanted the wide. SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resina. The paint professionals use 9 for 356 as Daniel McHardy's coming in.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Sharing stories is in our nature. It's how we bond. It's how we grow. The stories we share help prepare us for tomorrow. By sharing your experience of COVID-19, you can help all of New Zealand learn and be ready for whatever comes next. Look back to move forward. Share your stories of COVID-19 at covid19inquiry.nz.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resina. The paint the professionals use. Australia started the day, and it seems an eternity ago. 279 for 9. Now 356 for the loss of 9. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Jerry. What have I missed?
Well, you've missed 77. Fairly comfortable runs, violent at times. At the other end, just picking them up with rather nice strokes, I'm afraid, and the field spread and that constant in-out at various times, whether it's 4 balls or 5 balls in the over, which we've seen many times before. It hasn't worked. Here's Southey again.
From the Van Stand end, bowling it to Hazelwood, drops it into the covers, wants a run. He's sent back is Green. The throw from Ravindra. To run around and being a left-hander to throw back to the non-striker's end. I think he would have been home. He didn't hit the stumps. It's, one of the rescue helicopters goes above. I don't know if that's to rescue the spirits of New Zealand cricket fans.
After they're calling in the army, are they? And the Air Force.
Exactly.
I don't know. That could be the entire Air Force there.
It is. 2 slips, a gully, a point, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, long leg. As Southey in again. And Hazel just waiting patiently, opening the blade, running it into the gully. Good fielding as Williamson dives away to his right-hand side. Jerry, I'm very excited. I'm very excited at the possibility of a world record. Very excited.
Yes?
Yeah.
What, for the 10th wicket?
No, they're some way off that.
Yeah. What's the 10th wicket record? Come on, you know these sorts of things.
Well, it was held by a couple of New Zealanders for a while.
Yes, okay.
150 plus, so there's some way off that. It's the highest partnership of the match, the highest 10th wicket stand at the Basin Reserve already. Southey moves past the umpire once more and bowls full and flicked away down towards long leg. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Hazelwood moves to 17, 357 for the loss of 9. So now the Army's arriving too.
Yep.
Sorry. Most wides in a test innings.
You're kidding. What is it?
18 New Zealand have. The record's 21.
Okay.
But that sort of sums...
stats that these aren't good news.
No. Sums up New Zealand's performance.
Yeah,
well, actually, after tea, really.
Yeah, yesterday. I've been saying it was only 2, I think, at lunch yesterday.
Yeah, 2 extras at lunch.
Now we spread out.
Southey back over the wicket to Green, gets leg side, flicks him very fine. That could be 4 more. Cheers, placement has been so good. Mitchell around to his right, can't cut it off. Green motoring along, 159, 361 for 9.
Yeah, the finer it goes, the faster it runs, of course, but that really moved across the outfield quite quickly. And certainly, while there were a few steps from Mitchell, he was certainly not going to haul that in.
Watching the Bunnings Trade replay screen, he didn't have a long way to go, but as he's positioned in front of the Don Neely scoreboard, maybe 10, 12 metres to his right-hand side, but such was the timing again. Southey goes wider of the crease, short wide and playing a miss. He has done that a fair bit in the innings, but I think we can excuse him a little bit of luck because otherwise he's been very, very good.
I think there's a temptation for us from up here to say the pitch seems to have just been a wee bit easier today. Yes, a few early on from Henry beat the edge of the bat, but apart from that, there doesn't seem to have been quite that constant nip from the bowlers. Well, you wouldn't expect it from Southey because he's not that kind of bowler.
Not as naughty as it was yesterday, as Tom Blundell described. Green's going to drive on the up into a gap, should get a couple. Long chase around, but of course they'll turn down the opportunity to get a second because it was right at the end of the over. A masterclass of manipulating the strike. 362 for 9 at the end of the over.
There are SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ and SEN Test Cricket with Resine, the paint professionals use. Australia 362 for the loss of 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert. It will be Kugelijn, who is 18 overs, 2 for 67, continuing from the Government House end. Southern end of the ground, moves past the umpire, bowls and hits the thigh pad of Green. It balloons to the onside and there will be no run. So 21 wides, Jeremy.
Yes.
Bowled by, quite remarkably, in 67.1 overs by the West Indies. Against Australia in 2008 in Bridgetown.
Not the sort of record you're after. Hang your hat on.
And equal top. And we were present, I'm sure, for the other time we've seen 21. It's Green defends with a straight bat from the crease line. So it involved New Zealand.
Right.
It was against England at Mount Maunganui. Took a few more overs. Fair to say, England bowled 21 wives in 201 overs. I can
we
see
would have missed most of that, I think, if it's that long.
I think we had to pull out the camp stretcher out the back of the box, a bit of a lie down. Bright sunshine, lovely setting, full house in. Shame, nothing for the New Zealand fans to cry about. Here's another swatting pull shot through mid-wicket. Protected boundary out there where Nichols is fielding. There won't be an addition to the score. 362 for the loss of 9. 3 balls remaining in the over.
even the guy on the music is picking this up too. He must be watching. That was just Buffalo Springfield a moment ago. You know, for what it's worth, the start. That's at Vietnam. We're in the trenches.
Okay.
We're in the trenches. Well, only one side is.
If you're getting into your outstanding vinyl collection, you're the MC. What are you pulling out next?
Oh dear.
What are you pulling out? Phonogram.
It's a good sound, that. A stylus.
Googline drops one short underneath. Disdain almost from Green. He saw it so early.
Oh, here we are. We're coming in now. New Zealand missing Wagner. I'm just sort of reading a few of these here. Aaron and Hamilton. Oh, okay. Do you think the Black Caps are trying and failing to bowl like Wagner, or am I just bitter still?
Hard for me to answer.
Well, there's been a few short balls, Aaron, that's for sure.
Well, I'm sure you've discussed it. You know, what else could New Zealand have done?
Well, we've talked about the start, I think, really. That's
the choice of bowler probably came up.
Yeah, that was mentioned.
3-6-2 for 9. 2 balls remaining in the over. The field comes and trying to keep Green on strike. Here's another short one underneath. He will go. So 1 more ball remaining. I'd love to see sort of a heat map of where they've bowled to Josh Hazlewood as far as the quicks.
What do you mean, hitting the stumps, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've mentioned that, and an LBW possibility brings both those methods and modes of dismissal. They've batted well, you'd have to say. I mean, we can't deny that. While it's frustrating for the New Zealand fans and so on, and I can understand some of the, the tenor of some of the messages coming through of disappointment and a bit of anger.
Bowling with a bit of anger is Kugelheim, but hitting it with even more as Green murders it backward of square. All the way. Stad deliver. There's 2 men out of the deep. Sailing high, 6 more. The end of the over. 368 for the loss of 9.
Stay in the...
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
168 for the loss of 9. Australia, if you're just tuning in, welcome into our coverage on SENZ. Test cricket for Resine, the paint professionals use, and I'm sure completely different moods on either side of the Tasman. 2 slips of gully. A Southie will bowl to Hazlewood. First ball has him edging, and of course landing in front of second slip, because that's the theme of the day.
Yep. Just pushing towards a heavy defensive stroke from Hazlewood, catching the outside edge. It was outside the off stump always. I think no footwork really, and then pitching before Latham at second slip. So now he's come up. He's got to be, I think with Southie, you've just got to be up ahead of the keeper.
Hazlewood batting very deep in his crease. He has an extra time to wait and clip a ball from outside of leg stump down towards long leg. Another run added to this towering partnership. It's now past 100. A huge 6 backward of square. It's now with 102 of 135 balls.
Very early to go. I mean, there's an attempt by Southie to go into the pads. He's just got an edge outside off stump to go into the pads perhaps, but no real movement, you'd have to say. And now, of course, there are 4. That's only the second ball of the over. So 4 balls to go now. He's got to bowl to Cameron Green.
Green onto the front foot, pushing up towards mid-off. There's no run.
But you see, if you don't start attacking, I think, and where do you go from there? Are they going to suddenly bring them all in now? And that's the problem that you have. If you start with everybody out and then don't attack in a normal kind of fashion at the morning, then you've got really nowhere else to go.
Southie over the wickets. Bowls very wide of the crease, angling into the pads of green. Works him through square leg. Will turn down a run. Just getting confirmation from the match ops that confirming that if the Black Caps don't get the last wicket prior to 1 p.m, the first session will be extended by 30 minutes, just to make them feel better about themselves. The way these two are going, we could see Angelo Matthews and Casal Mendes all over again.
Right.
Well, a few times in Test cricket, two players have had it the whole day at this very venue a few years ago. He's a drive of great elegance, good fielding though, diving away to his left-hand side, preventing a certain boundary was Cougar line. They'll get a single, 370 for the loss of 9 wickets on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. That is one left that Hazelwood has to survive.
Hasn't he managed the strike nicely this morning too? I mean, he's taken the single. He's quite happy with Southey bowling to Hazelwood, and he's always managed to get a single because of the way the field settings, or because of the bowling, the length of the bowling towards the latter end of an over.
Here's a good ball from Southey, beating the outside edge. Stands a frustrated figure at the end of the over. Tim Southey, his side still out there. Another over coming the way of the Australians. 370 for 9.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ and SEN Test cricket with Rosine. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. Bharat and Ian Smith now in the commentary position alongside me, Daniel McHardy. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. I love the two tones of the text message machine, fellas. Get your head around it. On the right-hand side, you've got anger and despair.
I'm not looking at the left. I'm not looking at the Australian one.
Must have my eyes started bleeding when I got that.
I got a bath in the first 10 minutes. I'm not taking one now, I'll tell you.
Especially around lunchtime.
No, you have to bring it up too, do you?
91 runs have been added so far today. I'd say 16 minutes away from lunch. It's going to be longer than our received as Cougar line now mixes things up, goes around the wicket, short wide of off stump, goes to deep backward
New
point.
Zealand listeners will remember our friend Big Slime.
Oh,
remember
yes.
Big Slime?
Yes, we heard from him yesterday too.
Well, we've got him again today.
Brilliant. Cheer us up.
Big Slime is going to have to get into the Sauvignon Blanc after watching this. It's his nickname, Big Slime.
What happened to Big Poodle? Big Slime and Big Poodle were together.
He was hanging out with Big Poodle yesterday.
That's correct.
It was quite a mental image, wasn't it?
It was.
Here is Cougar line. 2 for 73. He bowls leg side. The ball sort of stands up on green as he pops the ball on the onside. No run.
I mean, just like the text lines, I just did a little walk around the Basin Reserve, and there's a lot of grumpiness amongst the New Zealand fans in the members area as well. People of a certain vintage, not really happy. They're asking for Sir Richard Hadley, bring him on. Where is he? Why can't I see him on the field? He's bringing back some really bad memories for a lot of New Zealand fans.
Cougar line, stutter step, top of his mark. Moves in again. Bowls fuller this time. Pushed into the cover region. No run. Remains 370 for 9. Greens 167. Hazelwood 18. Tyre Power scoreboard.
It's been like an extended internship for Cameron Green, this Test cricket. And it almost feels like the work in progress board that he was carrying with him around can just park it now. Just the way he's batted in this innings, and especially with the tail, he seems to have mastered that as well.
Glorious setting now. Sat out. Moderate northerly. Trying to find ways to cheer myself up. Smith is. Cougar line again, dropping a length short outside of off stump, poke to cover, no run.
Well, you cheer yourself up, then you put your neutral hat on and you just admire the cricket. And that's the way I tend to cheer myself up. And I do. I mean, I just in awe of what Cameron Green. This is a bloke who walked to the wicket not long after this time yesterday, and at number 4, and we thought, this guy's far from established in the side. You know, it wasn't easy. And here we are 24 hours later. He's still out there, and an absolute dominant performance, which is New Zealand have absolutely no answer to. None.
5 players on the boundary as Kugelheim, length ball outside of off stump, leans back and works it into a gap and will pick up a single. 371 for the loss of 9. Green 168, and once more Hazelwood only has 1 ball to negotiate.
There's too much flatness around the ground, and we've seen that, and I mean on the field and around it, from the start. I mean, all the experts have spoken about how they went too defensive too early, but just there's no anger. Like in a situation like this, you'd think the fielding team would be angry. They would be getting at these 2 batters. Just too flat, just letting things move. The short ball has had no venom at all.
No, 2 slips in a gully, catching cover 2. Kugelheim, the fair-headed right arm quick, comes around the wicket of Hazelwood, and that's a shocking bouncer. That's a wide. Oh, gee, we're getting closer, and we're getting closer to the world record. 19 wides in the innings. They're still away now from equalling 21, 372 for the loss of 9.
It's outrageous. As we look out the window, Matt Henry is warming up at mid-off for Hazelwood, and Will O'Rourke is warming up at mid-on, so we're probably looking at a double change here. Tim Southey is clutching at straws and not sure how much help he's getting from his senior statesmen out there either. 2 of those are thinking very much about batting, but they were thinking about that 90 minutes ago.
He's warming up for Matt Henry. Shame he can't bowl from both ends. 372 for 9. That's better from Kugelheim, more of a challenging length. Almost threatening the stumps, pushed into the onside. There will be no run. At the end of the over, 372 for the loss of 9. Green 168, Hazelwood is 18.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
7-2 for 9 Australia. Green 168, Hazelwood 18. Listen to SEN and SENZ's Test crickets for Resine. Paint the professionals use. The New Zealand captain toiling away, bowling full and wide of off stump and no stroke.
Yeah, it's not been a great morning for Tim Southey, the captain. Just further eats into question marks around his longevity in this team. Look at Matt Henry, already has established himself as a leader of this attack in this game. Will O'Rourke has been impressive at times. And if and when Kyle Jemison recovers from his injury, you wonder what happens off Southey.
Green waits, leaves alone. So patient, hasn't he? Timed his run to perfection in this innings. You know, he was a little bit eager when he started, played and missed a few times, but reined that back, occupied the crease, and when New Zealand tired, for which they did noticeably in the final session, made them pay. Is it chanceless? I can't think. Not even sure he's.
No, New Zealand have they put a catch down?
Yes, Williamson did it, third slip. Really tough one, diving away to the right-hand side. Once more, Southey bowls full and there's no run. There was also the Glenn Phillips
one, yeah.
It was off a left-hander. Yeah. Kerry. It was Kerry. He sort of got fingertip to it. Superman up he went, 372 for 9. The Tyre Power scoreboard. But as far as Green's concerned,
a few plays and misses just when he walked out, but that you expect. The position Australia were in, and Matt Henry was bowling beautifully at that point. But since that, he's just been, you're right, chanceless.
Southey once more from wide of the crease. Real preventative sort of approach here from Tim Southey at the moment. Kind of off stump he goes. No stroking. I do like this. I know we tend to leave out, I'm loving it, moments, Maccas for action on the park. I'm reading the text line on your behalf, Smithy.
No.
It's not good.
No,
Maccas, I'm loving it, moment. Get your Maccas. Favourite, still a big delivery. Brilliant tongue-in-cheek message here. How long before the new ball is available?
That's one of the ribs.
About 50 odd overs.
Oh, gosh.
Not too long to go, really.
Yeah, okay. Here's Southie in again, and a beautiful looking drive that goes square out to the protected point region for a single. And is it rinse and repeat? How many balls? One for Hazelwood. Once more, 373 for 9.
Yeah, and Bill O'Rourke is warming up. He might have to bowl his third spell this morning. And it's not been all Cameron Green in this partnership. Josh Hazlewood has held his end of the bargain. Played some lovely drives down the ground. A classic Josh Hazlewood square drive, if there is a classic Josh Hazlewood shot that we can talk about. Ian Smith grimaces with the mere mention of it.
But worried about the fact lunch might be put back.
Southie round the wicket from the crease. I mean, deep in the crease, like near as stunts. Hazelwood pushes the ball to gully, and there is no run. At the end of the hour, over on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Australia 373 for 9. Green 169, Hazelwood 18.
Yeah, 2 overs to go before lunch does get pushed back. And the rate at which it's going, Kane Williamson just shadow practicing in between overs.
He's been doing that for 2 hours.
I know. Tom Latham on the boundary. I just walked past him. He's been thinking about his batting.
Will Young.
Just, yeah. Look, you can also look at it the glass half full way and say if Josh Hazlewood can look so solid on this pitch, it only can mean that the pitch is flattening out and the New Zealand batters should have it easier than the Aussies did yesterday.
Absolutely. There is that way of looking at it. And if I'm Tom Blundell and they're asking me, is it doing anything? I'm telling my batters, no, it's not doing much. Nowhere near as much as yesterday. This is okay.
It's been a good little pitch today. Not a naughty one.
Not a naughty one.
Not a naughty little pitch. Although, in fairness, Josh Hazlewood hasn't had to face Josh Hazlewood, Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark. Green, though. One of the headlines I read this morning is turned the Basin green. Well, that was yesterday. Today, he's taken it to a new level. Making New Zealand fans red with rage. 169 as he's walking down to Matt Henry. This little battle. Game within a game. Henry v Green has been excellent.
You know, he's, I reckon, about 25 minutes away from a double 100 here because when he's scoring in a decent number. He's hitting a boundary or a 6. I mean, it's almost laughable to think we're talking about that. But the fact of the matter is, he's about 25 minutes away from a double 100.
Incredible to think. Henry from over the wicket. Down the wicket, getting an outside edge that goes straight to ground, and it's taken nicely by Southie, diving away to his left-hand side to protect the third man rope.
And when you think back to Cameron Green and when he was left out of the side, obviously he missed the Leeds test through injury. When Mitchell Marsh comes into the side, makes that famous 100 on day 1. And then Cam Green can't come back into the side because number 6 has been taken away from him. And then one of the main reasons Steve Smith said he wanted to open was so that Cam Green can come back and bat at number 4. They just couldn't leave Cam Green out long enough.
Bright sunshine. Henry from over the wicket has Green defending into the point region. Could have taken a single. Says no.
Any longer, I should say. And again, don't forget he'll also bowl at some point. You'd think bowl at over 140 kph. He can swing the ball around. But there is a reason why so many people around Australia have, borderline hyped him up to the extent that they have in the last 3 or 4 years, and it's all coming to fruition now.
373 for 9. G'day, Billy. Let's look at Australia. Give yourself an uppercut. A beauty from Henry, just nips back past the inside edge, hitting high on the thigh pad. The way Henry's just looked head and shoulders above the rest of the New Zealand attack, Smithy. And he's been unlucky today. He's gone past Green, who's playing an absolute ripper of a knock. What, half a dozen times today?
Yeah, because he's bowled line and length. He hasn't tried to bounce the living daylights out of them.
Funny that.
He's just bowled line and length. He's bowled Matt Henry line and length. And for that reason, he should have been backed up at the start of the day with Matt Henry type new ball fields and said, look, we can nick Cameron Green out. He's got to restart here. He's got to come up against a relatively new ball with slightly fresher legs than he was facing last night. Let's have a crack for 15, 20 minutes. Try and get him out.
It's a wide slip, almost third slip, a gully, deep point. Covers creeping in, mid-offs come up, long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg. Want to keep on strike, 2 balls remaining. Well bowled, Henry hitting the pitch hard and hurrying on to Green. He can't work it into the onside to a gap.
Big sign on the scoreboard, but just for you. It's dress-up day tomorrow, Saturday the 2nd of March here at the Cello Basin Reserve. Great prizes up for grabs.
Can't wait. Yeah, I'm putting myself out there.
Does that include us?
I thought I was giving away the awards.
Henry goes past the outside edge once more. It was short, it was wide. Looking to cut was Green, didn't catch up with it. The end of the over, and that means New Zealand will have a full over, theoretically, to attack Josh Hazlewood at the end of the over. It's 373 for 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It is 5-1 local time. No, it's not. That's the clock. That's 3 minutes slow. It's 2 minutes to 1.
Well, the upside now for the top order is should a wicket fall, it'll be lunch. Whenever it falls now, it'll be lunch. So the top order, Latham and Young, Williamson, they can start thinking about a 40-minute preparation as opposed to a 10-minute preparation. Unless it goes to 1:30, then we get back to that scenario. So for the next 35 minutes, they can pretty much go into slightly more relaxed mode, thinking about batting.
Well, thinking non-stop about it so far. Southey starts a new over. Hazlewood comfortably right in behind, pushing into cover, and there's no run. But the Basin has this happy knack of providing strange things, Smithy. We saw it here last year. A side following on ends up winning by 1 run. You have enormous partnerships. Collapses are quite common at this ground. Can never quite predict the future at this venue.
I just like to see New Zealand bowl at Hazlewood stumps. Just for 6 deliveries and ask his technique to be that good for 6.
Southey,
he's showing the stumps, Daniel. You know, if you bowl at his stumps, he's showing you the stumps. And sooner or later, you're going to miss one. You're going to miss one.
Crazy idea, Smith. I've heard some crazy things from you over there.
And that's just how Josh Hazlewood plays. Like Smithy just said, he exposes his stumps. He's always trying to hit balls through the offside, not get in line of the ball. And the lengths have been too short to him as well.
He's hit high test innings as Hazlewood, is he? Oh, plays a glorious stroke off the back foot, thrashing it forward a point, creeping to the boundary, and it will get there. Hazlewood to 22, 377 for the loss of 9.
Well, we saw him drive like Stephen Fleming, then Brian Lara, that's more David Warner-esque. It's just Josh Hazlewood saying, "Little Davey, we miss you." It was a terrible delivery from Tim Southey. To be honest, short and wide. We were just talking about New Zealand not bowling full enough to Hazlewood. That would just stand and deliver too easy for the number 11.
It's fatigue now. It's fatigue, really. I don't think any of them, apart from Henry, are capable of that consistent line that's going to threaten the woodwork.
Southey away from us. Can't stand in. Ball leaps on Hazlewood. He plays with soft hands. Plays really nicely as he pushes to point, and there will be no run on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert.
It's resulting in quite a bit of banter between the Australian and New Zealand fans. Yesterday, around this time, it was all the New Zealand fans who were giving it to the Aussies. It's turned around. A lot of Australian fans had on just bumped into Big Merv Hughes.
Is Merv here?
Oh, of course, he's across both test matches. It's just there to our right.
So he slips in the gully behind the wicket as Southey goes short and underneath. Hazelwood attempts to go, almost sort of brushes his back as it's through to Blundell behind the wicket.
Smile at the stumps.
Should we just... You want to wander down? We've got an extra half an hour. Have a little whisper. Go down like the bowling coach.
Look, if a tail ender nicks it, it's more luck than anything. It's not a technical thing. He's got to catch up with it, and they don't very often. But you're a much better chance. You're unlikely to get him LBW because his pads are not in front of the stumps. Just bowled 6 in a row at the stumps.
Southey
like that.
Bowls Fuller on off stump, much better, but Hazelwood compact, defends, no run. We are beyond 1 o'clock. Yes, what have we got? We'll roll on. Session officially is extended.
This is a caterer's nightmare. A caterer's nightmare, Daniel. Got the lunch timed to perfection, got everything there for the old 1 o'clock, and the players and they come off, which means commentators, TV crews, even the fans who would now be lining up at the caravans are still engrossed, and they've just been informed by the man at the ground that those that didn't know the rule, this is the rule.
I just get a feeling back in the day when the laws of the game were made and this particular aspect was put in, Smithy, there was no catering for the media.
Really?
I don't think so back then, when 100 years ago or so, whenever it was done.
3-7-7 for 9. Matt Henry continues looking for a 5-wicket bag, advancing down, greeting him as Green pushing to the onside, turning down a single.
I'm sure there was a need of no catering for the media. Glad we weren't part of it, but
nothing more annoying than media people complaining about catering.
Not complaining at all. No. Just saying, I mean, anyone who says there are no free lunches in life has never done this job. So we're always winning.
Always winning. Here's Henry. 4 for 68. Green dancing down. He drops the length a little bit shorter, gets it around what armpit height, has to play defensively, respectfully. 28.2 overs, 4 for 68, Matt Henry.
Just a 2-match series, but to put on such a dispiriting performance, partnership so early on in the series. I wonder what impact it'll have overall.
Once more, Green comes down the wicket. This time he has to leave at the very last as Henry continues to be vigilant with his line and length.
And compare this to yesterday when none of the Aussie batters, including Cameron Green, were ready to even move around in their crease while facing Matt Henry. That's how good he was. Now Green's just happily walking down. Some scales have been tipped over.
.377 for the loss of 9 wickets. Henry bowls full, driven up towards long off. There's no run. Someone's asking if Smithy will have extra salt on his fish and chips tonight.
Look, I've lost my appetite.
I know where you're going. You won't be ordering the fish and chips.
I've lost my appetite.
I can see that.
I'm sure you'll find it about 7:30 again.
Chortle.
Oh, no. It's fine dining. Last ball, Henry, excellent stuff. Green wants to get after him, he just can't. Such is the quality of the right-arm medium-fast bowler of New Zealand in this innings. 4 for 68. Green remains 169. 377 for 9 on the Tower Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert, Josh Hazelwood at the other end. What a great job he's done. First time he's faced over 50 balls in Test cricket. As Green, a false stroke, a collector's item, playing away from his body on the front foot. Nipping away, Henry walks away in disgust, hands on hips. The end of the over, 377 for 9 after this very short break. Gerard Whateley will join you through to lunch.
Hi.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on, excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, Horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Shaping and building Australia and New Zealand, 9 for 377. Green is 169. Hazelwood is 22. It feels like completely unnecessary torture extending this session for New Zealand. Under bright skies, O'Rourke around the wicket bowls. Hazelwood in behind defending. So maybe a nod or two to Hazelwood here. So this is the longest that he's batted in Test cricket. His previous best was 113 minutes, and that was his highest Test score. 39 from 87 balls against the West Indies in 2015. He was batting with Adam Voges, who made a century on that occasion. In terms of balls faced, so 87 there, 71 against South Africa in Perth in 2016 and 58 against the West Indies in 2015 as well. Hazelwood faces his 57th delivery and he rides the bounce out to point. So he's about to equal that mark.
And you think of his last Test innings before this, Gerard. I remember I was down there when West Indies had just won that Test. Shamar Joseph had blown his off stump off. The presentation ceremony was going on. You could see Hazelwood, his head was down. You rarely see him show much emotion. And you could see it was really hurting. He just wanted to get off the field. And to follow that up with, like you said, his longest stay at the crease will feel even sweeter.
Two slips, a short leg in play. So O'Rourke is around the wicket bowling and Hazelwood sees off the 58th delivery as he bunts it just in front of Young under the helmet. And for runs scored, so at 22, that's his fifth highest score. He's got a 39, a 32, a 29 and a 24. All of those proficient scores were in 2014, 15 and 16. So it's a long time since he's had an innings of substance like this.
Batting has fallen away. I think in that sense, a lot of the lower order suffered that fate for a while.
O'Rourke full to Hazelwood defends to the offside.
Well, there's a delivery to me. It's line and length delivery, basically at the stumps. Now, that is a delivery that Josh Hazelwood looks least comfortable with. I mean, we can see it from 130 yards away that he's not happy about playing that line and length. So keep him playing it. Don't mix it up. The target is the stumps for this player. The target is the stumps, full and at the stumps.
O'Rourke sets in from under our vantage point. He bowls to Hazelwood, a bouncer underneath.
With ease, Gerard, with ease. It's not a problem for him. Make him play orthodox line and length at the stumps. If he gets it wrong, you've got an outside edge possibility, or you bowl him.
Yeah.
You know, that's the old-fashioned way.
These 10th wicket partnerships just seem to have become a thing. It's generally against Australia.
Yes, they have. A stone in the shoe, but this really has become a thorn in the side. Hazelwood sees off the full delivery. The last ball from O'Rourke zeroing in on the stumps. 9 for 377. The Kubota scoreboard shaping and building Australia and New Zealand. The Bunnings trade replay screen just shows how solid Hazelwood is. So that's 22 from 61 balls. We were just fooling around in the other box around record 10th wicket stands and the like. So you'll know these ones. Root and Anderson. Nottingham, 2014, 198. Australia's marker is Hughes and Agar, famously at the same ground in 2013. Agar's innings which changed the mood of a country one night. From sour to hopeful as the hours went by, and it was worthy of prime ministerial recognition first thing the next morning as we woke. So 163 that marker is for Australia.
I guess you can look at it in three ways. Like, have New Zealand allowed Australia for these two to do what they've done? Is it the pitch? Obviously, Green and Hazelwood have played their role.
I'm totally aghast that they've got the ring field around the boundary after 2 hours and 10 minutes. Green on the advance lets the first ball of the fresh over pass. If you want to start with that, that's fine. But at some point,
You just have to go to trying to get Green out.
Why did you play Glenn Phillips? That's another question. You played Glenn Phillips because he gives you a part-time spinning option. You've got a left-handed number 11 at the crease. Why have you not bowled him? Why have you not given him 1 or 2 overs? If it costs you 20 runs, so be it. This isn't working. This is costing you runs at a decent rate. So in all honesty, you're trying to tell me that that's the reason you want to play him and bat him at, well, he's going to bat higher than that, but in a normal set of circumstances, if Conway had been fit, he would have batted 7.
Yeah. And you're talking about someone who, I was saying this earlier with Ravindra as well, plays a lot of white ball cricket. He's used to batters going after him. They just think differently about these kind of scenarios. But yeah, but what's the point of playing him if he is the spinning all-rounder in that sense?
It's Henry who's in from the Adelaide Road ends. He's bowling to Green. Fends him away down to long on, not a single yet.
I just saw a galling thing too. A galling thing that reminded me of something, Gerard. Highest score on this ground by a New Zealander. B. McCullum, 100.
Yep.
Where's number 42? Cameron Green?
42. 42. Wow. So he's 169 not out. He's on strike and leaving outside the off stump.
Well, there was a question earlier on the text line about the third new ball. So we are a fair way away from there, but Cam Green does get anywhere close to where Brendan McCullum did against India 10 years ago, then well, it's just Cam Green, He's the project is complete, right? This is done.
It is a landmark innings, which you can recognise in real time. Henry, quality stuff to Green, who's dancing down and misses on the drive.
He is entitled to nick one though, isn't he?
Yes.
You know, he is entitled to do that. I mean, that is one of the most frustrating things, particularly for Matt Henry. I mean, how often did he go past Khawaja at this time yesterday? How often has he gone inside and outside Green, particularly when he's come at him? That ball actually did seam back into him. It did seam and bounce, which won't please those who have got a bat later in the day, but
through the gate narrowly past the stumps. The last ball of Henry's over. He delivers to Green, who drives him down to long on, and he'll keep the strike with the single that he's able to take. 170 up for Green, 379 on the board for Australia on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping and building Australia and New Zealand. And Jez is here at the ground. He's text through, we're in recovery mode here. Loving day 2, and the Green Hazelwood partnership lazing around in the terraces, sipping water and coffees before lunchtime beers. Go Aussies. 1300 736 736 for our Australian audience. In New Zealand, it's 8833. This has been chanceless today. So there's been 2 edges that haven't carried. So no chance for the Maccas catch of the summer cricket. I'm loving it. And it's just a quite stunning turn of events.
So I've just been sent, Gerard, from the great Lozman in South Australia, Laurie Colliver, a whole list of best 10th wicket stands for Australia. Of course, you mentioned the Hughes and Agar one at 163, but they're knocking over a few. Hussey and McGrath,
yes,
107, gone. Gillespie, McGrath, gone.
It's up to 111. Green faces up to O'Rourke and leaves.
About to go, sorry, that one. So they've gone past Mr. Cricket and the Pigeon. So they've knocked them over, but they're marching their way up. And if they get another 12 or 13, they're going to go into second spot. And that'll be past Tubby Taylor and Malloy? No, I can't read that. Well, Maley. No, J.M. Taylor. God, it's J.M. Taylor and Maley. That's a Tubby Taylor.
So we're going back a long way there, aren't we?
Well, you might have seen this one too. Duff and Armstrong. Gerard, were you commentating that one? Duff and Armstrong, 120. Arthur Maley and Johnny Taylor. That lasted for 90 years.
Wow.
90 years, that stand. From 1924 to 25. So if they go past that, and that's not that far away, that is something.
That would be. It would be. The field is spread as O'Rourke is in from the bandstand end and he bowls and Green leaves.
Had a great 1904, did Reggie Duff. So it must have been the early years of Warwick Armstrong, if you're interested, Ainsmith.
I am interested. I'm just communicating and trying to find information.
So we had a question whether Hazelwood had ever been involved in a 100-run partnership. So I feel like I can confidently answer no on that front. Not until now. Looking at his scorecards from his best 5 innings. O'Rourke steams down. He bowls to Green, who leaves. He's been tremendously disciplined, Green, hasn't he? He's put his faith in Hazelwood. So he hasn't given his wicket away, and he's only gone after the balls that he's liked the look of.
And like I said earlier, Gerard, just last night he was so filthy with himself for having given Lyon the strike, and he kept saying, it's something I'm still getting my head around. I'm just learning about batting with the tail. And when you put on more than 100 runs for the last wicket, then you can say that you tick that box.
O'Rourke to Green. He drives gloriously down the line of the onside for 4. As controlled as anything that he has done in this immense innings. He's 174. The purest of boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito, do you?
His driving's been sensational throughout this innings. We saw some lovely on-drives yesterday, and there was this whip he played through mid-wicket, but none better than this one. Just the way he's been shaping up at the crease, staying beside the ball, making sure his head doesn't fall over. And the bat flow has been perfect.
O'Rourke on the follow-up. Green backs away. Tried to clout the ball out through cover. Just found Williamson in the infield. So that ground announcement was the highest 10th wicket stand against New Zealand. So ticking off the markers that Ian Smith mentioned. So that was Gillespie and McGrath. So they fall as the score goes to 9 for 382. The Kubota scoreboard shaping and building Australia and New Zealand.
I think that Gillespie-McGrath partnership has been Jason Gillespie rode his bat, didn't he, after he got to a half century. I remember that very vividly. Then Glenn McGrath finally got over the line. But yeah, just on Cam Green, another thing Gerard spoke about yesterday is the transition that he has had to make from white ball to red ball. He's not had a lot of shield cricket in between tests, has he? The 100 he made last week against Tasmania has really gained a lot from that. But in this innings, or within this innings, he's transitioned from one form to the other, which is why I think it's taken him 26 test matches to get test cricket. Always helps when you start young, or as young as he did. Now I think he's getting all of it. Feeling very comfortable with where he is.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Henry into Hazelwood starts with a very high bouncer, and he shouldn't get away with that. That is a wide in his signal. So Daniel McHardy's been riding the world record for wides here. He'll be up to 20.
I don't even know why Matt Henry, with all the praise we've given him, would do that. I don't understand that. He is very, very capable of knocking over Hazelwood if he bowls 6 deliveries at him.
Henry pitches up. Hazelwood drives on the up to mid-off, and that is the end. Finally, New Zealand pick up the final Australian wicket. Matt Henry gets his 5th. It would have been sweeter a couple of hours ago, but it is reward for excellent toil. Hazelwood's innings comes to an end, 22 from 62 balls, and it leaves Cam Green, the not-out batter, 174 in a landmark innings for a young man and for his country. Australia all out for 383.
Dare I say it, line and length. We'll get back to that, but just let's acknowledge and listen to this crowd at the Basin.
faces, he's about to accept that appreciation from Kiwis and Australians alike.
This giant of a kid, and he's still a kid at Test level, he's still a kid, but this giant of a kid has just grown another 6 inches of this innings. He's grown himself into a number 4 spot for quite some time now. 174 from 275 deliveries. Along the way, losing some very heralded partners around him, and he has come through with an absolute cracker. Last night, we interviewed him. He said, I was really happy to be able to contribute and also just make it into a decent score. He's now made it into a much better score. And before I sit down and shut up, can I just say, Matt Henry, well bowled. 5 wickets, you finally got it, and you did it at the end with line and length, which we've been begging for the last 2 and a bit hours.
383, Bharat, 174 for Green, 40 for Marsh, 33 for Kawaja, and 31 for Smith. 5 for 70, Henry, 2 for 87, O'Rourke, 2 for 75, Kugaline, and 1 for 24, Ravindra.
And this is what number 4 batters do, right? That's the reason why the best batter in the team has historically batted in that position around the world, and especially for Australia. And it's that kind of innings. We spoke about this yesterday, Gerard. We felt like just the way this pitch had played, the 280 would be a very decent score, especially from where Australia were, 4 for 80 and 6 for 160. But now this is a monumental score, and just not the runs, but the impact it's had on the New Zealand body language, just their morale. You could see a lot of folded hands and hands on chin. So at least the openers will get a bit of a break before it's their turn to face a fired up Josh Hazlewood. And we can't forget about his contribution either. The longest stay for him in Test cricket in the middle, coming off that disappointing end to the Gabba Test, and Australia well ahead in this Test.
Yeah, they are. No, I know these guys. I know this New Zealand side. And I know a lot of these players personally. They're hurting right now. They're sitting down in that dressing room. None of them are really thinking about lunch. They're just disappointed, Gerard. They're trying to take off their boots. Some will even haven't done that. I'll be looking around the room. It'll be very, very quiet in the New Zealand dressing room. And then they'll start to rethink about how they can repair the damage that was done this morning. And that has to be with a really, really solid and significant start at the top.
116 run, 10th wicket stand for Australia. All out, 383 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping and building Australia and New Zealand. Lunch has been called. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, to join us next. SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on, excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
For Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket, the Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
Ah, that gloomy second bedroom. All it needs is brightening up. So how do you get started? Do you need to seal the walls before you paint? Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best paints, prep and painting techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
The team at PGG Ruts and Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turfgrass solutions, visit pggwrightsandturf.com.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
Get so much more with a great garage door from Garage Auckland.
Every Aucklander deserves to have a strong, safe, secure Garrador Auckland garage door. From Wellsford to Waiuku, Garrador Auckland service the whole of Auckland, and with a 10-year warranty, they're hard to beat. GarradorAuckland.co.nz.
Get so much more with a great garage door from Garrador Auckland.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Sports fans rejoice. The voice of sport in New Zealand has his own show.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant performance.
That's right. You can catch Ian Smith every weekday on SENZ from 9 a.m.
For God's sake, how many hints do you want? That's right.
Cricket, rugby, even rugby league. You better believe he's on the WARS train.
Tune in, all right. We'll be tuning in. Look, Kevin.
Mornings with Ian Smith. 9 till 12 weekday mornings on SENZ.
Hey cricketers, don't get caught at the crease this summer. Pad up at Cricket Express, New Zealand's trusted specialist cricket store. Their staff play and love cricket, so you can relax knowing you'll get the best advice. Visit any Cricket Express store and their experts can help fill your kit bag with the right gear for you. Whether you're a batter, bowler or a keeper at any level. Now that's worth some runs. Visit Cricket Express's 6 pitches around New Zealand or cricketexpress.co.nz.
Forazine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket, the Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
O'Rourke delivers green, backs away, swings up to deep mid-wickets, and bang, it carries again. Don't worry about the single. Take it in 6s. 150 up from Cam Green.
With a bit of anger as Kugelheim, but hitting it with even more as Green murders it backward of square. All the way.
Just up, Hazelwood drives on the up to mid-off, and that is the end. Finally, New Zealand pick up the final Australian wicket. Matt Henry gets his 5th. Australia all out for 383.
The lunch break.
2.5 hours totally dominated by Australia. 383 was beyond the wildest expectations as we gathered for the first ball of day 2. It'll put a smile on the face of our guest in the box, Cricket Australia's Chief Executive, Nick Hockley. Nick, it's great to see you over this side of the ditch.
Gerard, thank you. It's great to be here. What a morning. Absolutely fantastic. I can't believe we were still batting right the way through to lunch.
It's so charming here. I know you've been able to take that in, but fans on the field at the lunch break, you could never imagine this back home, could you?
Well, it's just a beautiful ground, and I think this is a fantastic initiative. It's something we did after the end of play, but to do it in the lunch break and get the players to have a really great close look up the pitch is fantastic. But what a glorious setting, not a cloud in the sky. I had a good wander around yesterday and watched a few overs sitting under a tree, so it's just absolutely magnificent.
They are great images, as you're right, particularly at the end of the MCG and the SCG test, when you have the groundswell of the public out on the ground and so close to everything.
Totally, and that's what it's all about, getting up close to the action. I think watching our batting innings, the New Zealand players are all out signing autographs in between the overs, and it's a really intimate setting, and great to see so many kids here watching Test cricket.
What do you think of the Cam Green innings?
I'm thrilled for Cam. I think it's brilliant. I think it's been in him. I think just great to see him standing tall with that confidence. And I think going back to Shield, that knock-in Shield, pretty similar conditions, just really kind of vindicates the selector's decision to stick him in at 4. And hopefully this is he'll build on this with many more to come. Absolutely fantastic knock.
Do they brief you, the selectors, when they're going to do something particularly like Smith to the top and Green at 4? Do they give you a little heads up as to what the rationale is?
Oh, we talk. I talk mainly to see how they're going, but that's their job. And I think over the last really 2 years, their selections have been vindicated in all formats.
He's 24 years of age, Green. He's the young man in the team. What sort of figure in Australian cricket is he as the next generation?
Well, look, I think he's been identified as a prodigious talent. I think he's a player for the modern era. I think amazing to say, a really incredible all-rounder, but emerging as the batter that he is. And I think what's been most pleasing about this past season is really coming through, whether it's all formats, but particularly white ball. We've seen players coming through the Big Bash getting opportunities in the international setup. So it just shows that there are opportunities. Obviously a hugely settled men's test side, but it's just great to have so many really ready to come through and compete for places.
The Australian-New Zealand rivalry. So this is the first time that we've been here for Test cricket in 8 years. The Chapel Hadley is not played annually, so I think there's a craving to play it annually. Do we fully exploit Australia and New Zealand, do you think, at the moment?
Well, I think there's a great relationship between the two also. And I spent 1 week in 6 here in Wellington when we effectively JV'd to host the 2015 Cricket World Cup. There's huge rivalry. There's also huge respect. I think we're very much looking forward to the return series. We are discussing playing 4 test matches in the return summer in 3 years' time. So with the discussions that we've had here with friends, so we just want to make sure we keep playing as regularly as we possibly can. Is there any possibility of an annual Chapel Hadley, even if it was just a one-off game over on these shores? Well, I think something that we're contending with is just a really busy schedule. Yeah. So the next 4-year FTP is pretty well set, but what we're seeing here is just sellouts for every day of the Test series. Great turnouts for the T20. I think it was great to have T20 now included in the Chapel Hadley Trophy, giving that even more context. So it's something we'll certainly continue to keep talking about. Are you empathetic to, clearly Test cricket here costs New Zealand money, whereas Australia makes money from the Test cricket that you stage. Do you have a sympathy for that on this side of things? Look, I mean, what we're seeing here in New Zealand is, and particularly in Wellington, is just an absolute love for the game. I think New Zealand cricket are going really well. I think they punch above their weight on the field and off the field. I mean, we've seen them get to so many semi-finals and finals of ICC world events. And the work we're doing at the moment is really to build on the context that's been set by the World Test Championship and really make sure that we're keeping Test cricket healthy in all countries. I think this last summer in Australia, I mean, there was a lot of kind of scepticism about Pakistan. West Indies ranked 6th and 8th. But they absolutely turned up and really gave us a very, very good run. And West Indies obviously famously won the Test at the Gabba. So, I think calls that Test cricket is dying or under threat are kind of exaggerated, and it's just proving. You only have to look out here. You only have to look at our past Test summer to see that it's very, very resilient. Do you wish this was a 3-test series? Personally, I really do. But then the administrative hat is again, it's a really congested schedule. I think we should be aiming for 3 Test series as a minimum wherever we possibly can. But as you say, for we've got to work on making sure that Test cricket is economically viable and healthy right across the world, and it does take more space in the calendar, and it does cost more.
How familiar are you with the Martin Snedden paper that he presented to the ICC?
It's been great to catch up with Martin here yesterday. So very much involved with that piece of work. I think Australia, Cricket Australia, we've got good influence, and I think we've got a really important role to play around the ICC in terms of driving strategy. I think that Cricket Australia has been behind many of the developments, whether that's the introduction of the World Test Championship. So very intimately familiar. I'm on the working group, the FTP working group with the ICC, and making sure that we're keeping all three formats healthy and strong, that we're growing a game in all territories, and it's just brilliant to see the way that the T20 World Cup in the US has been embraced. I understand that ticket sales were 20 times oversubscribed when they were released. So I think cricket has a great opportunity to have a format strategy where all the formats play a role, and all fit together, and that is really the essence of the work that Martin has started, and it's incumbent on all of us as members working together to make sure that we continue to take it forward.
There was a depiction that India, Australia and England essentially rolled their eyes and put that on the shelf. Do you reject that?
Categorically. I think there was some misreporting around that, and certainly the discussions I'm in at the moment are very much thinking about how we can optimise the calendar and we can continue to grow cricket around the world. So
you're very clear around what you would like Test cricket to be and what Australians' role in that can be. What practically, I understand that you're discussing it at the moment, but what practically might that amount to?
So practically it is making sure that the World Test Championship is given greater prominence. So each Test series has context. I think it's looking at the economic viability in different territories and how we make sure that it is economically viable for those countries where it isn't. Still for Australia, for England, we've seen with India coming for 5 tests next summer. Men's Test cricket is the most valuable property for Australian cricket. So it's really working together. And then on the calendar, it's trying to configure the calendar in a way that there's space for all three formats.
Is there a model in which, say, the West Indies, and I think they did a good job of articulating just how costly it is to have tours in Australia for them, so it lit the future for them, but it also costs them millions of dollars. Is there an economic model where they could profit from being in Australia and putting the game on?
Look, I think the global player economy is something that we're talking about, and making sure that the very best players are playing Test cricket, and making sure that boards are prioritising Test cricket. As I've said, and I've been consistent on this, I really believe that domestic T20 leagues and international cricket can coexist. I think this summer in Australia is an absolute perfect case in point. You've seen players like Fraser McGurk, like Matt Short, come through and then go on to international honours. And we in Australia, we play Big Bash head-to-head with Test cricket, but we always prioritise Test cricket. We prioritise international cricket, and we need to help those countries around the world do the same.
On a BBL front, are you giving serious consideration to expansion?
I've seen the speculation in the media, and the first thing I'd say is it's great that there's so much interest in the Big Bash leagues. It was a phenomenal summer. Crowds were up over 25%, and on the women's side, we were thrilled with the Stadium Series. Overall attendance was up over 50%. So it's great to see the BBL thriving. And I would say, whether it's the clubs or whether it's the team of the Big Bash leagues, a huge amount of work's gone into that, and we've put extra investment into promoting the Big Bash. So thanks for everyone that's turned up. Look, no decisions been made. It's very early days, but we're always thinking about ways in which we can grow and what the next next evolution looks like, and we'll continue to work on that.
How ambitious is Canberra being? Do they have your ear?
I think we talk to all the different jurisdictions. I mean, what's great is there's interest in all our content. We're currently talking about where we play women's and men's international cricket over the next 7 years. So I think publicly they've stated their ambition. But as I said, it's early days, and it's something certainly we'd need to make sure that if we did go down that route, it was going to benefit Australian cricket as a whole.
The imaginative minds have turned to New Zealand, and what was it, Jakarta and Singapore as well. Could you ever imagine a BBL which stretched beyond our shores?
Again, it's early days. I commend the kind of expansive thinking. It's brilliant. We've got really bold aspirations. We'd love to see every single game of the Big Bash and the Women's Big Bash sold out. We want to see the Women's Big Bash played in major stadiums across the country. So, again, just great to see the level of interest, and nothing's off the table, but it would have to benefit Australian cricket more broadly.
On the question of stadiums, which there's two open questions at the moment. One is Tasmania. If the Hobart Stadium does go ahead for the AFL team and beyond, would cricket find a home there? Would you like cricket to find a home there?
I think very definitely we'd like to play in a new stadium. I mean, we've seen stadium upgrades in Perth. I mean, the Scorchers just get massive crowds. We've seen the upgraded Adelaide Oval and how the Strikers turn out. A modern state-of-the-art stadium in Hobart, I think, would be absolutely. And we sit here again with the hill and the trees, and it's probably growing up kind of in England is kind of how I kind of picture a cricket ground. But Australia is blessed to have these incredible grounds, not just for cricket, but also obviously for Aussie rules. And I think investing in the fan experience and making sure everyone has the best day out, entertainment for the kids is really, really important.
If that stadium goes ahead and it has a roof, is that problematic for cricket?
I don't believe so. I think we play at Marvel Stadium in Melbourne, often play under the roof, so I don't believe so.
And what's the current jurisdiction around international cricket on a stadium with a roof?
So each of the grounds we play in need to be accredited by the ICC for international cricket, and I think this would be no different.
And the Gabba, it feels like everyone's on tenterhooks there. Do you sort of share that view?
Yeah, we are waiting to understand the outcome of this review. We're obviously speaking closely with the Queensland government and on that, but I think everybody is waiting to understand the outcome of the review.
So how badly does the Gabba need something, whether it's a facelift, a refurbishment, or I feel like the rebuild is off the table? Do you feel like the Gabba needs something?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's been very well documented that it's approaching the end of its useful economic life as it is. So whether it's a redevelopment or whether it's a refurbishment, it absolutely needs investment. And again, I mentioned earlier on, we're very excited that cricket's in the LA 28 games. I think cricket being part of the Olympics in Brisbane 32 is a really exciting proposition. And so, as you know, I've spent 6 years working on the London Games, and there's nothing like a fixed deadline to get things done. So, having a great stadium in Legacy, a great stadium, great facilities around the games is an opportunity, I think, not to be missed. And one of the other pieces of work that we're doing is working with Queensland Cricket to make sure that whether it's a refurbishment or whether it's a redevelopment, that for the period that those works go on, cricket's not disadvantaged. And I think we've been clear and consistent that we think Allan Border Field, which is an amazing facility, great lights, great scoreboards, great amenity for patrons. If we could build that out to a 10,000-seater stadium, it could serve a purpose for cricket in the Olympics, but also just be a wonderful venue for WBBL, women's international cricket and the like.
Is it all holding up your 7-year master plan?
Oh, I think so. I mean, it's just wonderful to have support of incredible partners on the TV side, Foxtel and 7, and then in India with Disney Star. One thing that maybe listeners aren't aware of in Australia and New Zealand is just the coverage that the Big Bash gets in India. Look, there's a great vibe around the game. We've seen it come through with the kids playing. So we've now ticked a little over 70,000 for Woolworths Cricket Blast registrations and participants this summer, which has just been brilliant to see, because I think that's a really true indicator that, seeing the incredible performances of Cam Green and the Australian men's and women's team, that is translating through to kids picking up a bat and ball.
Nick, it's good to see you on this side of things.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for having me.
Good on you. Nick Hockley's the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. Australia all out 383. This is SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine. Quality paints and colours. Perfect for your summer projects.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
PGG Wrightson Turf has been breeding turfgrass seeds suitable for New Zealand racecourses for over 40 years. They focus on the delivery of high-performance turfgrass solutions. From seed and turf maintenance products to nutrition plans and agronomic advice, their driven team is equipped with the technical knowledge and market-leading products to help you achieve the best possible solution. To find out more about how they can help with your racecourse turfgrass requirements, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Get so much more with the great garage store from Gerard, Auckland. 10 years warranty, real security. Gerard, Auckland. Quality, real durability, servicing you since 62. Get so much more with the great garage door from Gerard, Auckland.
We hope you're enjoying the cricket on SENZ. There's plenty more sport where that came from, like SENZ Breakfast. Start your day right with the very latest breaking news in the world of sport with Israel Dagg and Ricardo Ball.
Do you want to give us the news, mate?
Will Jordan, Crusaders All Blacks fullback, is going to be out for 2024. It's going to be fireworks, Rick Dog. I'm absolutely pumped for this series against the Australians.
Join us every weekday from 6 a.m. SENZ Breakfast with Izzy and Ricardo.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Paul, who perfected the finish on his concreting job thanks to a vibrating handheld screen from Kennards Hire. Happy, Paul? So whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Ken-Oath feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
Padding up or standing at the top of your mark with a brand new cherry? From beginners to NZ's elite players, there's something in the Kookaburra range for everyone at Cricket Express. Like the clean look of the Ghost, the iconic nature of the Kahuna, the aggression of the Beast, or the lightweight performance of the Empower. Whether you're a batsman, bowler, or wicketkeeper, Kookaburra gear will help you dominate the game. Visit Cricket Express's 6 pitches around NZ or cricketexpress.co.nz.
For Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket, the Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
SENZ Test Cricket for Resine. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. It's lunch day 2 here at the Basin Reserve. The patrons are leaving the field. Adam Collins with you, former New Zealand international Grant Elliott with me after, well, a disastrous session for the home side. Australia added 104 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. So an overall 10th wicket stand of 116 between Josh Hazlewood, 22 from 62 balls, who very much played his role, and Cameron Green, who monstered them at times today. 174 not out from 275 deliveries after bringing up his second test century from the penultimate ball last night, Grant. The challenge now is for New Zealand to somehow put that shambolic 2 and a bit hours behind them. How do they go about doing that psychologically?
Oh, man, I've been there before, and it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's more that like mental frustration and anguish, because you're in the field and you're anticipating getting out there and implementing your batting strategy that you've sorted out the night before. You've thought exactly like Smithy and Jeremy were talking about today. They were talking about, a score of 330 would be the worst case scenario. Jeremy said, and Smithy was saying, best case scenario, hopefully out in the first over. And that's how you're thinking as a batter. You're going, I could be in 15 minutes. So it's good that there's been a break. That's been good for New Zealand. Nice break, have a lunch, chill out for a little while, regather yourself, because there'll be a lot of frustration. But I will say I'm happy that Matt Henry got 5 for.
Yes.
Second time he's got 5 for in a test match. Fantastic. Previous time was 7 wickets against South Africa in Christchurch. So really well deserved. And this is only once in the last 23 test bowling innings has Southee not taken a wicket here at the Basin since 2013.
Wow.
So a total contrast there. Matt Henry leading the attack, where normally in conditions like this, you would think that Southee would be the one getting the edges and making things happen.
So Southee, none for 92. Henry, 5 for 70. O'Rourke, 2 for 87. Kugelheim, 2 for 75. Mitchell, none for 17. And Ravindra picked up a wicket last night, 1 for 24. That's the wrap for Red Energy. Switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. A quick one here, Grant, before we go to another break and return to our coverage on the other side of that. Tom Latham, Will Young, together. A lot of experience between that pair, temperamentally, being able to bat for a long stretch of time. How important is this?
Classical batters. They're just traditional players. They play the ball in the right area. I think Tom Latham has got a point to prove. There's been a lot of critics around him and his numbers, saying he doesn't do it against the big teams. So I would love to see Tom Latham, especially him being out of form, and an opportunity for Will Young as well, who's, he's been up and down the order throughout the last 18 months, and that's in white ball cricket as well. He's kind of your utility backline player in rugby terms. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his work. He's excellent on the short ball, and he can also play equally well off the front foot.
All right, thank you, Grant Elliott. We'll hear from you throughout the course of the middle session. Jeremy Coney's with us as well, and he'll be with Gerard Whateley. Actually, he'll be with Daniel McHardy for the first ball, which is coming up in a moment after Australia. We're all out on the stroke of lunch for 383. Our coverage is for Resine, the second session of this second day, with you after the break.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
For Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket, the Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired. What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. There's amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
That's the sound of home. A house built with expert care and attention by Generation Homes isn't just a house, it's a home. A place that sets the stage for the rhythm of your life, whatever that may be. With agreed timeframes and fixed prices, building with Generation Homes is easier than you might think. Visit generation.co.nz to start today. Generation Homes, making building easy.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Open Country invests in New Zealand's dairy industry. Here's what dairy farmers Arjun and Anjana had to say.
Partnering with Open Country does give us more flexibility and choice. It's really positive in regards to the wash-up payments and the winter milk premiums. Our milk supply manager, Tim, it's always great to have a chat with him, and just to have an ex-farmer on the other end of the line is really great and rewarding for us.
Open Country. It's a partnership by choice.
Whether you're a busy household looking for family-friendly options, or love the feel and comfort of luxurious natural wool, or maybe it's a healthy choice asthma-friendly carpet, then Choices Flooring has the range, colours, textures and savings you've been looking for during our Carpet by Design sale event. Go online at choicesflooring.co.nz and discover the carpet solution that's just right for you. With savings across the range, now is the time to visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
The Aussies are back in New Zealand, and the ICC Test Championship winners are set to do battle in New Zealand for the first time in 9 years, thanks to Kubota. Black Caps versus Australia Test Series, powered by Kubota, shaping and building New Zealand.
Stay with SENZ after the cricket. There's a world of sport waiting for you. Start your day with SENZ Breakfast with Israel Dag and Ricardo Ball from 6 a.m. weekdays.
There's just always things going on, there's laser lights.
Then the doyen of New Zealand sports broadcasting, Ian Smith from 9 a.m.
We'll have a lot to talk about.
Mark Stafford's on standby to take your calls and more from 12 till 3 before the run home with Kirsten Beeve. That's Stephen Donald to you from 3 p.m.
A must.
SENZ. It's Kiwi for cricket, but so much more as well. It's Kiwi for sport.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is bigger, brighter, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz together with TAB brings you New Zealand's top 20 thoroughbred racing events, celebrating all the action and entertainment both on and off the track at the biggest and best race days across the country, featuring headline acts Sir Dave Dobbin, Peking Duck, the Black Seeds, Zed and more. Eat, drink and get racy at New Zealand's ultimate thoroughbred racing festival. It's one hot ticket. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
For Razine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket. The Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
The second session.
Great to have your company no matter where you are listening across SENZ or SEN. Our coverage with Razine, quality paints and colours perfect for your summer projects. So far it has been a perfect day for Australia. Starting the day at 279, they found a way, thanks in large to the large man, the big man. He went Hulk, Cameron Green at times. 174 not out. He combined with Josh Hazlewood for a 116-run partnership for the last wicket. Hazlewood made 22. He was the last man out. Matt Henry getting his 5th wicket. He richly deserved that. It's the highest 10th wicket partnership in tests at the Basin Reserve and the 7th highest 10 wicket partnership in tests by a touring side. It is an absolute body blow for New Zealand. So it is up to the New Zealand batsmen to respond. Latham on strike. 3 slips in a gully as Stark steams away from us. The R.A. Van Stand, he bowls full, targeting off stump. Latham pushes back to the bowler and the nervous New Zealand crowd echo out a round of applause. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand Test captain. Former Black Cap Grant Elliott. Good afternoon, team.
Afternoon. Look, that's a full length from Stark. We can expect, I think, a fuller length from him because he's going to be trying to swing the ball. He's bowling from the northern end. If there is any breeze, it's very light and it's going to be behind him. It's due to get a little stronger, up to about 20 k's later in the afternoon.
It's lovely conditions right now as he bowls full wide of off stump, no stroke required nor played.
Yeah, one of the things we commented on off air was Jeremy actually said to me, pitch has changed colour, and it's the first time in this test match where you look at the pitch and you go, yeah, I can see a little bit of browning. And you'd think that this pitch and what we saw in the first session, I guess, we spoke about being a little bit more benign. Now, was it the bowling of New Zealand, which was a bit tired, or was it exceptional batting? So we'll see now with the Australian bowlers, just if there is a little bit more movement out there.
383 they've posted. I'll be confident. There's Stark. Once more, too wide of off stump, just a little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Lulled into a stroke is Latham. Latham, of course, vastly experienced player, 31-year-old. Approaching 80 test matches, over 5,000 test runs.
Nearly 142 k's, so just starting to raise the heat, if you like, from Mitchell Stark. A little bit of swing, but mainly with the arm.
Yeah, as a captain, Jeremy, were you someone that wanted to fire your fast bowler up from ball one? You wanted them at their
No, I
peak,
think
or
you
just
can...
to ease into it?
Well, I don't know, but I don't like the word ease. Thank you very much.
Stark once more gets nice and close to the stumps, very full of length, chopping down on it late as Latham up towards middle. Well, there's no easing into it. The warm-up the Australians going through.
I was about to mention that too, Daniel. Were you impressed with that, what you saw? Were you, during lunchtime, while lots of people were out there, wasn't that a nice thing too, that you can come onto the ground? You wouldn't in Australia, for example, you can't do that. Say on the MCG, they don't allow, and that's probably understandable. But out here, they were right beside the Australians as they were really warming up solidly, weren't they? I mean, Stark was really running in pretty hard.
Fans eagle-eyed as he... I was a little bit straighter, but once more Latham happy to see it through to Kerry behind the wicket.
That was the only reason I came to cricket as a youngster, because I wanted to get on the field at the Wanderers and go and play with my tennis ball and bat. Play on the field.
Well, there were little games too going on, which is great. I reckon it keeps the crowd calm too. I do.
Well, they weren't really calm in the last session yesterday on day one. They got a bit raucous. It was great fun out there. Having fun.
I'm not saying they can't enjoy themselves. That just gets them relaxed and they can wander around. I think it's a nice habit to develop.
It's called earthing, isn't it? Earthing.
No, that's electricity you're talking about.
Stark, and again he bowls and beats the outside edge of Latham. He was very good at leaving through the first 5 balls. He just followed that one a touch. It zipped off the surface. Good bowling. More nibble off the seam rather than through the air. A maiden over. As Grant Elliott smiling wildly next to me. What are you chuckling at?
Well, I was just chuckling about earthing. I was wondering if I got it right or not.
Well, you got it wrong.
When you put your feet on the grass and sand, and it's like the new thing.
Yeah, you wander around
the feeling one with nature. As you look down at my feet.
You know, both of you are correct, I think.
Okay.
Electricity.
From your days as an electrician,
sounds a very modern term, earthing, like that. You get the feel of the feet on, feel of the earth under your feet. That's earthing, is it? I just call that walking in bare feet.
Better than soiling.
Right. That's
better than soiling.
No, well, that is a very different idea altogether, and a different concept.
Here we go from the Adelaide Road end. It's going to be Josh Hazelwood, right arm over the wicket, bowling it to Will Young, who leans forward and then has to take the bottom hand on the bat and hits high. Our experts with in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you, Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott.
Well, that's a good start from Hazelwood, isn't it? He's just got a little bit more bounce than Will Young expected. He got forward, but it's got beyond the bat and into the glove and the bottom hand, and he's pulled that off the bat and the bat handle very quickly indeed. He's just ringing that and now put his glove back on. Good bounce.
Nervous New Zealand fans around. It's a full Basin Reserve, and Young will get off the mark and listen to that ovation as he clips it beautifully through mid-wicket. out of the boundary for 4 runs. The first is Zito boundary. Do it with those Zito. Do you 4 without loss?
Well, that's lovely. That's just a bit over-pitched from Hazelwood, and it's very Cameron Green-like. Just full and tuck it away off and say, see you later, and off to mid-wicket. So a lovely start for Will Young. Doesn't see the effect of that previous delivery. Good start.
Yeah, almost a replica. Cameron Green got off his first boundary through mid-wicket in exact same fashion.
Young waits, the right-hander, lifting delivery outside of off-stump, and there's no run.
Tall man, isn't he, Josh Hazelwood? I think if anybody's going to get something out of this surface, coming from a high action, and you've obviously faced him at various times. I didn't ever face. I had different kind of issues with Thompson and Lilly and co. But high action, nipping it around if there's anything there, and getting extra bounce because he is coming into the pitch, that angle of incline.
He's got 3 slips of gully, man, under the helmet, too, just forward of square. This one leaps on Young, but once more taking the bottom hand off, rolling the wrist, taking it towards Stark at long leg for a single 5 without loss. Young has 5 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping and building Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, I faced him more white ball, never faced him with the red ball. I think that's a different proposition. White ball, I enjoyed facing him because he had such a good action.
You can see it, you mean?
Yeah, great action.
Yeah, okay.
And because he's so disciplined and so accurate, you almost knew kind of
where or metronomic.
Yes, I much rather face a Hazelwood than a Mitchell Johnson, where you just go, okay, where's this one going? And I don't know if he was at the top of his mark thinking the same, but the pace and left arm awkward angle. But you're right. We'll see if he gets something out of this wicket.
He bowls to Latham, who's beaten a ball that's short of a length, just angles across and through to Kerry.
What I will say as well, Jeremy, is I think that the first test for Will Young was going to be full deliveries. Now that one's back of a length, nipping away, is how full he can get it. And try and find that length where he draws the New Zealand batters in, just like he's done to Tom Latham on that delivery, to try and find that edge.
Yeah, I'm going to give Latham a wee bit of credit there. I think he saw the danger and pulled away, played inside it.
You've studied the Bunnings Trade replay. Angled across, Latham no stroke. And that is the end of the Hazelwood over. He's conceded 5 runs. New Zealand are 5 without loss.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Match cricket with Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, Daniel McHardy, Jeremy Coney, Grant Elliott sat with you from a Sundaresan Basin Reserve. Sold out crowd. It's a wonderful sight. Daylight, there's big blue skies above, gentle northerly breeze pushing from behind Mitchell Stark, who's going to continue from the Vance stand end. 3 slips and a gully. He's bowling to the right-hander Will Young, who's beaten outside of off-stump. Maybe he's just played inside the line there. We'll study the Bunnings Trade replay again.
Yeah, well, Tom Latham will be happy he's not facing. As we look at this delivery, scrambled seam, wobble seam they call it, goes past the outside edge. So Will Young playing for swing. Well, Latham's got a poor record against left-arm seamers, 19 dismissals at an average of 20.94. And against Mitchell Stark, he's got out 4 times, just 86 runs off 209 balls. So an average of just 21.5. It's a good matchup for Australia, you'd say.
It's the right-hander Young waiting, leaving a fuller delivery outside of off-stump, trying to tempt him into a drive. He didn't take the bait.
It's interesting. I mean, the classical kind of left armour to a right-handed batsman is going to be either running it across him and bringing the slips into play. There's 2 slips and 2 gullies in position by Australia for Stark. Or you bring it back in towards the pads and you get an LBW perhaps. If it goes and misses the pads, you're into the stumps. But those are the 2, the LBW and the caught in the slip. It's actually 3 and 1. the slip cordon now. 3 slips in the gully.
Stark, nice and close to the stumps, but can't induce a stroke.
And that's what makes it difficult psychologically for a batter, or to implement a strategy, because if you say, okay, well, he's normally trailing it away from me, so if it hits off stump, if it pitches off stump, I'm going to leave those ones because I don't want to get caught slip. But suddenly he bends one back and you're leaving one that's hitting you off pole. So the in-swinger tends to force the player to play at deliveries that they don't necessarily need to play, which makes them so effective.
Which brings the across the line into play.
The 3 slips in the gully.
Yeah.
Signs of genuine swing as of yet. It's a Stark full on middle stump, played up towards mid-off, no run.
Daniel, I need to tell my Mitchell Stark story. So
your Mitchell Johnson one?
No. So in the lead up to the World Cup pool game, everyone said Stark swings it for 2 overs and then he just goes across you. So I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. We're facing someone who bowls 150. I'm gonna practice just 150 Ks on the bowling machine going across me. I'm going to square drive, I'm going to cut, I'm going to back foot punch.
Oh, dear, you're scoring a few.
Oh, yeah, I scored about 200.
10 off 3 balls.
Yeah.
Jeez. He must have done. It was an easy game, folks.
Stark bowling full on off stump, pushed by Young into the point region. No run. Must have been a lot of earthing done there.
I did prior to
bare
the net.
feet as well.
Yeah. Barefooted.
My word.
Anyway, scored a double 100 in the net session. But in practice, we had a week-long build-up before this game, pool game at Eden Park. Anyway,
we know where this is going.
I'm coming in.
Trusted your mate.
21st over.
2015 World Cup.
Yeah, I think we're bowled out for Australia. Bowled out for 160. We're going in to bat, so there was an awkward moment before lunch. We lost 3 wickets. Ross Taylor got out just before the little 40-minute break of lunch.
Second innings before lunch. It's well wide, left alone, no stroke. Grant Elliott can finish off, I'm sure, a very fond story for him after this break. 5 without loss.
Every day.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Hazelwood to continue from the Adelaide Road end. Bowling to Latham, drops the ball nicely into the offside. He will sprint on through for his first single. It's 6 without loss on the Kubota scoreboard. Right, back to Eden Park. You bowled Australia out for not many. New Zealand batted before lunch at the 2015 World Cup. McCullum smashes it. McCullum smashes it, then Taylor rudely gets out before lunch.
Yeah, we were ahead of the game. Taylor gets out, but all of a sudden I'm watching the screen and I go, Stark swing it. It's about the 21st over. And Ross Taylor walks in. I go, did that swing? He went, yeah, it swung a lot. So now I've prepared for going across me, and now the ball is swinging viciously at 150 clicks.
Game plan ripped up, thrown into the bin. Young leaving alone outside of off stump. Where's plan B? Oops, that's right. I didn't practice for that.
He's playing everything.
So it's lunchtime, and I'm lying on the Eden Park floor looking at the ceiling thinking they've got a net in front of the lights. How do they get to the lights? And is it going to swing? Is it going to go across me? I get to the middle eventually. There's a big countdown on the electronic scoreboard. 10, 9, 8.
See, even they know how to count.
Warner in a short leg. He's abusing me.
Yeah, quite. I'm sure he was. 3 slips in a gully. Is Young on his toes, defending to short leg, no run.
And now I'm thinking, is it going to swing? Is it not going to swing? Stark, steam coming out of his ears. My friend, Hamish French, he wore my shirt to the game. I told him never to do that, just in case I didn't get any runs. Stark delivers the ball. I think my bat is still coming down to this day. I was that late on the delivery. It swung sharply back and destroyed my poles, my wickets, stumps. Sorry, Jeremy.
That's stumps.
Destroyed my wickets, stumps.
They are stumps.
Everywhere.
Hazelwood and bright sunshine beats the outside edge of a probing Young.
I walked off the pitch, head down, just thinking, wow, I'm not good enough for that. It was just one of those deliveries that I still think to this day, I was like, that was just too good for me. The pace and the drastic swing at the last minute. My friend Hamish was getting abused in the stands because he was wearing an Elliott shirt. We just got over the line, 9 down, Kane Williamson 6 over mid-on.
You've played at Eden Park when it starts to turn. The fans start to turn. It's not a pretty place. Here's Hazelwood dropping short into the hip of Young. He's turned him short leg, and they'll come back for 2. 8 without loss on the Kubota scoreboard. So you're over it? I should probably stop sending you the photo of that dismissal, shouldn't I? I must admit. Good friends that we are on the Saturday session.
Putting the poster of him underneath my bedroom door, my hotel room door.
Have
Thanks
you seen
for
the
that,
photo,
Daniel.
Jerry? It's an amazing photo.
Any stumps
you'd
standing?
Still think Grant's
Any
in
stumps
his
standing?
stance.
Oh, right.
Waiting.
Oh, you're ready for the next ball.
The next ball. Stumps are being shattered. Hazelwood, fuller, wider of off stump, left alone at the end of the over. We've got a couch out the back for you, Grant. That is the end of the over. And 3-8-3 Australia made. New Zealand through 4 overs are 8 without loss.
Is it braces?
Looking.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
For a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
SENZ and SEN Test cricket with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis trust. New Zealand through 4 overs. Latham on 1, Young on 7. It's 8 without loss in reply to Australia's 383. Stark starting a new over. Very full, trying to target that front pad in the stumps. Clipped up towards mid-on. There's no run. Make your way to early observations about the pitch. Is it flatter than yesterday? Based on what you've seen on the news.
I would say yes. I would say we haven't seen. We saw a couple of deliveries from Henry go past both sides of the bat to Cameron Green. So there's still a little bit there, but I wouldn't say as much.
Well, here we've seen, I don't think we can expect a load of seam from Mitchell Starc. He's going to, it'll just carry on the angle that it does. If it does swing, it just keeps going as if it had seamed.
He slips in a gully of 8 for Starc, who gets leg side. Play beautifully. Glorious stroke from Latham. Clips it away to the backward square leg boundary for 4. His first Zito boundary. Do it with a Zito, do you? 12 without loss.
That's a good stroke, isn't it? That's just, you can see Starc is going very, very full, a lot fuller than any of the New Zealand bowlers. It's obviously they are looking at pads and they are looking at the stumps at this stage. If it's outside the off stump, then of course the nick comes into play as well. So they are the dismissals that Mitchell Starc is targeting right now. But I do think Hazelwood has nipped one away from Young as well. And he's got one to just bounce a little bit. So he might be interesting.
And again, from over the wicket, Starc will spray one well down the leg side.
It's not swinging much. That's what's hurting Mitchell Starc at the moment. There he started it kind of out, really a delivery you'd think to a right-hander. But it hasn't come back at all, just continued its line, and so Carey can go to his right and take a reasonable, and comfortable take down the leg side. But no swing.
No, we saw a couple early on. I think it's one of those days where maybe he has to start it on 4th or 5th stump. It's a frustrating day. And then when you get it on the stumps, it just slides with the arm or with the angle.
Lovely balanced approach. There's that line. He's chopped on. Latham's gone. He goes wide of 4th or 5th stump line as called by Grant Elliott. And Latham has dragged the ball back onto his stumps very late in his defensive stroke. New Zealand lose an early wicket. Starc bulldozing his way through the defence. 12 for the loss of 1. Latham gone for 5.
It's a batsman error, I'm afraid. You've got to say that's it's on the line of the stumps, actually. Don't think it's quite so wide. It's always coming in towards that off stump, and he's played late. So, in other words, looking to leave it as a first option, and then the bat is on the wrong angle and running down the face of the bat almost, and then straight into the stumps.
Yeah, in his last 9 innings, he had a best of 40. And that was in the first innings versus South Africa. So 165 runs, which now in 10 innings poor average from Latham and a run of poor form continues. I think technically when you look at Latham, his back foot, he puts it on off stump. So he's prepared to play at a lot of deliveries, and that was almost indecision. Like you say, Jerry, it just ran off the front face of the bat. It wasn't a committed stroke. When you play against Australia, you need to commit. You need to commit with your foot movement. You need to commit in your strokes. It was just a little bit of a half shot there from Latham that he'll be very disappointed with. And with it goes one of the wickets for New Zealand, someone that can bat a long time. Yeah. Always look at Latham, and I think that's one of the wickets, someone who can hang around and bat long time with big innings.
Yeah, well, it's an opener. You know, just you've got to get yourself in if you can. It was, I want to leave that, and at the last moment, no, it's too close, I've got to play it. And then ran it down into the crease and then onto the stumps. So, mistake, and once again, Kane Williamson is out early. He's out there early before 5 overs are up. And he has to once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more.
His 99th Test match, averaging 55, fresh off 300s against South Africa. But this is a massive step up as far as quality of attack. He waits the right-hander quite deep at his crease, open stance, sees Stark bowling, and leaves the ball wide of off stump. Wanders down peacefully, does his gardening.
I reckon these exchanges are absolutely critical for the course of this match here, because if New Zealand lose Williamson early, then I think they will be slightly rudderless. Look at the way he has, even against a second South African side, has guided New Zealand through their first innings in each match and the second innings when they are under pressure when chasing. He has been absolutely key to it.
Stark in again from over the wicket. This time goes fuller, pushed back past the bowler. They set off for a quick swing. Oh, and they've run into each other, and Kane Williamson is run out. Scarcely believable stuff. He pushed the ball forward. Stark stood to the left as he's crossed the surface, and Young and Williamson have somehow conjured a way where Kane Williamson has run out second ball. The worst possible day for New Zealand, sinks further into the quicksand.
He's punched it off the front foot. Mitchell Stark goes to get it, and there's a collision between Young and Williamson for a start, and then he also runs into Stark, who's standing there, and has he injured himself? He's limping slightly as he leaves the field. Run out without scoring from the second ball. Played very straight on the offside.
Yeah, the big issue here is when we look at the replay again, we're not looking at it right now, but when we do, is Will Young was ball watching. Will Young had his head turned, he was watching the ball go to mid-off while Williamson had called him through for the single. You always have to look at the striker that's making the call. Just look him in the eyes, trust him. So he had turned around, wasn't looking at Williamson, and when he did, there's confusion. Stark was in front of him, Williamson was in front of him, and it almost looked like an all-black ruck.
Well, Stark's done nothing wrong here. For a second, it looks like it's going to be a three-car pilot that you normally see going up to the Mount Victoria Tunnel. But you're right, not looking. Down the wicket was Will Young, and welcome to the fire, Rachin Ravindra.
The rules are very simple, that Young should be on the outside. He should be on the outside of Kane Williamson and the outside of Stark. And he's, at the moment, you're right, he's watching and turning, then he goes, and he's turned too late. Williamson, of course, is running hard because it hasn't gone very far past and to the right of mid-off, who's collecting it. So it's just a mess.
Fair to say, it looks like Williamson may have been out anyway. He looked like he was struggling.
It was a tight run.
Very tight run.
Because 3 stumps were going to be available for the fielder to throw towards as well. And it was with an underarm, wasn't it? It was at that sort of distance.
Pick up and throw over the top, though. Actually, apologies. I didn't see who was that man. It was the end of the over.
Lyon, I think.
Might have been Lyon. Excellent work.
Great start if you're Australian. Shambolic if you're New Zealand.
It's been a bit of a shambles of a day, fair to say. 3-8-3 Australia made. 12 for 2 as Hazelwood bowling to Ravindra. Because, of course, they crossed eventually. There's the nose to tail. Saw the departure of Kane Williamson. Jeremy Coney wanders off, mumbling to himself. So Jerry's off to do some earthing, take his shoes off and wander on the grass. Bharat will rejoin us. Our coverage with Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Hazelwood and bright sunshine from the Adelaide Road end, bowls to the left-hander Ravindra, who pushes into the cover region, and there's no run. This great Australian side doesn't need any favours.
What was all that about? So much drama at the Basin Reserve, and it was interesting just watching Kane Williamson down there. Rachin Ravindra had walked out to bat, but Kane did not leave the field. He just stood there, had a chat with the 4th umpire. He just right down there by the dugout from where we are sat. He wanted to see a replay of his dismissal before he walked off.
Hazelwood in again. There's a drive. Taken it! Backward point! Nathan Lyon! You ripper! What a grab! Lowered to his right. Ravindra trying to force it away. Has to go without scoring. 12 for the loss of 3.
It's all falling apart for New Zealand, and very quickly as well. Rachin Ravindra has been such a positive story for them in the last few months. Wide ball from Hazelwood, full, driven outside off stump, went quick to Nathan Lyon, grabbed it near his chest, and just a roll over for good effect.
Well, he's dived Smithy to the right. Didn't really need to. In fact, I've sort of called that wrong. It sort of almost undid himself, Lyon. But welcome to the carnage.
Been 2 wickets since I walked in the door. But having said that, that was a very good catch from Nathan Lyon, and that is a terrible cricket shot in this situation. Why are we trying to square drive on the up at 2 for 12? Why? I mean, I can only put it down to youth and inexperience, batting in a very important position. But I have to say, that's $1 million shot in a very risky situation. A very good catch from Lyon. A blow for Hazelwood. Will Young still recoiling from his mix-up with Kane Williamson, and all of a sudden he finds himself talking to Daryl Mitchell at number 5. And I'm sorry, and I'm a big fan of Rachin Ravindra, I really am, but just look at the shot. I mean, what are we doing here? Driving on the up, that far outside off stump. That's just... I'm all for people playing their natural games, but in Test cricket, when you're in the gun, you have to change from time to time and just regroup. He didn't do that. He did not do that. Great cricket Australia, poor cricket New Zealand.
Great in the field first. Have a shame with the run out it was. Lyon diving away to his right, sort of cramped himself up, readjusted the hands, took a good one. Macca's catch of the summer. Cricket on, loving it. Mitchell on strike, leaving alone outside of off stump as he does the Mitchell shuffle down the wicket. Incredible opening period of play. 12 for the loss of 3. If you're just tuning in, Australia 383. Green made 174. Big partnership with 116 for the last wicket. And New Zealand have lost. Latham bowled Stark for 5. Williamson run out second ball without scoring. And Rachin Ravindra caught at point, driving on the up for the bowling of Hazelwood. Run out and a wicket apiece to these great fast bowlers. 12 for 3. Mitchell will get off the mark as he flicks a straight ball from middle stump down towards Stark at long leg. Mitchell so positive, wanted to come back for a second, never there. 13 for 3.
Yeah, I'm with Smithy there. Ravindra has so much talent. Generally shown great temperament at international cricket or at this level. It was just to suck a ball outside off stump, and he's seen how difficult it has been driving on the up. Cam Green didn't even attempt that before he'd spent an hour at the crease. To do it so early, low percentage shot.
Hazelwood moves in again, wide of off stump, and Young leaves alone. The end of the over. Stay with us. After the break, Adam Collins joins the fun. 13 for 3 in reply to 383.
It's going to be built.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Paint Kiwis trust. What a debacle. 3 wickets falling with the score on 12 after Australia batted for 2 hours and 20 minutes for the 10th wicket this morning. The home side in a world of pain. Both bowlers in the book. Kane Williamson run out for a duck, and Ravindra, the man who made a double hundred a couple of weeks ago, also out for a blob. Stark away from us. Bowls to Mitchell on 1. He plays off the outside part of the bat, and it trickles into the gully. No run. Adam Collins now with you. Ian Smith and Bharat Sundaresan with me. Smithy, I'm going to let you go again on this, and you were starting to fire up about Ravindra's dismissal and how profligate it looks in the circumstances, having lost 2 wickets on that score to play such an expansive shot, such a high risk profile, and taken by Nathan Lyon.
Well, it's a schoolboy running between the wickets, to be fair, and a very inexperienced shot from a player who, having seen New Zealand set back on their heels, comes out at number 4 and drives expansively to a wide delivery he should never have been interested in.
Mitchell waits for Stark, bowls here, leaves alone just on length over the top of the off stump. The slips have their hands on their heads.
And the run out, I'll just have my 5 cents worth on the run out. What I will say is that Williamson hit the ball straight back at Young. So if Young had continued on with the run on the call, the ball would have hit him. He had to evade the ball. As he turned to look where the ball had gone, that's where the confusion came when he turned back. It was too late at that point. But the ball was, if we have a look at it again, the ball was driven very close to the line of his body, and he had to take evasive action on the ball as well, Young. So whilst and he'll feel terrible at the moment and has to regroup, I think there were 2 contributing parties in it.
Stark away from the pavilion, bowls to Mitchell, wide of the off stump, left alone into the gloves of Carey. And you could see where Williamson came to the rope. Bharat mentioned it in the previous over. I think just for a moment the crowd were like, Stark is the man who Williamson has run into. Is there a spirit of cricket piece in all of that? But once everyone saw the screen and realised it was friendly fire, there's no concerns at all that he should be walking off.
And I think Mitchell Stark was slightly concerned about it as well. He wanted to take a look at the screen and just take a look before he joined the Australian celebration. He was the last one there. And I think we've got to give him his due for that. He wanted to make sure he had done nothing wrong.
Stark passes umpire Rasmus close to the stumps, bowls here, leg stump line. Mitchell just shovels it into the onside, maybe off the thigh pad. Either way, it'll be 3 for 14. It is a sundry, Bharat.
And I think there's a third element to it as well. It was a poor call. I mean, yes, the collision played a huge role in it. You hit the ball to the fastest fielder in the Australian camp, who was rushing at the ball, who has a great record of hitting the stumps. You're giving him 3 stumps to aim at. I think even if there was no collision, Kane Williamson might still have struggled to get to his ground. He might have made it. It was just a poor call overall, followed by some poor running.
Yeah, it was a very nervous get off the mark, get down the other end call from Kane Williamson, not normally known for that.
So crucial to New Zealand's fortunes at home. Stark here this time to Young, who leaves alone. I mean, Williamson averages 70 at home. He's made 8 centuries in his last 10 test matches, a couple of doubles in that run, averaging 87 over the last year, and he's been in phenomenal nick against South Africa. 3 centuries in 4 innings across the last month. So much hinges on Williamson standing up on a day like today after things went so poorly in the first session. They'll be sitting in that dressing room inconsolable.
Well, they won't be talking to each other. They'll just be sitting there aghast at the situation. And with blank expressions on their faces.
Stark to Young to finish, bowls here. Young leaves alone. Wide of the off stump again. Young 7, Mitchell's on 1. New Zealand 3 for 14 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Basin Reserve for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis trust. Latham bowled for 5. Williamson run out for naught. Ravindra caught a backward point for naught as well. All the wickets falling on 12 after Australia made their way to 383. Now the patch-up job, it's going to have to be a mighty one. Daryl Mitchell has the temperament for that. Ranks number 3 in the world according to the ICC at the moment. A healthy average in the 50s. Facing Hazelwood. Bowls here. Mitchell shimmies forward. Plays a rising delivery down into the onside, no run.
And you see the score, 3 for 14 or 14 for 3. And you haven't watched what's happened. You think, oh, the ball must be doing all sorts and the Australian fast bowlers are right on top. Well, forget the run out, the other 2 dismissals as well. Weren't really special deliveries, were they? Tom Latham just not sure of where his off stump was. Should I leave it? Should I play it? Oh, played on. And then that pretty disappointing shot from Rachin Ravindra.
It was. It was poor technique from Tom Latham. He'd be the first to acknowledge that. Just poor defensive effort.
And a bad time for a bad dismissal for Latham as well. Hazelwood in, bowls to Mitchell, who plays defensively into the onside. There's a pirouette, as he calls no.
Be interesting to see how Australia react to this tactic too from Mitchell, from Daryl Mitchell, who is clearly, and it's not just every now and then, he's advancing every ball towards Hazelwood. So he's actually probably, when he makes contact or looks to play the ball, probably a metre outside his crease line, bare minimum. Now Hazelwood's a smart cookie, and Lyon at square at point will be noticing this too.
He's got a leg slip for Mitchell now as well. Hazelwood delivers, Mitchell forward, round the corner, not far away from Marsh in the leg gully region, ends up with Stark. They get a single. Mitchell's 2, it's 3 for 15.
I came armed with stats too, expecting Latham to be there with Young. Again, Big Lozers comes through. Latham has now faced Stark. When he faces Stark, he's 5 for 90. Oof. He's 2 for 83 against Hazelwood, 2 for 18 against Cummins, and 4 for 77 against this Lion. So against this attack, he's been out 13 times for 268 runs.
Diminishing returns overall as well. Hazelwood gets a crack at Young, who plays and misses. Just prodding at one on the 5th stump line, where Hazelwood is such a bother. Picked up 4 wickets on day 1 at the Basin Reserve 8 years ago. Yeah, with Latham, he's made only 2 centuries since 2019, and both of them were in 2022. So he has tapered off considerably now, 31 years of age, so this should be the peak of his career, but it's just not clicking.
The last time he played against Australia was captaining at Sydney.
That's right, yes. Captain 9 times in Williams' absence through injury at various times. Hazelwood again close to the stumps. Young defends under his eyes, thinks about a quick single. And quite right that he sent back.
And that was the other worrying thing about the Williamson thing, that the dismissal was bad, but he looked very sore as he was walking off. And he did stop, as Bharat has pointed out, I think he was shaken, mentally shaken about the whole thing, whether there was a slight clash of heads as well, whether he was a bit dazed, but he looked in pain. He looked as well with the collision he had with Young. So we'll await reports on that, but he was very, very ginger as he was disappointed.
Back to 3 slips in a gully for Hazelwood's final ball, delivers to Young, and he plays with the outside part of the bat. Green collects it in the gully. End of 8 overs, New Zealand. They trail by 368. They're 3 for 15. That's in the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
No time for dinner.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Mitchell Stark. He's got 1 for 4 from 4 so far. Mentioned Daryl Mitchell, currently number 3 in the world. Overall record tremendous, averaging 53 with 5 centuries. 3 of them came in 3 matches in England back in 2022.
Interesting tactic here. They're going to keep the leg slip to Daryl Mitchell, and that's going to be Mitch Marsh, and that was at the suggestion of Steve Smith, who stopped play and said, look, what about a leg slip?
Stark away from us. Perfect day, Bowles to Mitchell, leaving on length, and it explodes. And Carey does wonderfully. Diving up, one mitt, grabs it in the webbing and gets a pat on the bum for his trouble from the cord.
And that one time every test match where you can mention Alex Carey's footy career. You're allowed to do it only once, aren't you, Adam?
It's a good grab in footy terms.
Yeah, and just the way Daryl Mitchell does approach batting, the way he goes across the stumps. If Mitchell Stark can get a ball to tail back into him, could have him in trouble. He ends up quite in front of his stumps, especially when facing the left armour.
Stark in the contest. Bowles to Mitchell. Back of a length leaves alone into the gloves of Carey. The other thing, Smithy, is that to target Mitchell's feet. I mean, he's had those foot problems over the last 18 months or so. Missed the last test match at Hamilton with that ongoing complaint. So that's a ball that Stark's made his own over the years, the in-swinging Yorker.
He's a very proactive player, Daryl Mitchell, and I don't mean that he's going to go out there and smack it everywhere. Well, he likes to be in control, so he's trying to dictate the length here by walking forward, and mixing it up a wee bit. He's trying to dictate to the Australian bowlers where he wants them to bowl to him.
Mitchell open stance. Stark left arm over, delivers, and Mitchell from the leg stump line defends to mid-wicket, knows the call.
It makes himself so big at the crease. I mean, he's not as big as Cameron Green, but just the way he moves across his crease, and he owns that crease, owns his stumps. And we've seen him be so dominant in white ball cricket as well as a result. But Mitchell Stark could be one of those bowlers who could be a threat early on anyway.
Mitchell has the patience for the long occupation. He's going to need every bit of that today with Cummins and Lyon to replace Stark and Hazelwood in the fullness of time. The left army here bowls, and Mitchell leaves a tempter wide of the off stump, which he has to do. Can be no further slip-ups from here.
Put yourself under the helmet of Will Young at the moment. He's probably wasn't going to play in this test match. By all accounts, he was going to miss. They weren't going to play 6 specialist batsmen, so Phillips was going to get the nod ahead of him. And then he's drawn in to the side relatively late notice when Conway pulls out a day before, so he gets that much time to prepare mentally. He's already been in pretty good nick. He played well in the test against South Africa, but that's levels of skill below this.
Stark in here to Mitchell, well behind it. Bat and pad right together, defending to mid-off, no single.
So now he's got to occupy the crease for a long, long period of time and just play the way Will Young wants to play. But in the back of his mind is that he knows everyone at this ground is thinking, you've just run Williamson out. That's what they're thinking. Without the benefit of analysing it like we have been able to do that. He thinks people at home are thinking, I'm public enemy number one. I've got rid of our greatest player. Australia didn't even have to do it. And all those things play on your mind when you've made a mistake or you think you've made a mistake.
Stark up to finish. From the pavilion end, bowls to Mitchell, who plays and misses. Just short of a good length. Tried to defend on the front foot, but moved away nicely. 3 for 15 at the end of the over. Mitchell 2, Young on 7 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Imagine a deck where you can invite people around to enjoy the afternoon. The deck looks good and no one slips on the mould. Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best wood stains, prep and staining techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
Our experts are Ian Smith and Bharat Sundaresan for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Hazelwood gets a 5th over in his first spell as well. Bowls here to Young, who's hit on the glove and it doesn't quite carry to Cameron Green, diving away in the gully in front of third slip. He's taking the glove off. That looks nasty here. His hand off the bat. That's the steepling bounce that Hazelwood has made an art form of.
That's interesting. That's the 3rd time now, The 3rd time that in the short innings that Will Young has been hit by Hazelwood on the gloves, the third time. And I'm just looking at the replay thing. Is it steepling bounce?
Ouch.
It's new ball bounce. Maybe the hand's a little bit low, perhaps, but that's the third time he's been wrapped onto the same hand by Josh Hazelwood.
It's something we see a lot when New Zealand teams come to Australia, don't you? The low hands.
Hazelwood passes umpire, Goff, bowls to Young again, goes back, defends the mid-wicket.
And if I could add a little bit more despair to New Zealand's situation, having watched Mitchell Starc over the period of this summer in Australia, I think he's got his rhythm nice here. I saw him walk back the fine leg. He was marching with intent. He looks like he means business. He's got a beautiful situation where he's got the wind coming over his left shoulder, which helps him angle the ball into the right-handers. Everything's in his favour at the moment, and he's reacting pretty well to it.
3 slips in a gully, standing behind Young. Hazelwood delivers to him here, and Young plays with the outside part of the bat again to Green, away to his right to deny a run.
And I think also Pat Cummins will bowl well on this pitch. He's a very, very smart man. He's a good tactician, but he's a seriously good bowler because he looks at conditions, knows exactly what he's going to do.
And I was just about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Mitchell Marsh gets a go early as well, Smithy. We spoke to him yesterday after the day's play, and he was hooping it around. Warm-ups, got the most amount of swing, at least during the warm-up, so he should get a go early as well, and he will.
Hazelwood bowls here to Young, who leaves alone. You've done the Ricky Ponting there. You've seen Mitchell Marsh warming up. You're like, I've got a feeling Mitchell Marsh might bowl.
No, I was about to say that before, Ian Smith started talking about Mitchell Starc's rhythm, as he should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. Well, they have used Marsh early on a little when the conditions have suited, notably Leeds last year.
And Pat Cummins was very open about it before the test. He said in these conditions you'd expect him to use more Marsh than Green. In Australia, where you want someone hitting the pitch harder.
Marsh said to us last night he might be the 7th bowler called upon. How about that today? Hazelwood, 2 left in the over to Young, who plays and misses. Much as it was earlier in the over, 4th stump, 5th stump line. Committing to coming forward, but Hazelwood just decking it away. Beautiful.
And on the subject of Ricky Ponting, he's playing in the New Zealand Golf Open at the moment in Queenstown.
Oh, really?
He always comes over if he's available. At the moment, Ricky Ponting and his partner from Australia, Fraser, and in terms of the pairs in the Pro-Am, tied for 6th at 19 under. That's Ricky.
Shooting the lights out.
Having a day out as well.
Just good at everything, isn't he, Ricky Ponting? Hazelwood finishing his probing over to Young. Leg stump line. Works it around the corner. Good batting. Young will keep the strike with that single. He's 8. Mitchell's 2. New Zealand 3 for 16 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Imagine a career where you get to travel and work with mates. That's what it's like in the Navy. Come along to the Navy's Open Day at HMAS Cerberus on Sunday 3rd of March and see for yourself. Visit adfcareers.gov.au/events.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Kiwis Trust, where else would you want to be? There's not a cloud in the sky out our commentary box window. We're up in the roof of the Vance stand, and over on the hill, barely a blade of grass that's free. Underneath the trees, one of the most beautiful grounds in the world. They may not be enjoying the scoreline, currently at 3 for 16, but enjoying the surrounds. Each day of this test match sold out before it started. And, as foretold, Pat Cummins is going to bring himself into the attack. First change after 5 overs from Mitchell Starc.
Too much, every time Pat Cummins' name gets announced here, there's, in my opinion, too much love for him in this country. Opposition captain, Smithy. Show him some grief. Make him feel like, this is a cauldron.
Cummins had a great summer at home. Can he continue it here? Bowls at Young on 8. Defends the first ball from the captain into the onside, no run.
Bharat, it is 3 for 16. 16 for 3. I don't care which way you say it. It's not a time to be plucky and confident. It's a time to get yourself together and get yourself out of this. So and that's exactly. It's exactly where they're at the moment. And the more I go back to the Ravindra dismissal on the back of the Williamson run out, the more I think he should be disappointed, because that was a plan. That was a plan to entice him outside off stump and give him a drive.
Cummins into Young, 3 slips a gully, bowls here. Young forward defending to mid-off where there won't be a single. Cummins took 24 wickets at 17 against Pakistan in the Windies.
Staggering.
And just on that dismissal, Smithy, I mean, can't always read a lot into how someone's going to play in the middle based on how they go in the nets, but the last thing he did in the net yesterday, he had a long hit before the game began, was get the bowling coach to do just that, just toss balls outside his off stump so he could practice driving on the up.
Practice leaving too, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind if that's one of your great shots, but
Cummins, familiar approach, bowls to Young, leaves alone on length through to Carey.
Only one concern Pat Cummins had. This is his first visit to Wellington, not just his first test match in New Zealand. He'd heard a lot about bowlers losing hair when bowling into the wind. He has booked me in if he said I might need to borrow some after this test match. So
it's a thick shock of hair at the moment for Pat Cummins. No concerns from him on that front.
It's a beautiful day for batting, but it's a beautiful day for bowling as well. I mean, it's just fantastically set up. But
bowling with the wind here, Cummins. Wider on the crease, cramps up Young, who goes back and rides the bounce into the turf. So the only time that Cummins has been under any real meaningful pressure as a test cricketer is when England went after him last year in England, where he went around at 4.3 runs and over. He went at nearly a run a ball in that Manchester test match. It's when he has the chance to turn the screws on opposing batters. There's been no side that's been able to repel him. That's what he's trying to do here from a position of strength. 3 for 16, 2 left in his first over. Cummins to Young, he defends again, wants one to cover point, won't get one. Lyon does the fielding.
Yeah, throughout the home summer, especially against Pakistan, he was like the party pooper, wasn't he? Yeah. He was a neutral fan. Every time we thought Pakistan have a partnership, you would see, there you go. Pat Cummins has a ball in his hand. He'll break the partnership, and he literally, I think, averaged 2 or 3 balls that he would need to break the partnership and then take another wicket and end the dream for Pakistan.
I was going to say that fourth and final day at the MCG where Cummins just found a way of bringing himself back into the attack at the perfect time. A 10-wicket match there at Melbourne. Cummins to finish. Bowls here, wider on the crease again, and Young does well to shoulder arms nice and early. 3 for 16 after 11 New Zealand. They trail by 367 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. New Zealand Bloodstock's iconic sails has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, buyers converge on Karaka each summer seeking their next champion. Let NZB open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. Your winning journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
Sports fans rejoice. The voice of sport in New Zealand has his own show.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant performance.
That's right. You can catch Ian Smith every weekday on SENZ from 9 a.m.
For God's sake, how many hints do you want?
That's right.
Cricket, rugby, even rugby league. You better believe he's on the WARS train.
Tune in, all right. We'll be tuning in. Look, Evan.
Mornings with Ian Smith. 9 till 12, weekday mornings on SENZ.
Highlights.
Balanced approach. There's that line. He's chopped on. Latham's gone. He goes wide of fourth or fifth stump, and Latham has dragged the ball back onto his stumps. Darkin again from over the wicket. This time goes fuller. Pushed back past the bowler. They set off for a quick swing. Oh, and they've run into each other, and Kane Williamson is run out. Scarcely believable stuff. Hazelwood in again to drive. Taking it backward point. Nathan Lyon Ryan, you ripper, what a grab, lowered to his right, 12 for the loss of 3.
Nicely put by Daniel McHardy. Scarcely believable the run out of Kane Williamson for naught. Ravindra a duck as well, and Latham out for 5. All 3 wickets falling with the score on 12. We're at the drinks break, the Open Country drinks break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps, thanks to Open Country. Not the Black Caps' best through the first hour of their reply, fair to say. 3 for 16. This pair trying to consolidate. Mitchell 2, Young 8. We have Ian Smith and Bharat Sundaresan still with me. I thought Jeremy Coney was jumping in, not to be. We'll see him soon. Here's Josh Hazlewood continuing. Into Mitchell, 2 slips and the leg slip. He defends down the pitch, no run.
What New Zealand need now is to show some positivity, not just, and I don't mean throwing your bat around and playing a lot of shots, but they need to find a way to rotate the strike. The last thing you can afford to do against Josh Hazlewood on a pitch like this, and Pat Cummins at any time, is get stuck at one end.
This quiet passage of play right now will probably suit both teams. New Zealand just need to get through it. Hazlewood bowls and Mitchell turns wide of the leg gully to find leg. It's 3 from 17. 3 for 17 is the score.
Just going back to the previous over from Hazlewood where Ian Smith spoke about Will Young getting hit on the hands again. It's something I've noticed a lot from New Zealand batters who come over to Australia, the extra bounce, and it's generally them, someone like BJ Watling, for example, getting caught, the splice of the bat caught behind. It has a lot to do with the low hands, doesn't it, Smithy?
It does, because in New Zealand you're used to playing on lower bouncing pitches. That's your technique.
Hazlewood to Young, bowls, Young forward, have to cover.
And because of that, when your hands are low, not only are your hands vulnerable, but the top half of your bat is. And that is the part of the bat which hasn't got any substance to it, no timing from there. But it does have shoulders and edges, and you get yourself in trouble. And that's what visiting teams to Australia tend to find, particularly when you ram them into Perth first up, or a decently paced Gabba pitch, which is the tradition.
Interesting seeing reports of the next Australian summer that, according to Ben Horn, it'll start in Perth, not Brisbane. A little bit of a surprise there. Hazlewood 3 slips bowls to Young, rises on him again, but keeps it down off the splice of the bat out to mid-on. So that reporter had it going Perth, Adelaide, Brisbane, then the traditional 2, Melbourne and Sydney, to finish. So we've seen India finish their series at Brisbane, famously in 2021. They'll get their 3rd.
Someone should write a book on that.
Yes, they should.
That last Brisbane test.
There is one. But Perth was a happy hunting ground for Australia, or has been since they've moved over to the new stadium. Quick surface, certainly was against Pakistan. Will Young facing Hazlewood, 2 left in the over, delivers here and he leaves attempts short and wide outside the off stump. Young, who's played 14 test matches before today, 7 half centuries, yet to crack it for 3 figures.
Yeah, it's been an interesting career, because 14 test matches usually is a situation where you play 14, say you play 14 in a row, you feel as if you're part of the team, you feel as if you're in. Will Young's never really had a run of matches long enough to suggest that he's a fixture. And there's another bit of pressure that you have coming into any side or any test matches, trying to establish yourself and make people believe in you.
Hazlewood to Young, 2 back for the short ball, but this is wide of the off stump. Full as well. Carey takes it on the half volley, over complete, 12 gone, 3 for 17 to score. Mitchell 3, Young 8 on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
No time for dinner.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Screen here, the Bunnings Trade replay screen. Some transistor radios on the hill, listening to our coverage, I'd imagine. The much alternative, unless they listen to some music up there.
Well, they might be listening to music if they're local people.
Cummins up, bowling to Mitchell. 3 from 17 balls. Shimmies forward, defends a a nasty delivery that rises up towards his gloves. I can see the Australian Lukey Sparrow and co up there. We saw he and Pete this morning in the coffee cube are out there at every single Australian Test match, waving their flags. They were here at 8 o'clock yesterday because it's a bit like going to a festival or a gig or something like that, where when the gates open here on the hill, there's no allocated spots for you. You race to the best bit, as close to the behind the bowler's arm as you can get. So that's where those rugged Australian fans have found themselves the last 2 days. Cummins bowls and playing late is Mitchell out to cover, watching it under his eyes. No run there either.
And speaking of music, and I think for quirky facts, Adam, I think the Australian innings and the New Zealand innings both started with the same song from the ground announcer, Fast Car, which is like had a renaissance in recent times thanks to the Grammy Awards.
Tracy Chapman?
Yeah.
Very good.
So it started with Tracy Chapman both innings. I don't know whether that's ever happened in the history of Test cricket before.
I was sent a tweet in relation to some of the music played last night. Cummins yet to concede a run from 8 deliveries. Bowls here to Mitchell on 3, who pulls just inside the line and leaves alone, although it had the impression of being a play and miss. Did well there, the number 5. Smashing Pumpkins was played at the lunch break yesterday. Tonight, great track. I referenced this after play. Billy Corgan, lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, watched a Test match here about 5 years ago.
At the Basin?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
All right.
Which seems like an odd thing for him to have done.
Pretty much.
There you go. Oh, why not? But typically we don't have music during Test cricket, Smithy, do we? But they've sort of turned to it a little bit through the course of the Test so far. It's more a one-day or T20 thing. Cummins up, 2 slips, leg gully for Mitchell, leaving on length.
Gives me my chance to tell you my great music story.
Please.
I was living in Devonport and in Auckland, in the little villa, and across the road people had rented the villa across the road. We had no idea. We came home on an afternoon one day and we thought, people that were sitting on the grass verge, which is quite unusual. You don't sit outside your front fence to have a picnic. And there was this husband, wife, and a young child just sitting at them, and they had letting the place across the road just for a short period of time. It was the lead singer for the Fine Young Cannibals.
Oh, really?
Straight across the road.
Here's Cummins wide on the crease. Mitchell in.
And when he saw me, he raced across the road and he said, "Do you know Bharat Sundaresan?" I said, "Yes, I do." He said,
he is an icon now, Bharat. He was doing selfies last night in the pub.
My favourite commentator. Could you please get him, just at least say hello. Get him to sign something for me. Get him to sign one of those plain shirts that he wears where there's plenty of room for signatures.
Cummins, frugal so far. One last crack at Mitchell in this over. Bowls here. Mitchell sweat up a wee bit, gets there defensively. 2 maidens for the captain. New Zealand 3 for 17. They trail by 366. Mitchell's 3, Young's 8. Gerard Whateley replacing me after the break. And that's all on the Kubota scoreboard, shaping New Zealand and Australia.
It's SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Test cricket and SENZ Test cricket for Resine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Australia is going to Mitch Marsh to take up the attack from the Adelaide road ends. We're 7 overs on from the carnage. New Zealand was 3 for 12. They're now 3 for 17. So there's some hard yards being done. Young is 8 from 37 and Mitchell is 3 from 23. Our experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Grant Elliott is in place. Jeremy Coney coming in for the fresh stint. 40 minutes away from the tea break. Marsh bowls to Young outside the off stump. He's got some good shape away. Grant, hello.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's a very sultry good afternoon if you're a Kiwi supporter. It's been tough watching, tough viewing. Especially after the first session where we thought what more could go wrong. Well, there's your answer. 17 for 3 with Williamson in the sheds. Did speak to Mitch Marsh though. Spoke to him at this morning. I said, you won't be bowling many overs. And he said, well, if I do, I'll be bowling them from the end that he's coming from currently, into the wind.
He started with a no ball, so Marsh lands the foot this time across the front line and delivers to Young, who defends.
I don't like... No, I know what you're going to say about the worst scenario, aren't you?
That was a day of self-inflicted wounds, Jeremy.
No.
So your mind went... So we did best case scenario and then worst case scenario, and you said beyond the 300 threshold, none of us dreamt that it would be 385 and 383,
That's
and
correct.
then 3 down.
Yeah, and it was too quickly. So
it was everything that you...
Stop it.
Doom said. Well outside the off stump from Marsh, it only just carries through.
It's a little bit of swing there for Marsh. Generally, we spoke about this ground and how it favours left arm swing bowlers that swing it back into the pads of the right-hander, or right arm bowlers that swing it in. So if you're an outswing bowler at this ground, unfortunately, you generally go into it. So it does assist a little bit of swing, and Marsh has shown that there is a little bit of movement out there through the air. 2 slips and a gully.
His right arm over the wicket, Marsh, and he bowls. Young is forward and defending. So watching the warm-ups yesterday in particular, Marsh, he swung the ball the most of the Australian bowlers. They were on the pitch that we're directly behind, and he had some prodigious move going, so you could tell that he was going to do a bit of bowling just on the strength of that. So a lot of studying of videos has been done at the moment. So while it's hard not to be obsessed with the Williamson run-out, is the study of the box and your 2 reactions in real time. So if you haven't taken that in on our socials, it's up. And it's a horror movie unfolding before our very eyes. Young shoulders, arms. You're both aghast in the way. So I was outside in the crowd, and that sense of aghast was everywhere.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, how... You know, people often say cricket's very dull, nothing happens. And yet, at certain times of the day during the game, so much happens so quickly you can't take it all in. There was a lot happening in that run out. You know, was there a run there is the first issue.
Marsh to Young, in on the pads, turn to mid-wicket, no run.
And some people will say yes, and some people will say no. Was it poor judgment of a run? And then someone would say, well, let's have a look at the non-striker. What was he doing? He had to wait, didn't he, because the ball was coming to him. He couldn't run out of his crease. Stark then was going across as well, and there was so much going on. And I called it as Lion, I think, as the fielder. It might have been Labuschagne.
It was.
Who was the fielder, and he's quick.
Marsh bowls to Young, who again leaves outside the off stump. So CSI SENZ continues in a moment. 3 for 18, the Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
The land of the long...
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Pat Cummins in from the Vance stand end here in Wellington. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell, who is wrapped on the gloves. The ball that rises on him rips the right hand off and gives it a good shake. The Bunnings trade replay screen. So the scoreboard, the replays today will obsess over Cam Green's 150 and the run out. So go deep for us. You've had time to contemplate it and think about it. How are we breaking it up?
Well, the first one, the run out, I think, is a big moment. Big moment
the second
for
one.
Yeah, but I mean the first one I want to talk about.
Oh, okay. You could just say that then, we'd be clear.
Mitchell
right, carry on.
Good pace from Cummins.
You were talking about Kane Williamson and how there's a sense of calm in the change room when he's at the crease. Well, it couldn't have been more mayhem at the crease when he got out, because you could see Will Young. Will Young was saying to himself, oh no, I should have sacrificed my wicket for Kane Williamson. I shouldn't have let him walk-off, but it was confusion at its best. And then the change room, to then try and gather yourself as a team when Williamson is out as the mainstay.
Mitchell turns to leg, and the first runs from the bowling of Pat Cummins as he rolls it down to fine leg and hustles back for a second. Warm applause, something on the scoreboards for New Zealand. They're 3 for 20.
Cynical applause from the crowd. And I think that there is that sense of calm when Williamson's batting there. The team feels comfortable, and whoever's at the crease feels comfortable. Then comes in young Rachin Ravindra, and he departs shortly after. So a massive turning point, I think, in the whole day's play so far.
Mitchell's on 5. Cummins to him. Mitchell lets strike him on the pad. They're up, but asking that instinctively was high. That's how umpire Erasmus has adjudged it. Nathan Lyon's a great judge at points of these things. He's with Cummins. Keeper there as well. They'll let matters be. How's that? Get amongst it with the Tinnies craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
They're organised, aren't they? You know, immediately the bowler, or the captain in this case as well, he's both, and the keeper looking at line, and bang on point is Nathan Lyon coming in for height and discussing, each of them providing their own ideas.
I'm going to give a little bit of credit here to Daryl Mitchell, because there's a person just round the corner at leg gully, and he knows that if he played at that, potentially he may have been in danger, so leaving on height.
Cummins to Mitchell, he plays and misses.
You know, you just have to acknowledge that there's a different level of threat in what is actually a very nice conditions in the terms of the game. There's no clouds scudding overhead, you know, like a D.H. Lawrence novel running nude through the bracken. You know, from a church usually. It's all. Then you do the heavy kind of symbolism of everything if you're writing an essay. Anyway, it's but this is clear, and it's overhead, and there's good viewing, and there's sighting, and so on. And you know, it couldn't be nicer for batting.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Mitchell was on the advance. His shoulders, arms. Last ball of the over. 3 for 20. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Enjoy a summer of New Zealand's best cricket. The Black Caps delivered to you by Open Country. 3 for 20. Young is 8. Mitchell is 5. Latham bowled Stark for 5. Williamson run out for naught. And Ravindra caught Lyon, bowled Hazelwood for naught. It was carnage across 6 balls in the 5th and 6th over. Mitch Marsh is in action from the Adelaide Road end. He bowls, and Young leaves outside the off stump just to tidy up the no shot offered. It was well up over the stumps. Had they used the DRS for IMAR insurance, Tradies Trust IMAR. For insurance, call 13 IMAR. So Nathan Lyon would have had a good view of that right up over the top of the woodwork.
Yeah, good review, decent. They knew it was too high, and so did Daryl Mitchell. So great judgment from him, because he may have been in trouble with that leg gully round the corner. And if Matthew's listening, well, I hope he's doing all right, because at 2:57 he said, is it too early to open a bottle of Hawke's Bay Red?
Young's leaving Marsh. I can counter that with this is Mouse. CSI is more the Green Hazelwood stealing the strike incident this morning. The Williamson run out is more like the Benny Hill show. We get the best of both worlds here in New Zealand. 8833 in Australia. 0433 98 11 16. The real-time reactions to all that's taking place.
But it's been some probing bowling, though, hasn't it? Really. I mean, we've seen Mitchell Stark 5 overs for 4 runs and 4 maidens.
Marsh to Young, who's defending.
From left arm, Hazelwood 6 overs for 12. No maiden from him yet. That's unusual, but hitting the gloves of Young in particular 2 or 3 times. Pat Cummins 3 overs for 2 maidens already. No ball called.
Second front foot infringement from Mitch Marsh.
So there's been no runs, no easy runs at all for the New Zealanders.
Nathan Lyon is starting to warm up. Marsh to Young, flicks off his pads, down to fine leg. And ticks up the 22nd run of the innings.
Jerry, you've got a fan, Jason from Christchurch, who remembers that 40 years ago it was your 174 at the Basin.
Really?
184 for the follow-on, and you got 174 that day.
Was it? I don't know.
Oh, you can't remember. It's just another 100.
No, it was against England, I remember. Yeah, it was out here. We were struggling to save the match. Didn't do anything else.
Marsh now to Mitchell, who defends the ball to the leg side.
You asked,
thanks anyway, mate. That's good.
Yeah, it was from Jason. But Gerard, you asked us as well about Cameron Green, and I thought, that was the other incident today. I'll just call it, that was an amazing innings from someone who has probably just cemented himself a number 4 spot in the Australian Test team. I thought the way that he played this morning and the way that he just dominated the New Zealand bowlers in terms of getting them to bowl to him.
Mitchell has the strike and he leaves Marsh.
Through strategy, discipline, but he had a game plan and he stuck to it. I was talking off air to you and I said I really thought he was just going to plunder this morning, just play a T20 innings and try and hit everything over the boundary, but he was selective. Anything short he went after, and he left, he defended, he got to the 4th delivery of the over, and then he decided to go after in the latter part of the overs. But the way that he just stole the strike throughout that period I thought was excellent.
Marsh bowls to Mitchell, who got a bit tied up as he thought about playing the leg, gets struck by it and falls harmlessly to his side. 3 for 22 through 16 overs. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
Hi.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
The first test in Wellington for Resine Quality Paints and Colours, perfect for your summer projects. 3 for 22. Young is 9, Mitchell is 5. Pat Cummins is in the attack. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Cummins starts the fresh over to Young. It's down the leg side. Carey knocks it down, but he will give up a bye. Lucky not to be a wide, but 1 to the score. So you're referencing Grant Elliott, Cam Green, 174 from 275 balls. The final wicket stand was 116, which made it 4th all-time for Australia, and the biggest against New Zealand, eclipsing the famous partnership between Gillespie and McGrath 20 years ago. And it was commanded by Green's temperament.
It was. And we... Today, of course, we saw a different type of Cam Green innings.
Mitchell leans on a ball through the leg side. He'll be able to pinch runs out wide of mid-on. Stark bounds up to it. They take 2.
And, that management of each over and the number of balls that Hazelwood had to face. I don't know what the figures were, but I would say it wouldn't be like anything like the number. Certainly as he grew in stature himself, Hazelwood, he played more, and when perhaps Ravindra was bowling, but it would still be very much, I would have thought, with Cam Green, and specifically against Henry, who was the major threat.
Cummins now bowls to Mitchell, just nibbles the ball away to mid-on, no run.
It was 62 balls that Hazelwood faced, Jerry, which...
And what was the
partnership? Partnership was
116. Now, the day started, I was thinking...
the number of balls was the partnership.
There were 85 overs yesterday, so there were 30 overs. And one ball.
So 181 balls.
181 balls. Yeah, incredible.
So there's 120. He's faced double the number of deliveries. And that just shows and gives you an idea about how he approached the partnership.
Mitchell leans forward and defends back to Cummins.
But really, I mean, it was on the back of yesterday, wasn't it? He gained a lot of confidence from the way that he was able to work his way throughout the day. A slightly sort of cautious and anxious start, understandable. And then the short singles started to get him underway, just tucked in on the leg side, a good way to always get off the mark, I reckon. Used his reach against the major threat, as I said, has been, Matt Henry, shuffling at him, using his reach.
Cummins hits the crease. Mitchell hits him on the swing, out through square. Head was unsighted at mid-wicket. Now he sees it as it crashes into the rope. And a moment of attack from Daryl Mitchell takes the boundary. And the crowd, it's an I'm loving it moment. They haven't had a lot to cheer about in this session. Macca's I'm loving it. Don't miss a single delivery with McDelivery.
He likes it short, Daryl Mitchell. He really does enjoy it short. Hits straight and far with the spinners, but loves it on the leg side. We saw a flick off his pads on the front foot, and now we're seeing a nice full-blooded pull shot through square leg.
It's the second boundary of the innings. Head stayed back. Cummins outside edge, removes Mitchell the very next ball. Carey takes the catch, diving away to his rights, and the captain has his instant revenge. Line length movement, Nick, out. Mitchell goes for 11, and New Zealand's predicament sinks further. 4 for 29. We'll get the full thoughts of Grant Elliott and Jeremy Coney on SEN Test Cricket for Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, next.
Stay in the...
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Delivery of the day, more deliveries thanks to McDelivery. Textbook stuff from Pat Cummins, his first wicket. And Grant and Jeremy, 4 for 29, New Zealand.
Yeah, Daryl Mitchell, I thought after that pull shot, I thought, wow, his judgment of length was excellent. He was looking good at the crease. That delivery, when we have another look at it, I'm sure that we'll see it was on probably around fifth stump and not threatening the stumps. It was too short. In hindsight, I'm sure that Daryl Mitchell would have thought that it's a leave ball, and it's the angle from Cummins. He's bowled with discipline and he's bowled with precision. And just watching the replay now, great catch from Carey, but a ball that New Zealand didn't need to play at, just feeling for it. And it was the pressure that Cummins had built up over the overs that forces Daryl Mitchell into playing that.
Yeah, it's clever bowling, but at the same time it's loose batting. I don't think you can get away from that. It's a let-go ball, really, with the New Zealand in the situation of 29 for 3 there. And he's opened the face of the bat as well.
Marsh, first ball of the fresh over to Young. It's down the leg side. Carey's pulled it in. He's out. A little feather down the leg sides. And again, wickets fall in quick succession. Back-to-back deliveries from Australia. See the collapse now at 5 for 29. Young is out for 9 after facing 50 deliveries. Oh, it's just a strangle.
Massive strangle. Mitch Marsh, he's the bowler you definitely feel probably most comfortable with out there, doing the donkey work into the wind, trying to give the quick bowlers a reprieve to come with it. And, well, it works. It works for Australia and for Pat Cummins, because Marsh has got the wicket of Will Young for 9, a hard-fought 9, or 50 deliveries, with a number of deliveries wrapping him on the gloves. Gee, this is an unfortunate situation for New Zealand and for the New Zealand fans who are very quiet on the banks of the Basin Reserve.
Again, the bat has got outside the pads, and as soon as you do that, it's not a nice way to go out, but as soon as you get the bat outside the pads on the leg side, you run the risk of getting that edge, and that's just a tickle of an edge. And Carey going to his right, one ball ago, a lovely catch down low off the bowling of Cummins. Now up at the northern end, this time he goes to his left. This is a more comfortable height. Two hands diving across, this time to his left. So one side, then the other. Both wickets count, and New Zealand really in deep trouble here.
Alex Carey running hot for Ream. Both ways for catches. Get a little look at the ultra edge and the telltale ripple away from his body, away from his pads, Will Young. And he doesn't live to tell the tale. Glenn Phillips is the next man in. He plays Marsh back down the pitch to get underway. So Tom Blundell at one end and Glenn Phillips at the other.
I said right at the start of the game, Australia are going to force New Zealand to play proper Test cricket. Now, we've seen a number of mistakes from the batsmen. Sometimes they're big mistakes, sometimes they're less. That's okay, that can happen. But the overall result is, look, it's a disaster at the moment for them. It's as simple as that.
Marshall over the wicket bowls. Phillips is on the move. He's edging short of gully. That was up around the grill by the time he got there. And was not in control of matters from there.
This is when it's great being a captain. Pat Cummins will love this. 3 slips in, a gully, team under pressure, a change room where it's almost Velcro rush. They would have just heard a lot of Velcro being ripped off the pads and putting on the next set of pads, because it's been a concession of New Zealand batters that have come and gone, especially after a double wicket break. Really is unsettling in a change room, and how New Zealand can settle from here.
The slips are waiting. Phillips is hitching just off the outside portion of the bat out to points. Gets it to ground safely in front of line.
And you feel that restlessness in a change room. You really do. From a change room that would always have been relatively calm, because you've got someone like Kane Williamson at the crease plundering runs and just looking in control. There hasn't been a New Zealand batter that has gone into bat yet that has looked in control, looked dominant against these Australian bowlers. Have pieced together some great partnerships.
Marshall lets fly. Mitchell on the back foot punches to point. Lyon fields to his left, no run.
Mark thinks that his bet of Daryl Mitchell being top run scorer is looking safe.
He's the clubhouse leader on 11 for Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Bosch. It's gallows humour.
It also has to be said that it's about bowling in partnerships, and when you look at this bowling lineup for Australia, already 6 maidens out of just the 18 overs.
Phillips high back lift, slashing at a ball outside off stump, top edge down the third for 4. Take them however you can get them at the moment. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito. Do you? Phillips off the mark. New Zealand 5 for 33. Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Bring your space to life with First Windows and Doors and experience the versatility and excellence Kiwis have come to expect with a high-performing range of solutions for all homes. From entrance doors to windows, sliders, bifolds and thermally efficient options, it's your build, your way with First Windows and Doors. They're also proud to bring you Chiefs Chat with Beav and Damien McKenzie on SENZ's The Run Home. Chiefs Chat with Beav and D-Mac, thanks to First Windows and Doors. Made for Kiwi homes.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resine, the Paint Kiwis trusts. Tom Blundell is about to see his first ball from Pat Cummins, who closed his previous over with a wicket. 3 slips and a gully in place, and Blundell defends the ball under his eyes. haunted by events of the past here, Jeremy Coney, as Adam Collins was just popping in with the score sheet from New Zealand's first test match against Australia at this ground.
1946.
Yes, 42 and 54.
Correct.
Were their two scores.
Correct.
They're 5 for 33.
Yeah, that was interesting because it was a 3-day match, test match in 1946 here. Richard Hadley's dad, Walter, the captain of New Zealand.
Cummins to Blundell, turns to leg, no run.
They arrived down in the morning of the match to play here. It was so damp that they decided to cut another new pitch on the morning before the game began.
They only did such things in India, Jeremy.
Well, they did, and so they cut that, and then the toss was, of course, it was won by Walter Hadley, and he decided to bat.
Faithfully.
I remember saying to Walter, "Is it not your best decision?"
Blundell pushes out to mid-off, goes with the stroke, pick up and throw from Labuschagne, and he hits the batter rather than the stumps. Single taken, 5 for 34.
Yeah, and so New Zealand batted, and you're quite right, 42 of 39 overs.
Oh, wow.
So it was bright stuff.
Decent strike rate.
Kept the crowd interested. Ray Lindwall, of course, it was a good side, that Australia side, that famous 48 side that went to the UK from, they often say, is one of the best sides from Australia, and you can argue about that to any extent you like. But Toshak, who was a left-arm medium fast bowler.
Phillips defends his first delivery from Cummins to the offside.
He got 4 wickets. And Bill O'Reilly, the tall leg spinner, he got wickets, 5, and so New Zealand were bowled out. And then, of course, the Aussies, their turn, I think they got 190 something for, let me just have a quick look, I think, because I actually looked at it the other day, I think about 190 for 9 or something like that, for 8, 199 for 8.
Ripple of excitement around the crowd.
Yeah, well, it was exciting.
Cummins to Phillips, drops him away to the leg side, no run.
So Bill Brown, I don't know whether you know these sort of names. Sid Barnes, of course, you should have heard of. Ken Muleman, Lindsay Hassett, of course. I don't know whether you know the Colin McCool. And then the keeper, you'll know the keeper. Tell us the keeper.
I've got no idea.
Don Talon from up Bundaberg Way. And played for Queensland. Ray Lindwall, I've already mentioned. So, a very strong side. So they had a lead.
and a big enough lead
to
run the game from there.
It could be.
Cummins bowls edge. Green took the dive to his left. He couldn't quite reach it. So between third slip and gully, Phillips gets a streaky boundary. The second from his blade. Azito, do it with Azito. Do you? 5 for 38 at the end of the over.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Study of the Bunnings trade replay screen. Bisected third slip and gully. Green just out of his reach. The flying edge from the bat of Phillips. Blundell's on strike. New over starts from Marsh. And he leaves outside the off stump. SEN and SENZ Test cricketers for Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust.
Yeah, so just to finish that off, so a very enterprising 42 by New Zealand. Dull, drawn out 199 from Australia, and then a very confident 54 for New Zealand in the second innings. So that was the summary of the match in 1946. 54. Yes, and all over in 2 days. And the second test that we played was in the one that I was in, 1973, some 27 years later.
Right, yes. We made you wait, didn't we? Marsh bowls, and it's defended by Blundell back down the pitch.
I just wonder how long Marsh will bowl for here. He's getting into his 4th over, and you think that, I mean, one of the things that you do or implement as a captain here at the Basin, and that's why I like this lineup that Australia have got. They've got 3 quicks, and they've got Lyon, they've got Marsh, and they've got Green, who can almost tie up an end and just look to bowl as miserly as possible. Try and tie up those maidens and just line them up, and then on the other end you can strike. But I wonder now, with New Zealand being 5 down, whether Australia might bring back Hazelwood from the other end.
Tea's 3:40, isn't it? So we're 6 minutes away from the tea break. Marsh bowls. Blundell went after the shorter ball. It was outside the off stump. He tried the dirty hoik down to backward square and missed. It would have been a hideous way to get out at 5 for 38.
It just shows that New Zealand's mindset to actually get yourselves in on a pitch that they've seen, surely they were watching the way that Cam Green batted. It took him a long time to get established before he started playing big shots.
Blundell's on 1, Marsh bowls to him. That's better as he shoulders arms.
That's a really nice delivery, that one. Swinging away, angled wide of the crease, pitching almost on 4th, 5th stump, but full enough to almost entice Blundell into a big booming drive.
Yeah, that's it. The angle of running wider, and you get the feeling it's coming back into you, that you have to play it, and then away she goes a little bit. It's a nice use of an outswinger.
Good stock delivery for Marsh.
Hits the crease again and bowls. Blundell leaves outside the off stump, back high up over his shoulder. 1 to come.
When you think back to the Green innings that you're talking about, Jerry, and that it took him time, he was very selective. Absolutely. And he didn't jump out of the gates. It took him a long time. But what he did do is he played down the ground, mid-on, off his legs, and he pulled well when he started pulling and judging that length. But he didn't start straight out of the blocks pulling. He was on the back foot defending.
Blundell punches the ball out through backward points. The width was on offer. He helped it on its way. Green will get there on the slide just inside the rope as they come back for a 3rd. So 3 from the blade of Blundell. He goes to 4. End of the over. 5 for 41. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
It's for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott in place. Dave from Brisbane's got a message. I think we should give Smithy the 5 penalty runs. Yeah. Laugh out loud. 5 for 41 might be the last over of the session. Cummins begins it. And Phillips defends the ball out to point.
He's been brilliant, Cummins. And he's bowled with pace. Always in and around over that 140 mark. But just miserly, just in that area, asking questions. I think the Daryl Mitchell dismissal was probably the perfect dismissal for him, just showing how the wide angle in the area that he bowls just entices you into the shot. And now there's 4 slips waiting in the cordon, ready for another catch.
Blundell's on strike. He's on 4. Cummins bowls to him. He knocks the ball out to Lyon at point. There are now 4 slips and a gully in for this final over of the session.
Oh, he'll love that shot, Cummins. Back foot booming drive through cover with 4 slips and a gully. We saw Cameron Green dive for one, which Phillips got the outside half of the bat. I thought it went straight into the palm of Cameron Green, but it was just too quick for him. If you're in that cordon now, you definitely, your heart's racing and you're thinking, we've got to be ready here. Just before tea, we'd love another one.
The Bunnings trade replaced Green. Cummins to Blundell. He drives and he misses. Blimey. The 3 balls out from the break.
Yep. You know, the day has just got from bad to worse, hasn't it? Or from worse to a horror show, you know. Start 9 down, extend lunch because you're still 9 down. 116 partnership. Hooray, we get them out. A little break for the batsman. No, that'll be fantastic. No.
We had
not
lamb
at all.
for lunch, though.
29 for 5. It's just, what are they going to do the next session?
It was a good lunch, though, Jerry. It was a good lunch.
Oh, I'm not so sure now.
Not sitting quite as easily as it did earlier on. Blundell on the back foot, blocks the ball out to cover, calls for the sharp single. Stark doesn't pick up cleanly in the field. So Blundell hustles through for his 5th run. It's 5 for 42, so 42.
Well, I threw it out there yesterday. I said I saw a double rainbow, and I wasn't sure what it meant. And someone said that, well, it was me foretelling a 400 plus and a double century included for Australia. So that didn't quite happen.
Have we got anything about rain yet coming in?
Well, there is. That people are asking you as the meteorologist.
Oh.
They're saying, ask Jerry if there's going to be some rain around.
Well,
but I've heard that there is a little bit of weather coming.
Last refuge of the desperate. Phillips plays and misses outside the off stump.
Well, I'm scanning very carefully the horizon. I can see blue and bright blue and azure blue.
Big blue. There's a big blue at the moment.
Yeah.
I was outside. Liz, a Wellingtonian, said to me, this will be one of the 3 best days of the year. It's that good. Glorious afternoon. So I can't see that coming to your age.
Sorry.
It would be actually considered, Gerard, when you come to the ground, you would talk about it as a Wellingtonian as this is a great batting day.
Yes, well, it's been anything but for New Zealand. Last ball of a catastrophic session, and Cummins is so good as he rifles the ball past Phillips on the move, trying to defend. 5 for 42, a session of outright carnage, self-inflicted wounds and some fine bowling. Wickets to Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Marsh. At the interval, Blundell is 5, Phillips is 8. New Zealand is 5 for 42. The Kubota scoreboard shaping New Zealand and Australia on SEN Test Cricket and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust.
For Resine, quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. And GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder. This is SENZ Test Cricket, the Black Caps against Australia. The first test, live from the Basin Reserve.
Highlights.
Cummins, outside edge, removes Mitchell the very next ball. Carey takes the catch, diving away to his rights. And the captain has his instant revenge. Marsh, first ball of the fresh over to Young. It's down the leg side. Carey's pulled it in. He's out. Phillips high back lift, slashing at a ball outside off stump. Top edge down the third for 4. Take them however you can get them at the moment.
The gratuitously bad middle session on day number 2. Bharat alongside me. Latham 5, Young 9, Williamson no score, Ravindra 0, Mitchell 11 for Australia. The bowling figures, they all have 1 apiece. Stark 1 for 4, Hazelwood 1 for 12, Cummins 1 for 14, Mitch Marsh 1 for 10. The wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy switched to 100% Aussie owned Red Energy. Right, articulate the 1 hour and 40 minute horror movie that you just wanted. I know there's a movie coming out called Baghead. I just wish I had a bag to put over my head over the last couple of hours.
It was a bit like watching a Nightmare on Elm Street, but this was Nightmare at the Basin Reserve for New Zealand, and not just this middle session. Don't forget, Australia batted right through the first session for the 10th wicket. So a day which started pretty poorly for New Zealand has just gone from bad to worse, to the extent you fear what's to come in the last session if you are a New Zealand fan. And you're right. That puts The fact that they allowed Australia's last pair to just bat on and on and on, as well as Cam Green played, and for all the resistance shown from Josh Hazlewood, it puts further perspective into how poor this New Zealand batting response has been. There's obviously the big talking point is the Kane Williamson run out, where it was a misjudged run to start with, and then a bit of poor technique in running. They run into each other, the two batters, Will Young and Williamson, and he has to go off. But then some of the shots, Rachin Ravindra, young guy, yes, just coming back into Test cricket. Loose shot, trying to drive on the up, and every other batter we've seen so far has struggled to do that. And Darryl Mitchell the same, driving so wide outside off stump, not driving so much but poking outside off stump. But that's also the quality of the Australian bowling attack.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
That was just classic Pat Cummins. Okay, you pulled me for 4, I'll drag you out with the next one and I'll get you out. And Will Young, his bad afternoon just ended up even worse.
Strangled
down the leg
just
side.
what New Zealand need. If we're talking horror movie, it's that moment. It's like, don't turn around in the dark. Don't turn around. They're right behind you.
Yeah, it's one of those don't jump into the pool at midnight kind of scenes. You know what's going to come.
Exactly. SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. A reminder to keep cool this summer with a Ream branded cool Cabana or Ream Budgie Smugglers. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. I try to be an optimist. The optimism probably starts and stops with strange things happen at the Basin Reserve. Strange things happen at the Basin Reserve. But we really are going to have to see something truly bizarre for New Zealand to climb out of this enormous hole.
If you are New Zealand, just think back to 2014 and Brendan McCullum and BJ Watling, sort of the same sort of stature in terms of height as Tom Blundell and Glenn Phillips. One an aggressive batter, and look, it has to be something like that. It has to be a freak innings from Glenn Phillips. There's no point him trying to bat like a top order batter. That's not his role. And if he comes off, then maybe New Zealand can stay in this game, because it's amazing what 24 hours can do. Australia looked in all sorts of trouble at this stage yesterday. Yes, Mitchell Marsh just put that partnership on. But New Zealand had everything going for them, but it's turned around, and it's already been a day to forget for New Zealand. What they have to ensure is it doesn't become get worse from here. I mean, because that's at this point you can say that the only way is the way up, but it can also go even further down.
Absolutely. Let's remind you what happened in that opening session. 279 for the loss of 9. Green was 103. Hazlewood yet to face a ball. An absolute masterclass of nursing with the tail end, attacking when appropriate. Putting the plays and misses behind you, focusing on the next task. Because Matt Henry did give him a stern examination, but he passed with flying colours. Cameron Green, 174 off 275 balls, 23 fours and 5 sixes to boot, 383. Hazlewood made a very fine 22 off 62. I think that's the longest test innings as far as balls faced. Matt Henry, the pick of the New Zealand bowlers, no surprise there, 5 for 70. New Zealand to resume 42 for the loss of 5 in reply to 383. Stay with us. Our coverage resumes with Bharat alongside me, and Grant Elliott will be in the chair as well, as we'll see New Zealand's innings continue. Green's like 2 players in 1, isn't he, in that position? You've got a point that is lined just backward off, mid-off. Shane, who was involved in the Williamson run-out with a nice pick-up, gather, throw, and quick motion. Didn't need to be that quick because the two New Zealanders had run into each other. Cummins, the captain, at mid-on. Mid-wicket is head, and there is a long leg in Hazlewood. He's just doing his service. Signing a couple of autographs. Stark from over the wicket, from the Van stand end. Leg side, and Phillips will work it down to the aforementioned Hazlewood for a single. 51 for the loss of 5. What will the changing room be like?
It'll be unsettled. One of the massive benefits of playing for the Black Caps is you get to experience a calm dressing room. I think that, and a consistent dressing room. That was one thing that was really noticeable for me as an international player, is that we went from a change room that rode the emotions of the roller coasters of wins and losses and ebbs and flows of the test match, whereas now support staff is calm. They've got a ex-captain Williamson.
Stark again, leg side, blunders neatly worked him away and towards Hazelwood again. Runs flowing after T52 for 5.
Who's extremely calm, and Southey, who's experienced and calm, and you understand the experience of Test cricket. You know that you're going to go through tough times and really good times as a player. So the key is to keep your mentality consistent. And if I walked into the change room now and I saw Kane Williamson, I wouldn't know if he scored 100 or not. He's just consistent with the attitude that he brings. He turns up every game. He's got a consistent attitude, and that's what's demanded of the players. So I think they'll try and be calm.
Phillips waits for Stark. Takes a little shuffle down and drives powerfully through cover. Should get a couple at least. Long chase. Shane giving it everything. The big dive. I think he's arrived simultaneously. Ball and hitting the rope. We'll go back and have a look. See if another run will be added to the New Zealand total, because they did come back for 3. He had one little flick at it, didn't get it. In the second attempt, scooping it back almost with his right wrist. So he tumbled over. He's such a competitor, isn't he? Gets up, looks angry with himself. I've missed a chance to save a run.
Yeah, he chases the ball down better than most, and yeah, it has. Looks like it is being signalled a boundary. Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So the batter swap, and I love the positivity from Phillips, though. Just walking, taking a couple of steps down, and the chakras are working. Grant Elliott.
We spoke about it. You said I was a little bit negative this morning.
You were.
I had the negative vibes.
Yeah,
you walked in with it.
By your standards. Here's Stark in again, pushing Phillips back as he defends, and there is no run. Welcome back to the listeners rejoining us. We experienced some technical difficulties in some markets a short time ago. We do apologise for that, but great to have you back. Unfortunately, the text line has not had a technical issue, and I'm still receiving messages from like Dean, who I guess would no doubt creatively be named Dino in the true Australian fashion of New Zealand should give up cricket and stick to rugby.
Well, based on their record in the last 27 years, it's not the worst solution.
And Bharat, you sandwiched between two Kiwis here.
I know. Here's Stark in again. Wide of off stump, left alone. I'm pretty sure inaugural Test champions will always be alongside New Zealand's name. Luckily, we didn't give up the game. That is the end of the over. Good on you, Dino. 56 for 5.
Save.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
With PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Josh Hazelwood to continue from the Adelaide Road end. Starts bowling it to Blundell. Pushes nicely into a gap through cover. Shane around to his left. Cannot prevent a run. As Blundell moves to 14, it's 57 for the loss of 5.
I know New Zealand is a very fair country. You speak about the spirit of cricket and how you're great hosts. But just looking at that pitch and looking at the Australian bowling attack, I know I originally hail from a country where captains and coaches in India do have a thing or two to say and do with pitches for Test cricket, but
and at ICC World Tournaments,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Wherever India plays.
Against the world. Here's Hazelwood, and chopped away off the back foot straight to line at point.
Now, I'm just wondering if you are a New Zealand batter and you see this famed Australian pace attack in particular, and then there's Nathan Lyon. Would you want a slightly less greener pitch, or even for that matter, flatter pitch, just so that you don't offer any extra assistance to these guys who actually don't need that, just based on how world class they are?
You want a low seamer, Grant. You don't want pace and bounce like the Basin often provides. Speaking of pace and bounce, short wide outside of off stump and riding the bounce, actually playing this beautifully is Phillips. almost in front of his chin. He's hit it on the run. He's coming down to Hazelwood too, down to the fence for another Zito boundary. Do it with a Zito, do you? New Zealand counter-punching after T61 for 5. Phillips up to 18 at a runner ball.
Well, it's another boundary. It's behind backward point, and it's actually off the toe of Glenn Phillips' bat. I'm watching the replay. He was going up and over, though. Just slightly getting the pace wrong, and going back to the whole bounce and greenness of the pitch, I almost think that we should have gone greener.
There's a drive back past Hazelwood. Good stroke. Phillips jogged the first, thinking it might go all the way. Then he realised it's creeping across this outfield. Then a little bit of rain on it. It is not as slippery as it has been in previous summers at the Basin Reserve, but it does reach the rope for 4 more. Phillips is 22 off 19. He's embraced his inner Mitchell Marsh here, 65 for 5.
He's off to the races, Glenn Phillips. Out of the blocks now. Back-to-back boundaries. We saw a boundary from Daryl Mitchell and then suddenly nick off. And having grown up on this Wellington wicket, you know that there's always going to be a ball that bounces and nips. Just when you think you're in, you see a lot of scores of 30s and 40s in this wicket.
Hazelwood nice and close to the stumps. Fuller driven up towards mid-off, no run.
And you can't get complacent. And we look at the Australian batting lineup. There's a 30 from Khawaja, a 30 from Smith, a 40 from Marsh. And that's what happens. It's just when you think you're in, suddenly one will bounce on you and just nip a little bit. And it's generally that stroke that Blundell's been playing, and Phillips. It's that back foot drive where it bounces on you, just nips a little bit, and then just slides off to second slip and gully. So you have to be careful. You can't get too complacent. You have to play in the bubble.
Now 65 for 5 on the Kubota scoreboard. Hazelwood drags his length back just a touch. Tight on off stump. Phillips pushing, no run. And that is the end of the over. Blundell 14, Phillips 22. New Zealand in reply to Australia's 383, 65 for 5.
When you're on more than one prescription, the dollars start to add up. At National Pharmacies, we give the full dollar back to our members on every PBS copay prescription at every store, every day. Because at National Pharmacies, we understand that every dollar counts.
SENZ and SEN Test Cricket with Rosine. The paint professionals use the bank, finding their own fun with Australia on top. Plenty of colour and life over there. Drenched in sunshine as 3 slips in the gully away to Stark, moves in, beating Blundell outside of off stump. It was there to play, it was short and wide. He tried to punch it square, but it just kept a little bit lower and through to Keary.
But you're seeing the amount of risk both Blundell and Glenn Phillips are made to take to get into scoring positions. Blundell again taking an extra step at Stark. As a result, he lost his base, which is why I kind of just fell over. And I'm not sure if Will Young or Tom Latham, even Tom Blunden, would not have preferred a pitch with slightly lower bounce. Just the way the Australians are enjoying this extra bite and jump off this pitch.
There has been pace and bounce at the Basin for a long time. There's Stark. Bowls outside of off stump. Crunched away. Backward of point. Poor bowling. Put away. 69 for 5. Blundell reaches 18 off just 22.
And since you two were there at the MCG 4 years ago, this is what we saw a lot from Blundell. A lot of boundary square of the wicket. Very quick onto the short ball. Picks length really well. And like a lot of wicket keepers in the history of the game, loves to play horizontal shots.
Yeah, shot of authority is another player that's come into this innings against Australia that's been slightly underdone. Hasn't really delivered for a number of tests, so under a little bit of pressure. Batting nicely now.
Stark goes fuller wide. A glorious cover drive. 4 more. Blundell providing even more life for those on the bank. Consecutive boundaries, 73 for the loss of 5. The Zito boundaries have been flying this session. Zito, do it with the Zito, do you?
This is a delicious shot. Front foot, high elbow, glorious. It's the one that you want in the nets. Throw me some half volleys so I can hit through cover. It always looks good. And with that prompt Stark to say, right, mate, send back the square leg.
They were the shots you were playing to in the nets before facing them.
Before getting my middle pole and leg pole just uprooted.
Yeah. Here is Stark, and again, he bowls quicker than that one. Nipped back, hit high on the left leg, the front leg of Blundell ballooned into the cordon.
Yeah, that one had a bit of bite from Mitchell Stark, some anger, and the follow through as well, right down. Very close to where Tom Blundell is.
148 Ks that one. There you go. That's why you just want to paper cuts with the fast bowlers. You don't want to make them too angry.
Yeah.
Unless you're on 60 odd and you're seeing it very well. Early on in your innings, you just want to say, well bowled, you all over me here.
What are you doing, Milcom, mate?
Yeah, how good is this pitch? Really nice and green for you, isn't it? 2 fours is greedy.
Moving around when you're bowling a bit slower. Third slip's just gone a little bit wider as Stark bowls straighter, worked through square leg. Head had gone back out, was spotted by Bharat at 74 for the loss of 5 as Blundell moves to 23. Some who's who people out there just run into Ken Rutherford, former New Zealand captain, who you made your first class debut alongside Ken Rutherford. He's in good back slapping form, if you know what I mean. Like, and it's the third was particularly strong. So I don't know if that's a reflection on how many vinos he's had at the Collegians luncheon in the Norwood room here.
So funny when you play with. When you play with Ken Rutherford, then you play with his son Hamish. It's time to retire, Bharat.
Short, pulled, wide of mid-on. Turning and chasing. Oh, not really. The Australian captain gives up. What a barrage of boundaries at the Basin. 78 for the loss of 5. New Zealand started the session at 42. And 21 overs have been bowled. So in 4 overs since, they've motored along. 42 for 5. The end of the over, 78 for 5.
Bunnings.
When you're on more than one prescription, the dollars start to add up. At National Pharmacies, we give the full dollar back to our members on every PBS copay prescription at every store, every day. Because at National Pharmacies, we understand that every dollar counts.
SENZ Test Cricket with Resine Quality Paint and Colours, perfect for your summer projects. Daniel McHardy alongside Sundaresan and Grant Elliott. 13 runs off the last over. It will be Hazelwood to continue as 1 for 29. He starts from over the wicket and opening the face and running it wide of Green in the gully. Round from his left is Lyon, but a single. 79 for the loss of 5. Ran into former Deputy Prime Minister Grant Robertson, who was in the debating chamber yesterday, couldn't make it.
Is he also from your mighty club?
No, he was sitting in B11 and he made a joke, oh how the mighty have fallen. He's normally in one of the big rooms. He was in the debating chamber yesterday with the laptop open. Having a listen.
Listening to SENZ.
Not really paying attention to the debate, I don't think he is. Phillips, who's pushed up towards mid-off and there's no run. And there's also someone else I've caught up with, who I think Craig McMillan, who's doing the television, will be most excited to hear that he's in the ground. We'll find out if Bharat's big on Australian pop culture.
Yes.
Mr. John Aitken is here. John Aitken is here. And Craig McMillan is so excited at the prospect of catching up with a guy I know from playing club cricket with, Johnny A. There's a drive from Phillips, powerful off and there's no run.
Do you know who he is, Bharat?
No, I need to be educated. I hope my citizenship chances don't get affected here.
Could be blown
You guys
up.
have really put me on the spot.
Played for Wellington for a long time, finished up with Auckland, I think. Good player, left-handed opening bat. But he's famous for, I don't know if his role's relationship coach or on the magnificent television program Married at First Sight. Here's Hazelwood bowling straight. Phillips turns to mid-on this time and there's no run. John Aitken here. And Craig McMillan, would you believe, Bharat, is apparently a mega fan of trashy reality television. and just after he'd spoken to Cam Green last night, on TV, I wandered over to him, put my hands on his shoulders and went, Johnny Hayes here. And you should have heard Craig. It was like a little kid getting the perfect gift on Christmas Day. And Craig's response to me was, I've got 12 series to talk to him about.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Who would have thought Craig McMillan, that hard-hitting middle-order batsman, likes Married at First Sight? It's a bit disappointing, isn't it? Here's Phillips hit on the front pad. Height's the issue there. No real attempt to go through with the appeal. 79 for 5. I take it you've never watched an episode of Maths, which makes me think even higher of you.
I'm more of Say Yes to the Dress kind of guy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I love Say Yes to the Dress. Like, what a great show.
Never heard of it, but
it's about the bridal. Come on.
I haven't heard of it.
Come on, Grant.
Yes to the Dress.
Where have you been?
Say Yes to the Dress. Yeah, it's about bridal dress shopping. Love it. Always a happy ending.
Hazelwood bowls and Phillips again pushing the ball just wide of Green in the gully. They'll get a single.
Everyone loves a happy ending.
True. 80 for the loss of 5. That is the end of the over. Clip that one up. 80 for 5. Back short.
It's SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ Test Crickets. Change in our experts chair. Our experts with in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Perfect timing. Absolute. Well, fountain of knowledge on all things reality television is joining me, Bharat. Mr. J.V. Coney.
He's gone with the wind.
Frankly, my dear, I don't watch reality television. I think Jerry's off to a concert tonight, though. 80 for 5 will be the tall figure of Stark, starting short and had that hurried Phillips start. He took him on with the ball. He's flicked it very fine down towards long leg. They'll come back for 2, but I don't think he knew a lot about that one, Bharat.
Nah, his head was pointing to a very different direction to where he was aiming to hit that ball. It did kind of grow on him, that ball. But, there was one, just for a second, I think Glenn Phillips locked himself in such a position. He wondered, should I duck? But it was too late for him to do that. The ball was onto him. This could be a really fun over. These two aggressive batters are ready to take Mitchell Stark on, but he's backing himself to break through.
It's been a very fun 22 minutes since tea. Phillips comes down the wicket again, gets an inside edge onto his toes. He remains 29 off 29. Until 24.
And there's a difference, right, Jeremy, the way these two are batting. It doesn't come across as being reckless because they are in a backs to the wall situation and they're best off doing this. But then you compare it to the way Ravindra and Mitchell got out. Now, that is disappointing. That was a bit too reckless.
Yeah, there's been a bit of that, but that's, the moment, a little mini fight back. Don't mind those either.
First time I've seen a smile on your face today, Jerry. Lovely to see. 2 slips, 2 gullies as Phillips works a ball from middle stump into the square leg region, head around to his right to field. But they've been assertive. The ball's been there to hit. They have put it away. Shuffling down, Phillips especially. Blundell more traditional as far as the guard he's taken, but both have been able to rotate the strike and pick up plenty of boundaries.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon has started his long.
Well, I think he's going to bowl soon.
Yeah. It takes a while to warm up, Nathan Lyon.
Is he?
A couple of overs, so Josh Hazlewood has just been in the midst of a long spell as well, so maybe he'll get a break.
Long run up, 1 ball for Stark. Moves past the umpire. Bowls a lifter. That's a snarler. Barking delivery around throat height. Played very well in the end, down and into the ground. Is it?
Just call that.
Renshaw on.
Yeah.
Fields in the gully.
Yeah, you just call that left arm angry, don't you? Yeah. Mitchell Stark is angry. He's enjoyed the last 7 or so minutes. These two have picked off a few boundaries off him, and the pace just going up now.
And up and up and up into the high 140s consistently since little flurry of boundaries. Phillips tucks his head into his left shoulder, waits. It's a short one. That's too short. Not threatening. He's a small man, and that will be a wide. Saw a lot of those from the New Zealanders who couldn't quite get the direction right. 82 for the loss of 5 wickets. New Zealand trailed by exactly 300 runs. Earlier, if you're just tuning into our coverage, Latham gone for 5. Williamson, extraordinary run out without scoring. Rachin Ravindra without scoring. They lost 3 wickets in 5 balls with the score on 12. Then Will Young, Daryl Mitchell also out before tea for 9 and 11 respectively. Consecutive balls there too. As Fuller this time. Glorious straight drive for 4. Overpitched. Sent back from whence it came. 87 for 5. Phillips to 33.
Nothing wrong with that shot.
No. Nothing reckless. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's really full. Almost a half volley. He's such a punchy right-hander, Glenn Phillips. Very handsy as well, like a lot of wicket-keeping batters tend to be. Punchy drive for 4.
All right, you're learning quickly. I'm a child, you're right. Jeremy's well versed. 87 for 5. Stark bowls full, and again just punched with more, not as much power, but very straight. They've got at least a couple. Cummins loses the cap. Hits up, Sonny's on, throws, and they'll have to be content with a couple. Another very positive over for the New Zealanders, but there's some quick balls from Stark, who has 1 for 32 off 8. New Zealand, after 27 overs, now trail by 294. It's 89 for 5.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Reserve SEN and SENZ cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. You see Nessa and Boland have snuck a drink out. It's not the scheduled drinks break, but a reminder, our open country farmer shout out. Today we say hi to David Francis from Putaruru. David says he's a terrible cricketer, but a great commentator in waiting. Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Well. Enjoy a summer of New Zealand's best cricket. The Black Caps delivered to you by Open Country. Excellent. I like that. Do you know what I also like? Side of Nathan Lyon into the attack. He'll be pushing into the northerly breeze from the Adelaide Road end. He'll have a slip. Short leg. So catching mid-wicket. It's got long on. Deep forward square. Deep mid-wicket. He starts with the ball that spins from straight and goes down the leg side. Bounce too. That's the key. I'm really fascinated to see that his ability to get revolutions, Gerard, and also to get the bounce already. That one's around about hip height, and New Zealand did struggle against Dane Pete. Bowling into the hip in Hamilton. He had great joy. Line, just a few more test wickets, goes a little bit shorter, worked away to the right, a short fine leg, single for Blundell, 90 for the loss of 5. Blundell now 25 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
That's a lot of turn from 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
That's the first comment you'd have to make.
Yep.
So these are conditions that if he gets it right, and as you mentioned also, the other aspect is that the bounce is there and he's getting it up in the air above the batsman's eyes, and it's dropping from there. So this is a nice breeze to bowl into actually for an offie.
It is.
It just gives him a little bit of variation as well. 5 full field, 5 on the leg side.
Bowling in the sunglasses. Lovely Wellington day. Ball spins. Hits the left pad very high up. Cries of catch it, but that dull thud clearly off pad.
I'm not surprised that they have a deep mid-wicket out for Glenn Phillips. He does back himself to play that slog sweep. We've seen him do it across formats.
Normally likes to go leg side of the ball and punch it through the offside sometimes.
Line in again, drags the length down, spins sharply back in towards Phillips, has to ride the bounce too, push into the onside.
Lyon starting off with a pretty straight line at the moment, isn't he? It's when he gets outside off stump that becomes interesting.
It did spin back a long way,
Yeah.
Jerry.
Come on, boys.
Bunnings trade replay. Words of encouragement for this fine off spinner. Makes the length down, and that should be punished, and is. Just a first over type delivery, drags it down leg side and pivoting, pulling away to the unprotected boundary for 4 is Phillips.
Yeah, every ball just a little bit short, isn't it, really? All played off the back foot from the New Zealanders. They've missed a couple to turn it down. This one's dragged down enough you can actually get it finer. So it's good. That's a pull stroke, or a little tuck, really, around the leg side.
Certainly the best 30 minutes of play for New Zealand today. They've added over 50 in that time as Phillips now heaves away over square leg, just over the rope, I think. Well, no, one bounce for 4. He's taken this from a long way outside of off. So boundary to the powerful right-hander. 9 runs off the over. Phillips is 43 off 37. Blundell's 25. New Zealand now a 98 for the loss of 5 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. And after this break, Adam Collins joins the fun.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Basin Reserve for Rosine, the paint professionals use. What a lovely little counter-attack here from the Black Caps. This pair have put on 69 from 65.
I just said Glenn Phillips loves that slog sweep. It took him just 5 balls to pull it out, and he did very square though. Good contact.
Interesting over from Lyon as well. Stark away from us. The stand end. Bowls here, back of a length, defended into the onside. No run there for Blundell, who's 43 from 37, striking at 116. But yeah, that line over, we saw the balls really ragged, didn't they, Gerard? The first couple especially.
And bounce.
So when he gets his radar right, which he didn't there, he'll be a handful. But Phillips, who's got a 50-ball international 100 to his name against Sri Lanka a couple of years ago, and a match-winning hand in Bangladesh before Christmas with bat and ball, real competitor.
And the more Stark bowls, of course, the more foot marks he's going and targets that Lyon is going to have to bowl at.
Blundell facing Stark, bowls here, takes on the short ball down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. There's an appeal from second slip. That's Stephen Smith, so they won't be too concerned about that. No review.
Yeah, just at the end of the last Mitchell Stark over, Pat Cummins walked up to him and just checked if he wanted another over, and he just get a feeling that something is about to give. These two are trying to take Stark down ball after ball, and he's mixing his lengths. He's going really full or really short.
Yeah, Blundell likes the faster bowling. He's been an opener, of course. He got that 100 over at the MCG, didn't he? Yep. And he generally likes it. So he plays square quite strongly.
Thus the deep point. Stark to him here. Blundell thinks about cutting and pulls out of the shot, ball through to Carey. Well wide and a little tempter.
It is a tempter, you're dead right. As you say, the deep point, backward point actually, quite backward. But at the same time, if you go for it, 2 slips in a gully. If you don't get it right, there is an opportunity there for Stark and the slips.
Still a packed house here today. New Zealand in early strife, 5 for 29, well behind the game. This partnership providing a little bit of hope. We've already seen a couple of notable twists in this test, not least this morning. Huge partnership for the 10th wicket. Stark bowls here. Blundell plays out to deep backward point, gets the angle right for 1. Collected in front of the Wakefield Memorial. 5 for 99. Blundell up to 26. Over to Glenn Phillips.
What does he have for us? He's been trying to go really offside of the ball against Stark, and every time he's gone full, he's driven, but trying to access the leg side, isn't he, Jeremy?
He also shimmies down, isn't he? I mean, he's coming down the wicket at Stark. Stark doesn't like that.
Oh.
And that's why he's bounced him a couple of times last over.
So Phillips made 87 from 72 on a raging turner at Dhaka last year. Facing Stark here and driving just in front of point. The sweeper from deep backward point rushes around. One is what they'll be satisfied with. They consider the second. Phillips 44. And the 100 is up. There was ironic cheering when the 50 was up. The Bronx cheering, if you like. The tenor or the tone has changed a wee bit. There's a bit of belief here. 283 behind, but with these two in the middle, not yet out of the game.
And they're clapping over their heads. That's generally a sign that they're also
we
a nice
approve of this.
Yes. Yeah.
If we had the choice, we'd have more of the latter.
So Stark, last ball of his ninth over. Has one wicket, that of Latham. Two slips the gully. Bowls here, an inside edge near the woodwork. Blundell gets away with it, not far away. False stroke. Up at 144 clicks as well, Stark. 5 for 100, New Zealand. Blundell 26, Phillips 44. On the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. They're 283 behind.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Professionals use it. 21 degrees outside, Jeremy.
Yes.
They've been going for 38 minutes since tea, so it's not hot, it's pleasant, it's warm. There's an impromptu drinks break. Both batters have had a change of gloves and a long drink between overs. What on earth is going on here?
Well, this is where they don't need to be hydrated at this time. And this is where umpires just say, no, go off. Just wave them off. They can't... It's not as if these two batsmen are in danger in any way.
No. And these two are super experienced umpires. Maria Erasmus obviously in his last test as well. But
wave them off.
But they also, Glenn Phillips also used the chapstick. He had dry lips.
Oh dear.
Are you okay with that now? That's allowed, Jim.
No,
dry lips. No. Nobody should be allowed to bat with dry lips. Have a heart.
Okay, give him a lipstick.
3 back on the leg side, 2 catching men. That's a slip and a short leg. Line, bowling to Phillips. Delivers here. Phillips goes back and pulls. Gets it fine enough to challenge the deep backward square. Dragged in. Touching the rope for a second there was the sub Renshaw. They'll check that upstairs. So it's either 2 or 4. We'll find out in a moment.
The feet went onto the sort of the sponge, didn't it?
Seeing the replay here. Umpire Goff just holding up proceedings. We see Renshaw, he touched the ball and then he made a bit of a meal of it. It was on his thigh and then he touched the rope and then it touched his thigh. I think that's 4.
Yeah, I think so too.
I reckon that's 4. Waiting for the signal from umpire Goff. TV umpire Nick Menon. 4 runs and signalled in the lovely old-fashioned sort of English way with the tickling the ivories, if you like. Phillips up to 48 from 39. 10 boundaries in that. Line yet to really land his stock delivery. Delivers here. Phillips goes back a little bit short. Out to backward point on the cut. No run.
What you were talking about earlier, Jeremy likes to just open up the offside, doesn't he?
And his stumps sometimes. And that's, I think, did you mention what he got in Bangladesh when he was batting? He did exactly the same there to the off spinners.
Had a great test match there. Line bowls Phillips back, tucks, another 1. It's 49 from 42. So yeah, there were wickets and runs in that game. He made 40 not out in a chase, 87 when they were shot in the first innings. So only playing his 6th match, but already shown he's able to take that step from white ball cricket, where he's been excelling for a couple of years, into the red ball stuff as well.
He had the debut in Sydney when he nearly missed the flight getting there.
Back to Blundell. 3 back, line bowls to him. He's forward and it's hit the pad. That's a better delivery from the Australian number 1, and it deflects into the onside. No run.
It was It was the South African spinner Dane Pete. That cost, I think he got 6 wickets in the first innings. So it's not as if everything is suddenly okay against an offie.
Blundell waiting for lines, still 3 back on the leg side. Bit short, maybe not short, it's just short of a length that Blundell tries to deflect from the crease into short leg, no run.
I'm just surprised he hasn't started with a leg slip.
Yeah.
He's so used to doing that, and after the first 2 deliveries, Jeremy, I thought he would immediately put a leg slip in.
I think a leg slip with the bounce, I think that's there. I don't think he needs... I'd leave some of these places open for New Zealand. He's so far ahead.
Line bowls, lunging forward towards leg slip goes Blundell. Gets out to find leg for 1. He's 27. Lyon's got his hands on his head as he completes his second over. 15 runs coming from them. New Zealand 5 for 106. Blundell 27. Phillips 49 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
When you're on more than one prescription, the dollars start to add up. At National Pharmacies, we give the full dollar back to our members on every PBS copay prescription at every store, every day. Because at National Pharmacies, we understand that every dollar counts.
Open Country offers dairy farmers flexibility and choice. Here's what dairy farmers Arjun and Anjana had to say.
Partnering with Open Country does give us more flexibility and choice.
Yeah, the environment team is awesome. We've had Catherine out on farm to run us through our environment plan, and now having that at our fingertips is great.
Open Country. They listen, act, deliver.
There's a streaker. The whole clobber off. The blokes jumped out of the Ewan Chatfield Pavilion and danced his way, Jeremy, towards the hill, and he's been taken down.
It's one of the New Zealanders, is it? From just the openers, probably.
That was where the opening was, in front of the pavilion, and he dashed out towards the grass bank, and he just moseyed on over to Nathan Lyon.
He did.
Had the old boy out.
He was singularly unimpressed, I'd have to say.
And then the security man who eventually apprehended him had the big long beard. They've been practicing their sprint work. We've seen the security guard sprinting on and off the field, and now the streaker is departing. Have they picked him up? I think they might have. No, they're letting him walk off the field. It's not quite Johnny Bairstow with the protester as it was at Lord's, and have they covered him up as well? Yes, they've put it away, as it were. Hello, Smithy.
Well, you're pleased to know it wasn't me anyway. You're right though, Jerry.
You wouldn't have what?
Pretty average effort, wouldn't it? But like the batting, to a large degree.
I was told in the lead up to this test match that there's a thing called the Basin Run, where cars pull up on Adelaide Road there, they park, and as the lights change, you sprint around the ground and try and get to the next traffic lights before the car arrives. So not on the ground, but sort of around the field, around the roundabout. Cummins away from us, bowls here, keeping Blundell honest, defending from the line of the middle stump.
It's surrounded by about 2, 4, 6, 8, about 12 security guards.
Do you know what right now is a good time to be a streaker? If you're the follow-up.
Yeah. They never cater for the backup one.
Yeah.
That's true. That's inexperience, really.
I have a recollection of a streaker during the Brendan McCullum innings at Christchurch 8 years ago, Jeremy, and you were on air and commentated the dash. And he got it back over the fence, the fella, and kept running, and he disappeared into the crowd.
The fence there can be dangerous.
Well, Cummins bowls here, and riding the bounce out to deep backward point is Blundell, where they've had a sweeper. They might get 2 here. They want 2, and they'll get 2. That's great batting. Purposeful running. Continues the counter-attack. Blundell up to 29. 5 for 108, Smithy.
Hey, look, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, New Zealand are finally having a half hour in the day, and it's been quite an impressive half hour as well, scoring a great rate of knots and just through positivity. And I like the way that they've started against Nathan Lyon in particular. I like the aggressive approach to Lyon while he gets to settle. So much experience, but they're going to take him on, which is pretty cool.
Cummins up, bowls to Blundell, who defends under his eyes. Knows the call.
This won't be so easy though with Cummins.
Pat Cummins always gets a damn wicket. Every time he comes in, he gets a wicket. You know, it's just like written in the...
It's what bowlers should do, of course.
Really?
Not if you're against New Zealand, is that right?
It does seem fair at times, but I just saw him do it every time he got the ball against Pakistan and the West Indies. He just seemed to get a breakthrough. It's just his way.
Got an advertising board saying here, ease up on the beesies. Might be in response to the streaker. Cummins, 3 left in the over. Bowls here on the front foot, square driving. Blundell so strong in that region. He'll pick up a couple more, taking on the sweeper line. Well bowled, well, not well bowled, well played, well run is what I meant to say. Blundell 31, Phillips 49, 5 for 1.
So powerful there.
I find that a damaging comment. Ease up on the beersies. Oh. How many people drink beer?
At the cricket?
Well, in the world.
Continue your thought.
Well, how many streak? So you're associating that streaking is part of beers.
No, true.
Very few people streak.
That's true.
Quite a few people drink beer.
Well, what's the fine situation here? Because in Australia, it's a very big number. It changes each state, and it's done on indexation, so it's often an odd number, and it's often flashed up on the screen. So you know what you're doing, what you're paying. Blundell faces Cummins. Short ball, and just squeezes it past mid-on. Not with any real authority off the splice of the bat. Mitchell Stark was nearly within diving distance. Instead, it's 2 more for the 3rd time in the over. 33 for Blundell, 5 for 112.
Well, he won't get a prize for best dressed, put it that way. Look, I don't know. He'll go into the slammer.
Yeah.
And he'll be out.
Hundreds,
He'll be
I
out.
would think.
Hundreds, not thousands.
Yeah, I think
he'll
so.
be out later tonight.
You could almost throw the hat around for hundreds. Thousands a bit trickier.
Well, there'll be a dare involved.
Of course there will be.
Someone will be.
Oh, yeah. Someone will be holding his clothes down here, obviously.
Well, they were holding his other bits when he was on the way off. Cummins to finish here and leaves alone on length again. Blundell 33, 6 runs from the Cummins over, his most expensive so far. 5 for 112 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. They're behind by 271, New Zealand.
We hope you're...
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
We're seeing shots of the bay in Wellington. Gorgeous sight on a perfect day here. The ground these two men, Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney, know ever so well. Jeremy, what was your first memory of coming to the Basin Reserve as a youngster before you played here?
Jumping off the tram just here on the corner and nearly knocking a poor old lady over. And then sneaking into the ground. I think I was probably 8. I had brought my school book that I got for Christmas.
Line 3rd over begins to Phillips on 49, and he won't get his 50 here, defending to short.
Went up into the museum stand, which was the only stand in those days. It was quite a very different ground. It wasn't an oval then, it was a big square, really, or a big sort of rectangle. And so, watched South Africa play New Zealand. Johnny Waite at the stumps.
Line bowls, and Phillips takes him on down the ground, catches the call, but there'll be no catch. It ends up with Hazelwood, and there will be applause. The single takes Phillips to a well-made half-century. 50 from 43 balls. Just when New Zealand needed it. He walks in at 5 for 29, 2 wickets falling on that score. We were talking about them being rolled for 100 or less, but an hour or so on, in concert with Blundell, these two are putting in a shift.
Well, we talked about the defining innings for Cameron Green.
Yes.
It's too early to say. I'm not going to put a curse on it, but is this perhaps one for Glenn Phillips?
So back to Blundell, who's 33. Jumping forward. Is it an inside edge to short leg line? Think so. And he's walking. Blundell out. The ball after Phillips had recorded this half-century just when they were building some momentum. The partnership ends at 84. Blundell caught it short leg for 33. Nathan Lyon has an early wicket. It's 6 for 113, Ian Smith.
Well, not very often New Zealanders get to face quality spin bowling, and there's a classic example of what happens when you try to use your feet to one who gets you on terms of length, and that's exactly what happens. Blundell tried to come down and meet that delivery from Nathan Lyon, got nowhere near the pitch, but it is turning, it is bouncing inside part of the bat onto leg up, and the easiest catch you can think of for Travis Head. So he got his man. He will do that, Nathan Lyon. He'll lure you in, and he's now and even though he's been taken to a wee bit, I think he's demonstrated what a threat he's going to be.
Jeremy, you detected in his first over that he was really getting the ball to spin but hadn't quite got his line right. Now he gets a wicket.
Yes, it's outside off stump. He's asked the batsman to go down and out, in other words. And look, he's misread length, hasn't he? He's tried to shimmy down there and he hasn't got it. It's allowed the ball to pitch and to bounce, and he's just closed the face and just hit it into his pad, and it's looped from there. So a mistake. Now how will Scott Kugelheim play? Now the tail, which is quite long for New Zealand, you have to say, because after this the rest of the bowlers. And what does Phillips do? Phillips has got to be careful.
It's a brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah.
It really was a classic piece of off-spin bowling, because it dipped on him, and that's what good bowlers do. They get the ball up in the air and then they get it to drop on you. And in the end, Tom Blundell will look back at that and say he was 1.5 yards short of getting to the pitch of that delivery. When from the outset, he probably thought he had it under control.
If you go down the pitch, you're generally looking to attack.
Yes.
Generally, as a rule. And he just didn't get anywhere near it. And you've got to have a bailout option.
And his bailout option was to turn it as opposed to pushing it back.
Yeah, or just getting a pad or anything on it, because you're well down the pitch and you're not going to be given out LBW.
The classic off-spinners dismissal, caught at short leg, ballooning up. Kugelheim averages 27 in first-class cricket. First ball here from Lyon, hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before Michael Goff turns it down. As we said earlier, he is really turning it. So in order to get that given out, a lot needs to be going right. It doesn't look like Cummins is tempted into the review, and Lyon bails out of the conversation as well.
And very difficult to get started.
And they have put Marnus Labuschagne in his hip pocket at leg gully, the old David Warner position.
Yep, spot on. Lyon bowls here. Kugelheim dances and takes him out towards square leg. Underneath it, it's gone. Kugelheim, a second ball duck. Cameron Green shakes his head. He did lose it for a moment, took it with his fingers down, but Nathan Lyon, as is so often the case against New Zealand, having an influence. 2 wickets in the over. 7 for 113, and suddenly New Zealand are collapsing again.
It's very bad cricket from Scott Kugelheim. He's got to realise he's got a batsman in at the other end who's going pretty well, and all he has to do is just get in and occupy. He doesn't have to try and out-hit him. I don't know what's going through his mind there. It's just it's a mental block, just second ball in. To even think that he could do that is just crazy. Glenn Phillips stands mid-pitch down the other end, and he's probably just shaking his head saying, I hardly even got a chance to talk to you. It's just a ridiculous dismissal.
New Zealand are 260 runs behind. Now that just says to me that he just does not back his defence to be able to stay in and bat for the guy who's actually on 50 at the other end. It says, I don't know what to do. And so that's why it's brought about the shot, and not valuing your wicket and not valuing the guy at the other end.
Well, Jeremy, you talk about not knowing how to defend. None of those guys coming know how to defend Nathan Lyon.
Well, then they're going to get out very quickly.
They are. Matt Henry is a hitter. Tim Southey, we know what Tim Southey's like.
Yeah.
And Will O'Rourke's at 11, say no more. So Nathan Lyon, unbelievably, is in line to get a 5 for here.
Yep.
It's incredible.
It could happen. It could happen.
They won't know how to play him with his turn
got 2
bounce.
now.
We don't face it, and that's the problem.
Last ball of the over, 2 wickets in it. The new man's Henry, and he does defend, albeit off an inside edge to short leg. Lyon's gone bang, bang. New Zealand, 7 for 113. Phillips down the other end on 50. That's on the Macca's scoreboard.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, Horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to senzradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
For Liquorland, Cheers, choose to drink wise. I think your point, Smithy, about needing to settle. 3 wickets falling on 12, 2 wickets falling on 29, 2 wickets falling on 113. Especially given Phillips went to 50, the ball before it started.
Bad cricket. That's all it is. It's bad cricket.
Cummins' turn to get amongst it. Bowls to Phillips, who defends into the onside. No quick single on offer.
I mean, I can see what Jeremy's doing now, and I know Jeremy. Coney's he's making a list now and looking at the methods of dismissal and saying how many players were actually genuinely dismissed without doing the bowler a favour.
Not many.
No, I know that's what you were looking at.
Well,
You're just looking at how New Zealand have got out. I can see that. And without even you even writing. That's what it's. I know you, and you, that's what you're saying, aren't you? You're thinking, okay, look at the score, and look at the fact that New Zealand and how they've got out. How much help have they given Australia?
You two blokes have worked in TV for a long time, and sometimes you can read a bit about the game by the graphics that flash up. As Cummins gets to the crease and bowls to Phillips, 50 from 44, runs here out to square leg. Just one of them, though, gives a strike to Henry. 7 for 114, Phillips 51. It was 71 runs to avoid the follow-on up on the screen a moment ago, and that suddenly becomes part of the conversation again, given it's only in over 33. There'll be some fresh guys out there, and makes even the Kugelheim dismissal. He made 100 against Australia A last year, 4 first-class hundreds, 1 this year. He's better than that second ball, and to let Phillips down the way they have there, to open up this idea of a follow-on, inexcusable.
Again, he didn't get to the pitch, did he? He allowed it to turn, and that's why it went so square.
Cummins to Henry. Packed cordon, bowls here, back of a length. He goes back and defends eventually.
And it's not fair on the likes of Matt Henry to come out and save New Zealand in this situation. Bowled his heart and soul out.
Bowled his spleen out.
Yeah, to get them into a position of credibility.
30-odd overs.
At this stage yesterday, he was the reason why they were going pretty well. Again, this morning, he was the best of the bowlers, got the final wicket, got 5 for him now. A matter of 2.5 hours later, he's out there trying to get us respectability with the bat. I'm saying us. Get New Zealand respectability with the bat.
Cummins to Henry, his third ball. It bobbles up towards point. He was defending, but he didn't really know where it was going. Yes. And they get through for 1. He's off the mark, 1 from 3, 7 for 115. But your point, Jeremy, about the defensive techniques of the lower order, that's a question mark right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid if you compare the two lower orders, you'd have to say Australia with people like Stark and Cummins, Lyon. It is stronger in terms of remaining at the crease. If there is a proper batsman at the other end who's into an innings, well, we saw a perfect example of that with your number 11 today.
Hazelwood terrific, helping lay a big foundation. Australia 383. Cummins bowls here, and Phillips pushes to mid-on. Knows the call. That partnership of 116 and how that just changed the whole feeling of the Test match. When Australia lost their 8th and 9th wickets yesterday, late in the day, albeit at 244 and 267, it genuinely felt like Australia were going to be bowling last night for at least a couple of overs. To think they didn't end up bowling until the middle session of day 2.
This has been a very bad day for New Zealand, obviously. That's very simply said. 2 balls to go in this over.
Last one. Cummins to Phillips. To mid-wicket, mid-on. Gets 1. Keeps the strike as well, which is suddenly a factor. 7 for 116. Phillips 52. Henry 1. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Paint professionals use SENZ as well. New Zealand losing 2 wickets in the session in the space of 3 balls. Blundell for 33, Kugelheim for a duck, both for line in his previous over. He bowls again here to Phillips on 52. Phillips goes back and defends. It's a shame line went through him so quickly. I was going to look forward to hearing you talk about Wellington 60 years ago, Jeremy, but we'll do that another time. Unless you want to pick it up now. Your first time watching cricket here at 1960.
No, let's this is much more interesting.
Indeed it is. Well, plenty of time through the series for that. Line bouncing towards us and towards Phillips. He's 52, bowls here. Phillips hit on the pad via the inside edge. Carey's appealing. The bowler is not. Michael Goff unmoved.
See, this is a very clever field as well for Nathan Lyon with New Zealand reeling here. He's still got 3 men out. And, a lot of people think, well, why has he got such a defensive field and a deep cover as well? One, he wants to get Phillips off strike, so he's happy to give him one to get Henry down this end. That's point one.
It's the thigh pad there, not inside edge first. Line bowls here and back again goes Phillips, and he gets in a bit of a tangle. Eventually, Carey picks up the ball and throws it to his short leg. No appeal.
Point two is he's spinning it.
Yeah.
He's got a long on and a player just in front of square, which visually gives you a huge amount of space at mid-wicket. A lot of space if you want to go over the top there. Problem is it's turning, and when you play, unless you're to the pitch of the ball, as Kugelheim did, you're going to hit it squarer. And that's where Cameron Green comes into play. It's an optical illusion almost.
Line delivers, and Phillips plays from the crease into the offside, no single.
It is, because if you aim the shot perhaps even at long on, if you don't get to the pitch, you'll drag it to Cameron Green.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Kugelheim did, because he just didn't get close enough to the ball. If you can't get close, you may as well play back.
Well, you don't get 500 test wickets without being clever and they're being outthought here.
It's his dip. Line bowls, and Phillips works around the corner. Just between, well, there's no leg slip anymore, but between the gap that would be between leg slip and short leg. Single, 53 for Phillips, 7 for 117.
He's got another option too, but he doesn't need it at this point. He could go round the wicket, and this is what he did to the Pakistan. Nathan Lyon went round the wicket and kept that man in the hip pocket. Then he brought the 45 catcher. Basically, he's got the field now.
Yeah.
And then he'd bowl and pitch it about middle and leg and turn it from a different angle. Different angle.
Labuschane's the leg slip. Lyon's last ball here. Henry swings across the line, out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets the lot of it. Gives it everything. That's gone all the way for 6. So Matt Henry advances to 7 for 123 at the end of the over. Gerard Whateley in for me. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pit Stop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pit Stop.
Pit Stop, you come to the right place.
SEN and SENZ Test cricket for Resina. The paint professionals use 7 for 123. A spirited counter-attack from Phillips and Blundell, but then 2 wickets in an over. Again, Nathan Lyon doing the business. Phillips is 53. Pat Cummins in his 9th over, 1 for 23. The Australian captain bowls, and Phillips runs the ball past Gully, and he'll pick up a boundary to 3rd. Boundaries for Zito. Do it with a Zito. Do you. Phillips has been terrific, Ian Smith.
He has been terrific. He's playing his natural game, but he's playing sensibly within that as well. He's looking at the options available to him, but he's not doing anything ridiculously stupid. And he's running out of help. He's got not many assets left at the other end to play with. So how he's going to go about this, none of the 3 players he's got to come have shown any great longevity at the crease in Test cricket.
2 slips and a gully in place. Cummins right arm over the wicket. Phillips on the move, defends when he arrives. So a couple of observations. The first is for a corps of security guards who practiced their sprinting. They were very slow to move when the streaker appeared.
Yeah, they were slow out of the gun when and react to the gun as well.
Missed the start by and if Scott Kugelheim is going to bat like that, he may as well have streaked. It's a close run thing as to what the most brainless act of the session was.
Well, it was, you're right. I mean, it's a brutal thing to say, but he should be thinking that is the case. It was just nonsensical.
Phillips faces up, short ball, goes after a top edge, down to fine leg, diving, but not quite arriving as Hazelwood. He was dipping on him. He couldn't quite make the ground.
And Phillips has run down the other end without his bat, Gerard. I was so interested in the ball in the air. I had no idea what was happening there.
To go back and get it. It was up over the eye line, bottom of the bat, went flying down. Hazelwood slid in, he's blocked it on the first bounce. Studying the replay of the Bunnings trade replay screen. Phillips has bat in hand, but it's Henry who's got the strike now. Oh, Phillips thought he was out. He stood there and dropped his bat and watched despairingly before Henry told him to get moving. Henry, as a result, backing away. That slides past the stumps, and Cummins with his hands on his head, wondering how on earth that didn't disturb the woodwork.
I would imagine Matt Henry's thinking the same thing. he's just showing him the stumps. That's the problem. And it's gone in between pads and leg stump. Very, very tight. But Matt Henry's not known for his defence. He's not rock solid defender. That's not his way. He's a hitter.
Sort of the Henry averages 21.5. Southey averages 16. O'Rourke's playing his second test match. Henry, well, got the toe end as he was taking a wild swing at it. It trickles to the leg side. Nothing there. The Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. 7 for 128. This is the last ball of the 35th over. Latham 5, Williamson 0, Ravindra 0, Mitchell 11, Young 9. Blundell 33, Kugelheim 0. Lyon has a couple, Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, Marsh, and a run out. Cummins lets fly. Henry edges short of green at gully. He knocks it down but gives up the single. 7 for 129 at the end of the over. This session is for Liquorland. Cheers. Choose to drink wise.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
And SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer project. 7 for 129. Henry is 8. Phillips is 58. Lyon has 2 for 23. He's in operation from the Adelaide Road end. And Henry will have the strike.
Well, he's hit him for 6. Nathan Lyon will be stewing on that. So what's going to happen here? He'll try again, Matt Henry. He's nothing shorter than that.
Henry readies himself. He leans forward. It all got a bit tangled up there. He hands the ball to Carey. So a slip, a leg slip, and a bat pad. And mid-wicket is on the edge of the square. There's a short, fine leg, Stark on the 45. The deep mid-wicket is Green, a long on, a mid-off, and a backward point. Henry swings across the line, high up to long on. It will just carry over Hazelwood and go for 6. Hazelwood was directly in line with it the whole way. He planted his feet, he jumped, but it had enough clearance. 2 sixes from Henry on line so far.
It was very wide of off stump and it didn't turn. One of the rare ones that hadn't turned and went straight on. And that was the reason he was able to hit it straighter. He didn't have to hit round it. He hit it straighter. And his heart would have been in his mouth momentarily as he saw the big man get under it, but he got there.
What on the follow-up? Henry, conservative, he shaped, and then it all got lost, tied up again, squirted back towards the stumps, rolls away off his body across the popping crease.
I think this hit about 2 or 3 things, this ball, and Australia can't quite believe it hasn't gone on to hit the stumps. It's turned back, it's hit bat pad, he's hit the back of the bat, then his helmet. It's just the most amazing thing. Carey was looking to catch him.
It was like billiards. It hit so many different things. Henry goes out to deep backward square. Didn't get all of that one. Green will field around the rope and they take a single. 7 for 136. It's going to be entertaining for as long as it lasts.
Back of the bat, onto the helmet. And Alex Carey lost it.
Yes.
It was actually there to be caught.
It was. What an unusual Bunnings replay. That one is Phillips forward defending, bat and pad tight together.
Phillips would dearly be into the, into the green roll here of trying to manufacture the strike and keep the strike. He would dearly love to be able to do that. But can he?
The last ball of the over from Lyon. Phillips sees it. He goes on the lusty drive straight down the ground. Plonks it just short of the rope and picks up the boundary. 11 from the over. 7 for 140. I'm loving it moments for Macca's. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
118 runs already in this session on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. A change of pace from New Zealand after tea. They've lost 2 wickets along the way, so they're 7 for 140. Henry's 15 and Pat Cummins will be bowling to him. SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for Resina, the paint professionals use. Cummins in, bowls. Henry backs away. The limbo tipped over as he was trying to get out of the way. Made no contact. Carey gathers and Henry gathers himself.
Smiles all round, but the biggest smile is Pat Cummins. The watery smile is that of Matt Henry because he's actually been sorted there. That's a terrific bouncer and he's done very well. He's played it with great flexibility, actually. Fast bowlers aren't supposed to have backs like that. That is very, very well played. But what next? Those stumps will be eyeing up Pat Cummins now. They're a real target for him.
He's had one dash of the leg stump already. Cummins on the follow-up, bowls full, driven by Henry. Squirts away to Stark at mid-on, no run.
Just go back to the previous ball of the last ball of the previous over. What a glorious shot that was from Glenn Phillips. Difference of batsman playing Nathan Lyon, hitting him dead straight, even on the offside against the spin, but getting his left shoulder around, his body round and playing an orthodox position, not letting the bottom hand and the right shoulder come into play. So hitting through the line of the ball and to a non-dangerous area. It's a beautiful cricket shot.
It's a lovely visual for you all. Cummins bowls, defended to mid-off by Henry. He's jumpy, keeps it out. I had the white bait fritter for lunch, Smithy.
Oh, Gerard.
Yeah.
And?
Oh, it was deluxe. Sinfully good.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. That'll be West Coast whitebait. So we're looking down the South Island to the right and that coast up the top there. Beautiful.
So one piece of bread buttered and then the whitebait fritter fried up on top. Looks like a fried egg.
Yeah.
Double-sided up onto the bread. Henry drives to mid-on hollow, no run. Just glorious.
Yeah.
I'll go the oyster fritter tomorrow.
Okay.
I've decided.
If they're bluff oysters, go big. Oh, that is a delicacy too. Bluff oysters can't be far away, actually.
Okay. It was right when all the carnage was happening in the fall of wickets. So being down amongst the groans, the confusion that met the run out, the bewilderment with Ravindra with the big shot straight to line. Cummins to Henry. Plays upright, punches it away to mid-off. No runs. Sees 5, now 1 to come.
Well, you can't say it's been boring. Yesterday we were raving about the quality of the cricket and how New Zealand and Australia had competed so well, gone head-to-head, and at the end of the day we couldn't work out who was in front or if anyone was decidedly in front. Well, no, now we know because of that partnership this morning and this pretty average batting display this afternoon, but every ball is action. It's fascinating.
Third slip out to leg slip. Marsh moves around for the last ball of the over. Cummins sends it down. Henry on the move, slices the ball out to deep points. Lyon has no play. It will go all the way for 4. Henry gets to 19. 7 for 144. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. They'll take the drinks break here. So it's been cricket in fast forward. 102 runs, so 5 for 42 at tea, now 7 for 144. Blundell and Kugelheim, the two men who are out. It's Phillips, who's 62, and Henry, who's 19. The Open Country Drinks Break, delivering you a summer of New Zealand's best cricket with the Black Caps.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends. Entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis. Part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000.
Bring your space to life with First Windows and Doors and experience the versatility and excellence Kiwis have come to expect with a high-performing range of solutions for all homes. From entrance doors to windows, sliders, bifolds and thermally efficient options, it's your build, your way with First Windows and Doors. They're also proud to bring you Chiefs Chat with Beav and Damien McKenzie on SENZ's The Run Home. Chiefs Chat with Beav and DMAC, thanks to First Windows and Doors. Made for Kiwi homes.
Highlights. Bounce, short wide outside of off stump, but right in the bounce. Actually playing it beautifully as Phillips. Almost in front of his chin. He's hit it on the run. He's coming down to Hazelwood too. Down at the fence, pulled wide of mid-on. Turning and chasing. Oh, not really. The Australian captain gives up. Barrage of boundaries.
Jumping forward. Is it an inside edge to short leg line? Think so. And he's walking. Blundell out. It's gone. Kugelheim, a second ball duck. Nathan Lyon, as is so often the case against New Zealand, having an influence. 2 wickets in the over.
The drinks break for Open Country. 7 down for 144. The bowling figure: Stark 1 for 34, Hazelwood 1 for 31, Cummins 1 for 33. Marsh 1 for 10 and Nathan Lyon 2 for 34. The Macca's scoreboard at cricket, I'm loving it, and there are people loving it from everywhere. Alex is with us in Fir Tree Gully. I'm sitting under the veranda on a beautiful day in Fir Tree Gully and enjoying the commentary very well much. Brilliant, gentlemen. Andy, thank you. It's lovely to have you there. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia and 8833 in New Zealand.
Long conversations here, even though we've had a drinks break for the players to have a chat about tactics. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon are seriously looking at angles here, and they're trying to work out players in certain positions and trying to actually cut down angles here with Phillips on strike. So much thought going into this because Nathan Lyon has gone round the wicket, and this is a genuine tactic of his, and it seriously brings into play short leg and leg gully. So that Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne are in the hot seat here. No slip, absolutely no slip. Got a man behind point, which is Mitchell Marsh, and a deep cover as well.
Lyon starts the new over. Phillips is on 62. He's back and clipping the ball straight. It's fielded by Lyon on the dive. So Renshaw is the sub fielder at the moment. He's gone to the deep mid-wicket and Green has come up to mid-wicket. The deep mid-wicket has been right in the play, so Renshaw will want to have his wits about him. And Hazelwood is warming up at deep backward square, so he'll momentarily be back in the attack. Phillips watches it go by.
So Kawaja at deep cover. We've got the skipper, who's probably going to have a spell now at mid-off. Mitchell Stark way down there under the Aussie support group at long on, yeah. And as you say, Hazelwood looking to get into the action here at the RA Vance stand in next over.
Lyon is around the wicket. He bowls to Phillips, who punches him out to the offside, and he'll be able to pinch a single as Kawaja comes in from the deep. So this is the move you were talking about, where Lyon changes his angle around the wicket, which worked against Pakistan.
Yes, it did. In particular, it worked against a couple of players who looked to get down the wicket and couldn't get to him. They end up fending, and David Warner took a couple of really simple catches in the pocket there, which it's all basically on the hip pocket. And he's going to maintain this to Matt Henry. It also changes the angle if he wants to hit him over the top. He's got to hit. It makes it almost impossible for him to hit over the offside. It's going to go squarer.
Steve Smith's the man off the field, so Green has gone to slip now. Mitch Marsh has gone to mid-wicket. They are being fastidious in exactly where Hazelwood is at deep square. Line around the wicket. Henry flicks it up into the air. Renshaw and Hazelwood. It lands between them, wouldn't you know it? They were both on the move. So Hazelwood's had one short of him at fine leg, one long of him at long on, and the next one teasingly between fielders at backward square.
I know they're tail enders, but and he gets down the other end, Matt Henry, and rehearses a much more controlled shot into the onside. They are quite funny to watch at times.
Phillips, conservative, straight to short leg, and he had to hurry back. We've seen Head with a little bit of magic there before. 7 for 146. Lyon drifts it down. Phillips is back and cutting. Collide just got ground to cover at deep cover. You take a single. 3 singles from the over. 7 for 147 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
No time for dinner.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
And SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the paint professionals use. Josh Hazelwood coming back into the attack from our broadcast end here in the Vance stand. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. He picked up the wicket of Ravindra on the expansive drive, sliced away to Lyon at points.
Well, Grant Elliott's coming next to me here, and I'm really interested to pick his brains on some of the stuff that we've been watching out the window, because that long ago he was playing with some of these players and he knows the way they think about the game, or perhaps don't think about the game.
Hazelwood starts his fresh spell over the wicket. Phillips in behind defending. Grant, welcome back.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The listeners that are still here on the edge of their seats, see if New Zealand are going to get past the follow-on at the moment. Gee, it's been a tough day, a real toil. The banks are enjoying it, though. It's nice and sunny at the Basin. It's probably the only positive for a New Zealand fan's perspective. But yeah, I think Nathan Lyon, and you mentioned him prior to this test, Smithy, first name put on the sheet, I think is fascinating in terms of how he glues this attack together.
Phillips drives straight to mid-off, fielded by Marsh, no run.
You talk about the mentality of the batters, and I think, you know, if there's anyone you'd want to face, you'd probably say, okay, maybe it'll be Lyon on a green wicket, no turn. Yes, he's going to get bounced, maybe drift with the wind. But I always feel that when you played against Australia, and I only played against them once in Test match, but we had the likes of Lee, Johnson, Clark, and then you had Nathan Horrocks, and you're like, I wouldn't mind a piece of that, you know. When the skipper says, oh, Mitch, can you warm up?
Phillips on the move, bends the rising delivery down at his toes.
And inevitably ended up getting wickets. And it's kind of like you're watching Matt Henry now have a go at Lyon, and you think he probably thinks that's his only opportunity. You compare that in contrast to Green, who he was so structured in the way that he approached his game plan. He was leaving, even though there were 9 wickets down, he was leaving, and he was really selective on the strokes that he played. And that's what our batters, I think, with T20 cricket, white ball cricket, I don't think our tail enders are very selective in the way that they play.
Hazelwood to Phillips, drives. He got it wide of Marsh this time. Measured that up rather perfectly. Sweetly to the boundary for 4. So he is running hot for Ream. 68 from 66 balls is Glenn Phillips.
It's 150 up as well for New Zealand. So they're inching towards that follow-on mark. Still about 32 runs short, but that is a glorious cricket shot. Amongst some of the injudicious, I think fair to say, stroke play, Phillips has played some cracking shots here. True cricketing shots.
Hazelwood tries. Phillips tucks him to the leg side. He'll be able to find at least one to Cummins' right. They have a look at a second, but don't go as the Australian captain slides in. 7 for 152.
I was in Bangladesh on a pitch that can only be described as one of the most difficult pitches I've ever seen to play on in terms of spin. And Glenn Phillips played a masterclass there, which is why he's in the team now. Not only for he got a couple of wickets bowling right on off spin, but he came out and he was aggressive, and I was very fascinated to see how he was going to play and whether scoreboard pressure would get to him. I think he's done extremely well here. He's been selective but also aggressive. He hasn't shut his aggression down.
Henry backs away, defence straight to mid-on, calls for the single, well judged. Cummins wasn't going to be able to get there to threaten. 7 for 153 at the end of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
When it comes to SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Some things are easy to control. Oi, get back in there. But when it comes to climate change, it's a whole different beast. Overseer FM is a high-tech software tool that's designed to put farmers in control, to drive change by creating sustainable farms. In other words, it helps save the environment and your back pocket by taking the guesswork out of farming. Find out where your farm is at Overseer FM, and together we can help drive your farm forward. Overseer, choices for farmers.
This final session on day 2 is for Liquorland. To the cricket, cheers. Choose to drink wise. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Adelaide Road end. New Zealand is 7 for 153. Grant Elliott and Ian Smith in the experts chair for in-place living. Specialist disability accommodation designed for you.
How do you approach it here, Smithy?
You've got to be very careful. I mean, he's a smart man, Nathan Lyon, and he's got a smart captain. Steve Smith has had some input as well here. The unfortunate thing for Matt Henry is that it seems his only method to defend consistently here is to hit. And so they've re-bolstered the onside field out in the deep.
So Labuschagne and Green are now the 2 deep fielders. Henry's on the advance. He lifts it up straight. Stark moves around and it's over him again. Henry is inch perfect. Lovely long carry on the straight hits. His third 6 from Lyon, 7 for 159.
Don't mind telling you that's a very good cricket shot because he's hit it straight. They've set for the ball it's going to turn and he's hit the ball dead straight because he's kept his shape.
Line around the wicket. Henry backed away, flicked around the corner, straight into heads.
You're right, though. It's a waiting game, isn't it, Smithy? He doesn't trust his defence.
No.
It's a man, short leg and one round the corner. And the only way he's going to play this is to try and launch the ball. It would be great if he was looking to go along the ground. The sweep is a dangerous shot with bounce.
Henry on the advance, didn't get there. A bit tangled up, it bounces off his pad. 27 with 3 sixes from 22 balls. That just draws the attention of Glenn Phillips, who just calls him down to have a word.
Well, it'd be nice if he could use his feet and just look to try and play it along the ground to mid-on or just through that mid-wicket region. But Henry's looking aerial almost every opportunity that he gets.
Henry readies himself, trying to flick around the corner without much success.
It's almost like when a fast bowler's running in and a batter's prepared to go at one. A short delivery, there's 3 men back. And they go, okay, well, we're just going to keep going then. You're going to keep getting a barrage.
Nathan Lyon to Matt Henry, plays back, knocks it away to mid-off, no run.
It's good technique. Off the back foot, hit the ball along the ground, but into the offside, which is only protected by 2 players. It's a 7-2 onside field.
Last ball of Lions over. Henry plays back. He tried the swat around the corner, which is well protected. He misses. 27 from 25, Henry. He's running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best. 7 for 159 as Daniel McHardy comes back in.
Great.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ's live test match cricket with Resine, the paint professionals use. Daniel McHardy alongside Bharat and Gerard. I think we've all survived the bank.
Yeah, Bharat's been making friends by the sounds of it.
Lots of people out there to make friends with. Here's Hazelwood bowling to Phillips. Pushes into the covers. There will be no run. Wonderful sights late afternoon on a sunny day as people have simply cooked themselves, literally and figuratively.
Pretty much, but better than some sights that some have had to endure this afternoon. Thankfully, the gentleman who was more than happy to run out onto the field at the Basin Reserve in his birthday suit was facing away from us. I spoke to someone who was facing him, in fact running towards him.
What sort of questions would you ask them, Bharat?
Hazelwood gets a leg side turned away by Phillips. He's got one. He's so quick. He turns. He's coming back for a second. Brilliant work. Then Phillips, an absolute hair between the wickets. 161 for the loss of 7 wickets on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. I missed the moment. Please paint the picture for me.
Oh, there was
not the figure itself.
No.
But the act of bringing said individual down.
No, look, one thing you learn in years of journalism experiences, it's all about the little details. So that's what I was digging it.
Right. So that's your main takeaway?
No, one of the main takeaways, yeah.
Fair enough. Here's Hazelwood continuing. 1 for 39 he has. Bouncer pulled away towards fine leg and taken! Stark, safe pair of hands under the floppy in front of the main scoreboard. And Glenn Phillips' innings comes to an end. A fine hand in the light of what his teammates have done. 71 to his name, but he goes 161 for the loss of 8. Now that follow-on looks quite some distance away.
Well, when he came to the crease, New Zealand were 5 down, and with not too many on the board, I wondered if he plays scoreboard pressure, but I feel that his demise was actually scoreboard pressure of trying to be aggressive, batting with the tail. He thought that he could go on, keep hitting boundaries, keep taking on this Australian attack, but when you do and you're not too selective, you meet your demise. Well bowled, perfectly directed bouncer from Hazelwood into the hands of Stark, but it was a fine hand that Phillips played. I think his aggression particularly impressive, that he didn't harness that in any way.
He said, I overheard him say something in the nets the other day. He was playing a lot of shots and one of the coaches asked him to calm down, and he said it's a risk-reward plan. When I go the other way, I'm not very good. So he backed himself like he always does with the bat, and it did come off, and when it came off it looked really good, and at least he's saved New Zealand a massive embarrassment of being bowled out in double digits, which is what it looked like for a long time at 529. Imagine that's the situation he walks out into, and to play innings like that, no wonder the Basin Reserve crowd gave him a standing ovation.
Good bouncer though, got high above head height, hard to control, couldn't keep it down, and Stark made that look really easy. Got in good position, took it nice and low. Macca's catch of the summer cricket, I'm loving it. Now Tim Southee, New Zealand captain, 161 for the loss of 8. Expecting a typically obdurate type innings from Tim Southee. Grant, get right in behind, play the straight bat. As he does there, pushes straight to point. Wow. No single there. The throw goes to the non-striker's end. It hits the stumps. Henry was backing up a long, long way, and that's what saved them, I think. Wow.
Third umpire to director.
They're going to go and have a look.
I think he's safe, but only just.
We will have a DRS review with IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
Okay, thank you. Batter is grounded his bat inside. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
The wonderful dulcet Indian tones of Nitin Menon.
good deep voice.
He does have a deep voice. But I'm really surprised. You're in an era where you do so much research into the opposition. Twice now, batters have hit balls straight to Manas and run. You saw what happened with Kane Williamson earlier today.
Hazelwood bowls to Henry, slashes away into the cover region straight to shame there's no run. Can you get back to the
speaking of running, so the security guard, wonderful long hair he had on him, which also kind of bias, a massive bias there. So he was the first responder to the streaker, and he sounded like those tail end batters when the top order has done nothing and they have to bail the team out. He was really upset that the guys on our side, the security guys on our side of the ground, didn't respond earlier.
Hazelwood bowls short, swaying as Henry.
He's like a night watchman.
Yeah, pretty much. No, he's like a tail end.
Reluctant.
I think he'll come back to it in the next over.
That is the end of the over. 162 for the loss of 8. And over, that saw the departure of Phillips for 71.
Hi.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Hey, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom designed solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
Test cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Line to continue. He's 2 for 43 off 7 overs, operating from the Adelaide Road end. A few gulls fly across. Great sights as kids sliding down the bank on some cardboard, time-honoured New Zealand tradition. It's lined. He's had a false start. He's continuing. This time to Southey from around the wicket. Southey sees a ball spin back a long way from wide of off stump. Leaves it alone.
And just to wrap it up, like the security guard did wrap him up. So he was disappointed that he had to get to him. So I said, but the guy seemed keener on flashing Nathan Lyon.
Here is Nathan Lyon. Flashing some big off breaks. Pushed back to the bowler, no run.
And the security guard said, I don't mind that. But unfortunately for the security guard, he got a bit too up and personal with a certain part of the streaker.
Right.
And he wasn't really happy.
A little bit uncomfortable. Around the wicket. Into the front pad, it trickles just behind the stumps.
Well, Daniel will know this well, but they've upped their game, the security guards, and in particular in Napier. You have to do your homework. You've got to look at the shoes they're wearing. If they're wearing rugby boots, they rate themselves.
Yeah, they do. Short at this time turn. Brilliantly caught by a head under the helmet. What a grab that is. Right hand, stuck out, ball sticks in, 9 down. Follow on, here we come. 162 for the loss of 9. Southey goes for 1. What a ripper.
During the test summer, Travis Head took a spectacular catch at short leg. And when he was asked about it, he said, unfortunately, I've taken that catch, so they won't move me out of there, but I want to get out of there. And Nathan Lyon was asked this, and he said, Travis Head is going nowhere. He's going to be at short leg till I play my last test, and you know why he said that. That is quite a grab.
Yeah, great grab, and just a well-executed plan. 7 players on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Got Southey exactly where he wanted him. Nathan Lyon on the back foot, just trying to tuck around the corner, which meant it brought the short leg into play and the man around the corner. That leg gully position. Bounce is what off-spinners love when they come to the Basin Reserve. They say they don't mind if it doesn't turn, but if it bounces, they've got something to work with. Into the wind, little breeze, just a bit of drift. From Nathan Lyon. He's been excellent once again. He's got his 3rd wicket.
And this really difficult test for the New Zealand test captain continues. No wickets. captaincy was questioned and challenged this morning, and now no runs to show for it either. Very soft dismissal.
So Will O'Rourke, his second test match, second innings, didn't get a run, was not out, 20 balls against South Africa. So, do they enforce the follow-on?
I'd be surprised if they do.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Give your bowlers a break. It's always nice to have a break and a bit of rest.
Lyon will bowl into the leg stump of O'Rourke. The ball spun and gone down the leg side pass. I'm not sure if there's anything on it. We look to the umpire. Goff.
I think he's about to signal leg by.
Leg by, indeed. Yeah, good bounce and spin 2 to the New Zealand total. 165 for the loss of 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Easter sail.
One thing I will say, though, is the only reason why you don't enforce the follow-on is because bowlers have bowled a lot of overs. But when you look at how many overs they've bowled...
Come on, Grant. It's the 42nd over, pushed into the cover region.
No.
And there is no run. Loadings. The end of the over, another successful one for Australia and New Zealand. Find themselves 164 for the loss of 9 on the Macca's score.
It's no secret.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ Test Cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. And someone has texted, I prefer a birthday suit to a Bharat suit.
Oh, wow.
I'm offended on your behalf.
There you go.
Outrageous. Here is Hazelwood looking to wrap up the New Zealand innings, backing away, trying to smash it out of Wellington was Henry. He swings, he misses into the gloves behind. Look, I've just seen a video of a poor sidestep from our man in the birthday suit.
Yeah.
Tried to go off the left, tried to jink.
It's terrible, yeah.
And just face planted, a bit like the guy about this time yesterday. I was wandering around the basin. So he got a little bit wobbly over by the museum stand. He just walked head first into a pole and bounced off.
Wasn't Ken Rutherford, was it?
Keep going. We need to go down and check on Rudd's. Gully goes back to sort of a fly third slip as Hazelwood from over the wicket, backing away and heading straight back over the bowler's head, chipping the ball. That's an interesting dot.
Just going back to the follow-on discussion here. I look at the number of overs Australia bowled as well, and I'm with you in that, Daniel. There are just 42 overs, but yes, they did get a break, month-long break after the Gabba test, but they're coming off 5 tests in the space of 7 or so weeks. And also, well, do you look at what happened last year when England did the same? And
Hazelwood bowls full and smashed out towards deep mid wicket where Head's got no idea. He's got his hands out. I've got no idea. I looked at the umpire. One bounce for
Yeah,
Head's done that a couple of times. When Daryl Mitchell played his first pull shot, Head was at mid wicket. He had his head in his hands because he wasn't sure where the ball's gone. At the Basin Reserve, you've got red bricks and in the embankment, and sometimes it can come out of that embankment and be quite tough to see, but he's really struggled today. They've moved the second slip out. Steve Smith, he goes into mid wicket because Henry's looking to absolutely throw the kitchen sink at everything.
Henry awaits Hazelwood. Backside, hits high over long on, sailing over the rope. 6 more. Henry on the attack. He's 37. Now just a few blows away from reaching that follow-on mark. 174 for the loss of 9 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Hey, in comparison, England bowled 53.2 overs and then enforced the follow-on. And New Zealand made 483 in the third innings of the game. Hazelwood once more. Henry on 37. Backs away. That is an absolute ripper. It's hit him. Gone off the gloves. Gone behind the helmet and sped away to the boundary for 4. A glorious placed stroke over the head of the keeper. 178 for the loss of 9. Out of 100, he knew absolutely nothing about that. Henry the ball.
He even just put his hand up.
I mean, I don't know how you describe this. It was going over leg stump. Matt Henry had passed his left ear and he threw the top hand off the bat, and it managed to hit the right hand of him and go through past Carrier's keeper.
He's almost punched the ball.
Yeah.
It's the hand of God. It's the hand of Henry.
Maradona.
Henry 41 off 32, 178 for the loss of 5. Hazelwood into the hip. He flicks it away. He'll get a single 2. He will retain the strike. Oh, what drama. Great drama. New Zealand fighting hard after tea. They were humiliated through the first 2 sessions of the day. And at the end of the over now, 179 for the loss of 9 on the Macca scoreboard.
No time for dinner.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ Test Match Cricket, SEN Test Match Cricket with Rosine, the paint professionals use. Lyon, 179 for 9. He's bowling to Henry. Henry backs away outside leg stump. Hits high to deep mid wicket. The catch is being lined up and taken. And New Zealand fall painfully short of avoiding the follow-on. And there goes Smith and Khawaja running off the field. There's your best indication. They will slap on the boards, as Grant Elliott might say. New Zealand all out for 179. Matt Henry entertained us. Excellent with the ball, handy with the bat, gone for 42, but New Zealand fall painfully short of the required standard overall as far as setting up a game that was teetering in the balance heading into day number 2. Grant Elliott, but now 179, a big lead for Australia, will be built upon, you would think.
Yeah, the batters running out there. Smith and Khawaja getting ready. I guess they didn't think they'd be batting today. Certainly Cameron Green didn't think he'd be batting again today, and I think that is a very, very poor day for New Zealand so far. One to forget, one to regroup in the change room, because they're going to need some really special cricket to try and recover from this. I don't think anyone saw this happening. It started with the Williamson run out, I think, and from there New Zealand never really recovered other than Phillips's innings. Blundell showed a little bit of resilience at times, and then he was undone by Lyon. And for Lyon to pick up 4 wickets, well, brilliant from Australia, you have to say. Outstanding as they're bowled in partnership. Lyon tying up one end and getting a return of 4 wickets. Even though they looked to play him aggressively, they just couldn't find a method that Cameron Green found this morning.
I mean, as good as the Australian bowling was, though, Daniel and Grant, New Zealand did give them a lot of wickets. Yes. Rachin Ravindra, loose shot, Daryl Mitchell, loose shot. And towards the end, they just almost resigned to the fact that they had to try and hit every ball for 6. You feel for Matt Henry, bowled extraordinarily well yesterday and even this morning, finished with 5 wickets and now the second highest scorer, but they did show some fight with Glenn Phillips, like you expect from the pugnacious little all-rounder. But on either side of that, it's dismal. Day to forget.
So Nathan Lyon picks up 4 for 43. He now has 11 test wickets at this venue. 4th all-time for spinners at the Basin Reserve. And it's his 2nd test, and he's still got an innings to play.
It's crazy.
Crazy to think. 7 in 2016, and now he's picked up 4. Latham made 5, Young 9, Williamson and Ravindra did not contribute. Mitchell 11, Blundell 33, Phillips top scoring with 71, Kugeline gone without scoring 42 to Henry, the last to go. Southey 1, O'Rourke 0, not out. 179 all out. The Australian bowling figures. My screen's just gone down. maybe take a quick break. We'll get that rocking and rolling, and we'll bring you those details shortly. Australia look like they will not enforce the follow-on. That has just been confirmed. So Kawaja and Smith to walk out to a Sundaresan Basin Reserve. The heavy roller is going on. Stay with us. Test match cricket with Rosine. Quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Resumes after the short break.
When it comes to farming,
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
That's the sound of home. A house built with expert care and attention by Generation Homes isn't just a house, it's a home. A place that sets the stage for the rhythm of your life, whatever that may be. With agreed timeframes and fixed prices, building with Generation Homes is easier than you might think. Visit generation.co.nz to start today. Generation Homes, making building easy.
watching the big game? Liquorland has your summer sorted. Gordon's London Dry Gin or Finlandia Vodka 1 litre, only $44.99 each. Woodford's Reserve Bourbon, Jameson, Jack Daniels or Mount Gay Rum 1 litre, $64.99 each. Bell's Blended Scotch Whisky 1 litre, $46.99. And if you don't want to miss a moment of the action, save time, shop online and collect in store. Liquorland has your summer sorted. R18, drink responsibly.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Cameron, who used a Kennards Hire mini loader to turn a simple dirt patch into the ultimate backyard sandpit for his sweet little triplets. Love it, girls? So, whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Ken Oath feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
Sharing stories is in our nature. It's how we bond. It's how we grow. The stories we share help prepare us for tomorrow. By sharing your experience of COVID-19, you can help all of New Zealand learn and be ready for whatever comes next. Look back to move forward. Share your stories of COVID-19 at covid19inquiry.nz.
Outside of off stump and right in the bounce. Actually playing this beautifully as Phillips. Almost in front of his chin. He's hit it on the run. He's coming down to Hazelwood too. Down at the fence, pulled wide of it on. Turning and chasing. Oh, not really. The Australian captain gives up barrage of boundaries.
Jumping forward. Is it an inside edge to short leg line? Think so. And he's walking. Blundell out. It's gone. Cougar line, a second ball duck. Nathan Lyon, as is so often the case against New Zealand, having an influence. 2 wickets in the over. Our third session is for Liquorland to the cricket. Cheers, choose to drink wise. New Zealand dismissed for 176 in their first innings in just 43.1 overs, trailing by 204. Australia have not enforced the follow-on. Stark, 1 for 34. Hazelwood, 2 for 55. Cummins, 1 for 33. Marsh, 1 for 10. And Lyon, the last bowler, used 4 for 43. New Zealand top score there was Glenn Phillips, 71 from 70. He put on 84 with Blundell. There was also a partnership of 48 with Phillips and Henry down the list. The second highest scorer was Henry, who made 42, Blundell 33. But all told, pretty grim reading for New Zealand. Adam Collins with you. Jeremy Coney and Grant Elliott with me, our experts throughout the course of the day, along with Ian Smith and Bharat Sundaresan. We heard Slice of Heaven being played during the innings change over there. It was anything but for New Zealand, Grant. It's been the kind of day that will go down as series defining, doubtless.
Well, at 279 for 9 this morning, there were a couple of opening batters from New Zealand that were visualising hundreds walking off the basin, being not out today. Cameron Green, I think, set the tone for the day, which has been dominated by Australia. Australia have absolutely dominated with bat, ball and in the field. The run out of Williamson being probably the toughest pill to swallow for any New Zealand fan, but you know, I think the Cameron Green innings, you have to say, it was an innings of high quality temperament, and put some really good batsmanship together, but New Zealand just couldn't. No one besides Phillips, he was ultra aggressive, he just couldn't put it together.
Glenn Phillips, the leading run scorer for Magnus Benroe. Try that again, Magnus Benroe. Get the leading brands like Bosch. 71 from 70, a good counter-attacking hand, but just didn't have the support after Blundell fell. He was caught at short leg, one of 2 dismissals in that direction. Jeremy Blundell falling the ball after Phillips reached 50 and Kugelheim 2 balls after that. And it kind of summed up the innings. 3 wickets with the score on 12, 2 wickets with the score on 29, 2 further wickets with the score on 113, then 161, 162. So there was an inability to just stem the tide after losing a wicket.
Yeah, if you're going to post big innings, you can't afford to lose wickets in clumps, can you? And that happened, as you've just pointed out, in about 3 situations. So really a very loose top order and in a very aggressive middle and lower order. That really sums up also the way New Zealand decided that they would play, almost as if they weren't able to play a long innings, I think. There's a sense of that. I mean, that might be a little bit harsh, and I don't mean to be that, but that's how it looked a bit, that they felt that their best way of staying in was to play shots. And I'm talking there about the middle and the lower order particularly, taking people on the boundary and hitting sixes and so on. So, look, New Zealand have had a bad day.
I think also when we look at it, I mean, there's a lot of text coming through that some people are saying this is the most embarrassing New Zealand team that they've ever put out, and asking for Gary Stead's head.
Tim Southey to start the second innings, bowling to Smith, 2 slips of gully, leaves it alone. It just dies into the gloves of Blundell.
There's only been one player that's really dominated on this pitch, and that's been Cameron Green. You look at the Australian order, Khawaja struggled. He had 21 dot balls before he got his middle pole uprooted by Henry, and then Smith got 30. Labuschagne out for 1. Head, Marsh and Kerry all try to play aggressive on a pitch that was moving a lot. Now you've got a decision to make as a player. Do I try and play a very conservative brand?
Can Southey get into the game? Bowls to Smith, who plays off the back foot out to point, no run.
Do I play a very conservative brand of Test cricket, which means leaving a lot, making sure the bowler bowls to you and waiting for either that one's too straight or too full or too short to put away, or you can go at them? Marsh chose to go at the bowling attack of New Zealand and eventually perished for 40, as did Head and Kerry. Head didn't bother the scorers, but Cameron Green has been the only one. He's been the difference between the two sides at the moment.
Tim Southey was clocked at 125 kilometres that previous ball. To Smith here, chops on! Southey in the book right away. Smith went back, didn't quite read it off the surface. Thick inside edge, and it bends back the middle stump. Australia 1 for none. Stephen Smith a 3-ball duck. Jeremy Coney.
Well, that's exciting for the New Zealanders. There's a bit of joy there certainly for Tim Southey, taking his first wicket in the match. It's quite a big drag on, isn't it? I think it's from outside off stump, looking to push hard at it, and it's just got an inside edge, and the bail's off. So Smith has a second failure, really, although he batted for quite a long time on the first day. So he goes without troubling the scorers. New Zealand 1 for none.
Yeah,
Australia.
That's where they look to bowl to Smith. They don't even bring the stumps into play. They bowl 5th, 6th stump line. they keep it out there. That's what they did in the first innings, and unfortunately for Smith, you can say unlucky, but he's dragged it on. Might look at that and thought I could have left the ball alone, and now great opportunity for New Zealand with someone who's out of touch. Labuschagne comes to the wicket. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity to get him in the first over.
Now, Jeremy, you are a long-standing captain of New Zealand. Tim Southey leading the side for the 11th time this week. No wicket in the first innings. A fairly limp dismissal when batting before. Needs to stand up here, gets a wicket right away. The importance of him putting in a shift here.
Oh, very important. I mean, prior to that, he's had 84 overs in this test season, if you like. Yep. 2 South Africans in this match, 2 for 175. So, he needs to do a bit more to stop people talking about him, because I think that is starting to become a bit of a rift.
Gets a look at Labuschagne in the first over. 2 slips, Labuschagne leg stump line, wants one, doesn't take on Ravindra. And a good shout at that. If New Zealand are any chance of dragging themselves back into it, they've got to roll through Australia as quickly as Australia rolled through them, Grant.
Yeah, Labuschagne, 1 century in just 36 innings comes to the crease. So, as I said, an opportunity here, a little opening. Getting Smith is like getting Williamson early.
Batting out of his crease.
Grant Elliott, the stats man, all over it today. Southey, 2 left in his first over bowls here, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. 1 ball left in the over. You're running hot, Grant.
He's
running
like
hot
an
for
open
Ream.
book, isn't he? Stats.
I'll go here. He's running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best, or New Zealand's best in this case.
Well, that's what they need. A double break kills you as a team.
Yeah.
Williamson, Ravindra, that buoys you as a fielding team, but also your number 3 and 4. And that's the opportunity New Zealand have got now. They've got the Australian number 3 in early. Can they go bang, bang and get Green in early as well?
They're clapping in the captain, bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves on length. That's quicker. Hits the gloves hard, a Blundell. So, a wicket maiden to begin Australia's second innings. Smith gone for a duck. Khawaja yet to face a ball. Labuschagne there on Nord as well. On the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. All our social interaction, 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, or
8833
in New Zealand. Got a message here that reads, not all doom and gloom for the Kiwis. They have an overall lead of 4 runs against Cam Green.
Correct.
Very good.
Yeah, and Graham from Ashburton. Great positive vibes from you, Graham. Don't panic, guys. We've all had a bad day in the office, but we turn up the next day and show everyone what we're made of.
Very nice. And that first text was from Greenkeeping Rooster, I should say. Not a bad name to have coming through. And we've got what will be 28 minutes from now for the cut-off. They've got many more overs they'll miss out on. Let's ignore that. Matt Henry, 5 wickets in the first innings. Khawaja first ball over the wicket. 3 slips in a gully, left alone over the top of the middle stump. Khawaja, as you pointed out before, batted for a long stretch of time yesterday. 33 runs in 118 deliveries.
Yeah, they found a way to tie him down after lunch, didn't they, Jerry?
Yeah, they did, and it's an interesting one now with Labuschagne. I wonder if he'll be a bit more aggressive today. Or does he just go into himself again? I think that would be a danger.
4 catching men waiting, and it's edged into the cordon. It doesn't quite get to first slip where Mitchell's waiting. Mitchell looked like he was on his heels there, Jeremy. It may not have carried, but he didn't have the forward momentum to get down into the turf. Let's watch it again on our replay screen, Bunnings Trade replay screen. And it has, just landed about a foot in front of him.
The thing about it is he just too deep? He's just in the wrong place. And he is. I mean, he has to be up.
Henry delivers. Khawaja leaves. Hits the gloves of Blunder with his fingers up.
This is Henry, who's bowled 30 overs just 40 overs ago. And so he is now in his first over. He's not going to be at full pace. There's no need to be standing behind Tom Blundell. He's got to be up beside him, I personally think. Otherwise, you may as well go and field in the covers.
The words of New Zealand's greatest ever slips fieldsman. Henry bowls here to Khawaja, who leaves alone.
Henry's got an opportunity with Khawaja here, though, because you think of how he got him in the first innings. He got him with one that swung back sharply, and we haven't seen that from Henry before. So there might be a little bit of doubt from Khawaja. If he gets a ball on that line, just the line he got it on, has to play it. Because in his mind, he's thinking about the ball that bent back and rocketed into middle stump.
Exactly that. Can he do it here? Henry to Khawaja, leaving again on that line, sort of 4th stump line, and Khawaja comfortable raising his arms. But gets through nicely to Blundell.
And there's one player who never thought they'd be out there batting this evening, unless he was on 400 or 500, and that was Cameron Green. So I wonder if he's got his boards on, Jeremy. You think he might be in the change room with his pads on, or do you think he might be on ice?
I think he should put his pads on. He's number 4.
Henry to Khawaja, who leaves again just a fraction short. It completes a maiden, so 2 maidens to begin. Australia have lost a wicket. They haven't scored a run. So Labuschagne and Khawaja out there. Smith gone for a duck. And I'll tell you what, the social feedback, 0433 98 11 16, the screen I'm looking at, the Australian one. Quite a lot of criticism of Stephen Smith having moved to the top of the list. And we're seeing Smith try and reinvent himself, Grant. He said that he first spoke to team management about this move in England last year, realising that David Warner would retire during the home summer. Having the self-awareness that they wanted to get Green back into the team, he saw an opportunity to shift up to the top of the list. Carried his bat in his most recent test at Brisbane. Labuschagne waits for Southey, bowls here, leaves alone outside the off stump. Interesting, having been such a great number 4 for Australia, the greatest number 4 in all probability that Australia has produced statistically. We went through a bit of that yesterday.
Yeah.
That he's seen, no, I want one more challenge before my career's done.
Yeah, that was interesting. We went through who are the greatest number 4s from Australia. You know, you can think of a lot of number 3s, but who was the greatest number 4? And I actually spoke to Andrew McDonald about it today. I said, it's interesting. You find someone who's, world class in a position, you bump him up to open.
Southey to Labuschagne, no runs as yet, not one here either outside the off stump. All dots and 1 wicket so far.
And I was also alluding to Cameron Green, because now you've found a number 4 in Cameron Green, but you find someone who finds a position and stays in that position, but so many times we see them elevated to opening position and not be as successful. But you say it's a challenge, and that's what it sounds like. It sounds like last roll of the dice for his career to keep himself motivated and give himself another challenge at the top of the order.
Slow clap for Southey, gets that outswinger going to Labuschagne with the previous ball. Another here, and again it swings into the gloves of Blundell. Labuschagne 6 dots so far, 1 from 27 yesterday. There was no real pressure put back on the New Zealand bowlers, Jeremy.
No. I'm just thinking still about the position of first slip. I'm sorry. I just feel, the catch that he took in the first innings was off Kugelheim, I think, and it was very low, wasn't it?
Yep.
And I wonder, and Henry's not bowling as fast as Kugelheim.
Southey to Labuschagne, over the wicket and not far away. Not far away, he leaves it, but you can see Blundell's up thinking momentarily that might have taken the off stump out. Watch the replay here, it was the off cutter, it was the variety. Good bowling. Good questions there. Wobble seam, Grant.
Yeah, I was always told by Clive Rice when I was at the Plascon Cricket Academy in South Africa at the tender age of 18, 19. He used to say you watch the bowler at the top of his run-up and you see whether or not they've got the seam up, which side the shine is. Obviously, it's a new ball, so you won't see that now, but later on you could see which side he'd been shining.
2 left for Southey to Labuschagne again, leaving comfortably.
And if you could identify that, you knew whether it was going to be seam-up delivery trying to swing it or the wobble seam. I wonder how many batters, whether they do that with Southey. Some bowlers would try cover the ball so that you couldn't see it, couldn't see the grip, because it does give a few cues. Southey's very good at using the crease. He'll use the crease, come wide or mid-crease and bowl a few going away, and then he'll come wide mid-crease and bowl one that just nips in, hoping that you'll just leave it and rock it into off stump.
Southey's last ball, 1 for none so far. Close to the stumps, Labuschagne's off the mark with a tuck. Behind the square leg umpire, out into the sun. They'll get a couple. Australia's first runs of their second innings. They're 1 for 2 or 2 for 1 if you prefer. Labuschagne's got both of them. Khawaja yet to score. Smith out for a duck. That's all on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket I'm loving it. Jeremy, just to come back to the slips cordon conversation you were having before, the other thing the New Zealand slips cordon do is they wait with their hands on their knees. You're not too fond of slips fielders waiting with their hands on their knees.
Well, I think
What's the alternative
everyone can decide what they want to do with their hands. I think it's always it's sensible to try and take a slip catch with two hands if you can. And that's called the unit, if you like. Now, to separate the unit by putting a hand on each knee might be comfortable, but it also gives you a bit of heel strike, so you're generally pushing against your knees, your weight's on it.
Henry new over to Kawaja, who leaves.
And so instead of being on the balls of your feet, which you want to be ready to do, you're ready to do a very quick athletic movement, one side or the other, or move up and take a catch that's a top edge or whatever it is. You've got to be on the balls of your feet, like a dancer, like a boxer. And so it seems to me very sensible, again, in New Zealand, your hands are together, just overlapping, not beside each other. They overlap slightly.
Three slips, hands on knees. Bowling here is Henry, but it's across Kawaja, well outside the off stump.
You're stirring, aren't you? There's no need to do that. Everyone has their own way. I think maybe on pitches in New Zealand you also tend to be a little bit lower than you do in Australia, for example, where you can stand a wee bit deeper and a little higher as well, and you can sometimes even spread out a bit wider and move.
Interesting, two men back for the short ball. Haven't seen that yet. Henry bowls. It is short enough for Kawaja to pull, but it's a bottom edge, and it's nearly into the off stump. He's off the mark with it. They'll come back for two. But having set the man back, just a stiff to short of the tempts Kawaja. 1 for 4. He's off the mark with a couple, but that was close to dramas.
Real close. Almost another chop on. Just looking at the replay now. Pull shot off the bottom lower end of the bat. Almost dragged it onto off stump. The other thing about the slip cordon is your first slip is the penthouse, isn't it, Jerry? The first slip, you just have to watch the bowler. You don't have to anticipate a stroke. You watch it all the way.
Henry to Kawaja, who's forward defending using his blade.
But as soon as you get to sort of second, third and fourth slip, you're having to watch either the edge of the bat or anticipate the stroke that the player's playing. So gully is probably the toughest in terms of watching the batter. As soon as he goes for a full-blooded cut, you go, here we go.
Yes, you do. You look for the back lift, and if he's going to go for a drive or if he's going to go for a cut, you're looking for those sorts of strokes.
Henry up and bowling and Kawaja leaving. Again, that channel's too wide to make Kawaja play early on.
Second slip, you have the choice really to either watch the ball the same as you do at first slip. Don't think you've got an option there. You watch the ball coming down the same as the keeper, and then from second slip and wider you're tending to watch the edge of the bat. So once the bowler starts his run up, then you're focusing on the edge of the bat of the batsman and anticipating the shot.
Henry changing angle to finish the over. Round the wicket to Kawaja, who sways out the way of a ball back of a length. End of the over, Australia 1 for 4 after 4 overs. Their lead is 208, Labuschagne's 2, Kawaja's 2. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Easter sale after the break. Gerard Whateley taking us through to the close of play.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
The Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. 1 for 4. The inner torment of Marnus Labuschagne in behind and defending to the leg side as Southey begins the new over here on SEN and SENZ Test Cricket for resin quality, paint and colours. Perfect for your summer projects. Ian Smith back to join Jeremy Coney to take you through to the end of play. Welcome back, Smithy.
Yep, I am back and just trying to take in what I've seen today. I mean, this time last night we thought we'd had some action in a test match. Whole different type of action today because it's all been very one-sided here.
He's unrelentingly moving. Smith dismissal adding to that. Southey bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump.
12 wickets today.
Yep.
9 yesterday. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot of wickets to digest on. And you know, if you weren't at the ground, you'd be thinking, "God, this is a difficult pitch, really difficult pitch." And then you might go and have a chat to Cameron Green. But I think with Marnus, Gerard, you know, you and I were just having a quick chat about it before we came on here. He's looking to leave too much. He's just not batting, if you know what I mean. He's in that mindset where he doesn't back himself to bat.
Sally bowls to him. Labuschagne was going to play and then chose to leave. Nearly the pleave.
It's a classic example of how Labuschagne is playing at the moment, or not playing, or caught in between. Yeah, he is. That's to me.
Well, he's not looking at anything outside his body, is he? Outside his eyes, in any way. It's only the balls on sort of middle and leg that he's looking to play, and anything else he's looking to leave. I don't quite know why. I just think he's such a key part, number 3 to your batting order.
Southey bowls and Labuschagne down the leg side. He's feathered it through, and the torture of Marnus Labuschagne goes on. Blundell with a regulation catch, and Marnus tucks the bat under his arm and makes this all too familiar walk in recent times. Australia is 2 for 4, and the chemistry at the top of the order is all wrong. Southey incidentally becomes the leading wicket taker all time here at the Basin with his 61st dismissal. First blush there, Smithy. That is a long way outside his body to tickle that through.
It's just right. It's just so unlike Marnus Labuschagne. I mean, a lot of players, people have watched cricket, have known the better Marnus Labuschagne. I'm just watching him walk off now. He's just bedraggled, really. He has no idea where his next run is going to come from, where his next boundary is going to come from. He'll be hoping now that it's in Christchurch if he gets the chance. But it brings an interesting conundrum into play. I mean, it's just been quite incredible. And we have a night watchman. We debated that as well.
Oh, yes.
This is Nathan Lyon.
Really?
Yeah, that's interesting. I would imagine to protect Greens because he's batted for so long in the first innings. But maybe Travis Head might take a gamble, but no. Marnus, it's just when you've seen a guy at the top and you've seen a guy at the bottom, and there's a big gulf between them, how he's fallen into it so quickly. I mean, as you say, he's searching for that ball, and he found it.
Yeah, but like Young, way outside his pads.
That's further there. That's a long way outside.
It's a long way, and so two wickets, both from the inside edge, one onto the stumps.
And Tim's back.
Yeah.
Tim Southey's back, Jerry.
Tim Southey's back with 2 out of 2.
And the leading wicket taker ever
at the base.
All time at this great ground. Wow.
Delivery of the day, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. 2 for 4. The night watchman, Lyon, takes strike. In behind, wrapped on the body. Too high to elicit a shout from the bowler. How's that get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland? Choose to drink wise.
There's a couple of guys who probably thought they were going to put their feet up on this day. One is Cameron Green. Probably thought, well, surely not going to be involved again. He's only 1 wicket away from probably having to walk out again. The other's Matt Henry, thinking, I probably think I've done enough, and he's been heavily involved again. Crazy cricket.
Yeah.
3 slips in a gully in place. Southey hits the crease, bowls to Lyon, who's forward, just keeping Southey out. End of a successful over. Southey 2 for 2. Australia 2 for 4. The Tyre Power scoreboard, Big Easter sale.
It's going to be built up.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby, when it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Run scorers in this match for Magnus Benro get the leading brands like Bosch. 174 not out for Green, 71 for Phillips. Henry begins the new over, firing in at the stumps. Quadrani just managed to keep that out. He squirts it away to mid-wicket and hustles through for a run. His third. The lead is 209. But the questions around Australia's top order are intensifying with every innings.
feel he's got a real chance here. Nathan Lyon's going to make him play. He's a pretty quick volunteer, Nathan Lyon, when it comes to this job. I think he quite likes it. Just loves playing the game, but 3 slips, a gully. If New Zealand could get 3, would it be possible? 3 tonight?
Just reinvigorate the optimism and the hopes. 3 slips in a gully ready themselves. Henry bowls. Lyon gets it away down the leg side, away from Blundell. Fine leg will come around. It's gone with no pace, which suggests it's probably going to be leg by as they come back for a second. No, just a little something on it, and Lyon's off the mark. Bit of glove. Fended down off the handle.
Just lost his line a little bit, didn't he? Keep getting it. Is that hurt, Lyon?
Yes, it has.
Which hand?
I think it's the left, is it?
That's the key.
It's the left hand, I think. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know about that, Jerry. Let's have a look which hand it is.
Bottom hand, is it? No?
I think it's the
right hand.
That's the spinning hand.
Yep.
If they get a camera in nice and tight on that, we can see which hand it is. If it is the hand, or is it the body?
Oh, it's the hip, is it?
Body.
Yeah. Well, it was given runs, so the ball didn't hit the hip. Is it the running that's caused the problem here?
That would be of significantly greater concern if it happened to the running.
It's definitely the glove, right?
Yeah, it is the glove. And then on to the...
Now, he swiveled around, and he was very quick to run the second. I'm just wondering, Gerard, when he made... when he turned, he was very, very keen on getting back. Kawaja was only thinking 1.
Well, but he's right. If you're the night watchman, you want to take as much strike as possible.
Oh, yeah, he did the right thing.
Yeah.
But at what cost? Now, we might see the running between the wickets here. They're looking at the glove. This is the point here. He looks okay here. He's looking fine now. He dips and turns, goes. Doesn't look as if he's in any sort of pain or anything like that. Didn't look uncomfortable with the running between the wickets whatsoever.
So flexing away the right hip flexor. It's a night watchman. He's soaked up 3 minutes with the injury timeout. At any rate, he's got such a big role to play. He's already taken 4 wickets in the first innings. Henry bowls to the line, in behind with everything, defending.
Not comfortable.
No,
not at all comfortable. Flexing the right knee, trying to get some movement back into the hip, lunging as they do in the gymnasium to do a lunge, trying to stretch out the leg.
Settles back into his stance. Trademark leg kicked out to the front. Line edges short of gully. Edges won't carry. Beautiful blue skies still, and the shadows of each player stretching out as we reach 20 past 6 in the evening here in Wellington. Henry bowls. Lyon runs the ball past Phillips in the gully this time. Got it through, and he'll get runs down to third. He's sort of meandering away. He'll run 2 and advance the score to 9. 2 for 9 at the end of the over. That's the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Easter sale. We're uninterrupted through the rest. Oh, we're going to go one more. Thank you. So one more to survive with a leg slip now in place. Lyon watches it go by. 6 overs into this innings. Australia is 2 for 9. Lyon 4, Kawaja is 3. That has the lead at 213.
Gerard, I was just looking at the television replay. There was a ball from a Southee over when Lyon first came out that went inside the bat and hit him on that point. Correct. On the right hip. So they've isolated that. Probably it's an impact thing rather than a tear or a twist or anything like that. So that's better news for Nathan Lyon, as opposed to he's done something structurally to his hip.
Lots of correspondence throughout the day. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia and 8833 in New Zealand. For as far as Australia is in front of the game, it's still a rather negative flow of correspondence around both Labuschagne and Smith. They are both out. Khawaja has the strike. Southey bowls to him. Off his pads. He's able to run it down to fine leg where Henry is back in the action. Add 1 to the tyre power scoreboard at Big Easter Sale. It's 2 for 10.
Tim Southey has got one job here, and that's to make Nathan Lyon play. All these 5 deliveries that are remaining in this over, he simply has got to get in nice and tight to the stumps.
I think try and get him forward too, Ian, just to try to bring the slips into play. It'll generally be a defensive stroke, so you can go up in the slips.
Southey bowls. Lyon is playing and missing. Flies through to blunder.
When he takes guard, Nathan Lyon, his toes are well outside off stump. His back toes on his back foot are well outside off stump. So he's covered there.
Bit of shape in it from Southey. He's got both wickets, Smith and Labuschagne. The New Zealand captain will uproot the night watchman. Lyon leaves, late leave tight. Something to shout about. How's that? Get amongst it with Tenny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Clearly uncomfortable, Nathan Lyon. It's not getting any easier for him. And that's the other reason that Southey has to make him play, has to make him use his feet.
Three to come in Southey's day's work, and then Henry will close things out. Lyon braced and ready, forward defending. Everything intact. Just make out a bit of the heckling in the crowd. Sort of vaguely tempted to turn that up, but you never know where it might head as we get to 6:30.
I think we better keep it down.
Just for safety's sake, it's been a long day in the sun here at the Basin. Southey bowls. Lyon is forward, running the ball past Phillips in the gully. He heads off for the first, and he will turn and come back for a second as Phillips arrives 10 metres in from the rope. Tosses it in. 2 more for Lyon. He's 6. It's 2 for 12. The ground DJ's just got a ball early. Dress-up day here tomorrow. Not only dress-up, but they parade the best dressed alongside the pitch, catwalk style. I've been learning more and more about this. There's the promise to take them out onto the ground. Last ball from Southey in the day's play. Lyon tucked up, blocks back down the pitch. 2 for 12, the tyre power scoreboard at Big Easter Sale. 1 to come from Matt Henry. A day that has hurtled along. If they could grab Khawaja, set up a most intriguing day tomorrow. England they played from behind England in that famous test match. They were asked to follow on New Zealand. More famous test matches in recent times where right at the end all 4 results were possible in the last over. It was just incredible viewing. They'll play from a long way behind in this test match. All they can do is take wickets, New Zealand, and they have 2 of them. Henry, last over of the day, around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who tucked up and fends the ball to the leg side. Henry readies himself, doesn't even pause at the top of his mark. In he goes, Kawaja jams down in defence.
Matt Henry's looking at the clock. He thinks if I run through this over, we might just get another one, particularly at Nathan Lyon. So even with all the energy he has expended, he's thinking about his captain, and Kawaja's thinking, I know what you're doing.
The gamesmanship is at play. 6:29 on the clock, 4 to go. Kawaja leaves outside the off stump. .383 and 179, so it was 204 the difference. New Zealand batted at quite a race. 43.1 overs only for the 179. 4.14. So there's been a lot happen in this session. At tea it was 5 for 42, and now the other mob are in and they're 2 for 12. So cricket in fast forwards. Kawaja across his stumps, tucks the ball out to square, and there would have been 2 in normal circumstances, but he's happy to let Nathan Lyon see the last couple of balls of the day. Kawaja's on 5. It's 2 for 13. Umpire's just telling him, get a move on. We've just gone past 6:30. There's no need to stall. Southey can take his time to set his field. He's going to have 2 slips of gully, a leg slip, a short leg. So they might actually go back into the court.
Yeah, they're calling for equipment, I think, for a helmet or something for a man in close.
Crowd.
Yeah. Crowd decided this is the last over.
Yeah, by law now, isn't it?
Yep. So Ravindra will go in at a silly point.
You know, you wouldn't bet against the wicket falling in these next 2 balls. The way things have happened in this test match, you would not bet against it.
3 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip, short leg, silly point, mid-wicket, 2 pitches away. So that really is crowded. It would be like searching for the final wicket with 6 runs to win. They're all in around Nathan Lyon. Matt Henry with the crowd at his back down the leg side. He went for the short ball. There's a bit of a disturbance up on the hill. You can see our red security guards starting to hurry around. They've apprehended one patron. Not sure whether he'll get to see the last ball or not. He's in his all whites.
It's the 13th man.
Yes.
Not sure he'll be here tomorrow.
As opposed to in the all together, which we saw a little earlier on. What are they going to do here? So the mid-wicket goes into a short backward square. Every player in a catching position. Last ball of the day's play. Henry to line. Full edge. Dropped. Oh, dropped the 3rd slip. Southey spent so long setting it up, and when the edge came, he spilt it. It was an eventful end to the day's play, just not in the way that might have been anticipated. Lyon survives on 6. Australia's 2 for 13. They should be 3 down. Straight out, regulation edge. Nice fly, good height. Southey spilt the milk.
Yeah, pushed forward with a slightly open blade and straight to where Southey was at 3rd slip, and about a height, I guess, just sort of around the tummy height. And down she went. So that would have been a good finish to the day for New Zealand, but not to be.
What did we say? Wouldn't bet against the wicket in the last 2?
No.
It was just ridiculous. I mean, it sums up actually New Zealand's day there, because they could have been leaving this ground not with great spirits, but better spirits than they're walking off now. But they could have had 3 wickets very, very cheaply and come to with a relatively new ball tomorrow, but that's not the case. As it is now, they've got to get the night watchman out again, and they've got a long way behind.
Self-inflicted wounds. Self-inflicted wounds. The strategy of the morning's play, the calamitous run out of Williamson, and then the drop catch at the end of the play, at the day's play. And yes, just for what it would have done to morale as they got to the rooms to have fought back in the last 34 minutes with 3 wickets.
Yep. 3 for 13. It's been an interesting day, hasn't it? Odd day. Last wicket partnership 116. 10 wickets falling quite quickly for New Zealand. And then this last little period of play, which could have seen 3 wickets as more. So, well, batting hasn't proved to be quite so easy for some. For others, they've looked rather more comfortable. And overall it means 217 lead for Australia.
Which puts them
8 wickets remaining.
Fairly squarely in the driver's seat of this Test match, of course, and sometimes these are always difficult periods to bat, regardless of how your lead is. And the last sort of half hour, 40 minutes, difficult time, Australia found it exactly that. New Zealand had the only good half hour for the day, really, to be honest. They had a nice partnership between Blundell and Phillips at one point, which looked as if it might be a bounce-back partnership. But by and large, it's been Australia. Green and Hazelwood tormented New Zealand, tormented them. And then, of course, we knew they'd bowl well on it. We didn't expect New Zealand would give them the amount of help that they didn't need, but they did. And New Zealand have to think long and hard about techniques and just shot selection in particular. And I'm pointing the finger at young Ravindra there. I'm looking at Tom Latham and his technique. Yeah, Gerard, you talk about New Zealand having issues. New Zealand got them too.
Yes, it's such an interesting scenario as Australia's miles in front of the game, and yet it's hard not to be drawn. Because Green got all the accolades yesterday, it's hard not to be drawn to the top of the order. And Labuschagne is a major concern at 3. And then it's connoisseurs' choice as to how you feel about Smith at the top of the order. 12 and 11 not out in Adelaide, 6 and 91 not out in Brisbane where he carried his bat, and 31 and 0 in this Test match. But Australia has dug itself holes through the top order batting for a lot of the summer and been able to get out of them, and it was Cam Green who got them out of it here. 174 not out, Green in Australia's 383. Henry, the figures 5 for 70. In reply, New Zealand all out 179 in 43.1 overs. Glenn Phillips 71 and some lusty hitting from Henry 42. Lyon 4 for 43, and Australia now 2 for 13 as we head downstairs to Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
All right, we welcome Nathan Lyon to our coverage. Picked up 4 for 43. You bowled out New Zealand for 176 inside 44 overs. Job well done, especially considering the foundation that was laid today. Cameron Green and Josh Hazelwood, outstanding.
Yeah, they were absolutely incredible. Something that I'm pretty proud of Hoff. Going out there, I don't think anyone expected him to bat 2 hours there in a crucial partnership with Greeny, so very proud of him.
As a senior player, watching Cam Green come through this side over the last few years, to come up back into the team, number 4, and play like that, you must just be chuffed.
Yeah. I've said it. Said it before. He's got a big future in Australian cricket, and he's got his opportunity at 4 now. And I think that's his probably best position, if I'm being honest with you. And I think he's a bloody talented cricketer. He does bats, bowls, and fields incredibly well. And it's just really good to see that the confidence that he's growing. It's probably a very challenging wicket, and for him to get 170 on that will give him a lot of confidence. That's for sure.
And just with your own bowling, Nathan, I mean, it looked like by the time you came on, they were in a position where they were going after you. How did you have to adjust to that, knowing that just trying to hit you out of the ground?
To be honest, I wasn't very happy with the way I bowled today. It was challenging with the wind, but I dare say I can take a lot of credit out of that, and a lot of positivity going into the second innings. I know what I need to do, and I'm pretty excited what's on offer out there. It's going to be fun to bowl on, but it's also going to be challenging as well. So I dare say they're going to come up with some interesting plans, and it's about problem solving now.
And you said after Brisbane that you're never letting Travis Head get out of short leg. So does that statement stand now?
Yeah. He took a screamer in there. I think that one off Southey that's a pure reflex catch. It happens quickly, and as a bowler, I expect them to be taken every time. But saying that, I've never fielded in there. I fielded one over there to Ryan Harris in the Ashes back in 2013 and got hit in the shin. So that's the last time I was in there. But I'll never take it for granted the effort they go, the guys, and the work that they put in to perform in there.
You just looked in a lot of pain, Nathan, just as while you're batting in there. Feeling all right?
Yeah. It's just one of those ones where you got a hip flexor ball on top of me, missed my inner thigh pad and really just stung my hip flexor. So physio tonight, but we'll be right.
Kind of suggests that it's still pretty hard yakka out there for batting sides. You've experienced it there before, the surface from your vantage point?
Yeah, as I said it before, with world-class bowling attacks on both sides. You've got some of the best bowlers here playing in this fixture, and if you're good enough, you're going to get something out of the surface, and there's plenty there. It's a challenging wicket, and so it's going to be interesting to see how we go.
Nathan Lyon, well bowled today, 4 wickets, Australia in a commanding position. Thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nathan.
All right, Nathan Lyon with us down here. He's copped that whack to the hip flexor late in play, but as he said to you when you asked him about it, Bharat, he feels as though he'll be fine tomorrow.
Yeah, he will be fine. Interesting to hear him talk about how he thought he didn't bowl too well. We thought he was getting a lot of turn and bounce, but it's a different challenge, right, when you have batters just primarily just trying to hit you out of the ground. He'll take the 4 wickets, but like he said, he seems very excited about bowling on that second time around. And look, maybe for now, replicate Josh Hazlewood and bat for long and long tomorrow morning.
Got Daniel McHardy with us as well. He'll be talking to one of the New Zealand players shortly. I expect Glenn Phillips, he was doing TV a moment ago. His brisk 71 gave them a chance through the middle stages of today, but the batting just wasn't good enough, and really it comes back to those first couple of hours.
Absolutely. They played well after tea. Problem is there's 2 sessions before tea last time I checked, and fundamentally they did not front. But I spoke quite a bit in the build-up to this series about if New Zealand play their best cricket and lose, you can stomach that. But New Zealand too often just have not fronted against Australia now, have they? And we've seen that. I'm not sure about the plan early. O'Rourke, I would have liked to have seen have the ball. I think maybe a traditional line and length for a little bit longer before they went to sort of the in-out fields to try and find a way to get Hazlewood on strike. But Cam Green just had every answer for them. And by the minute, that 174 is looking better and better, isn't it? When you look across the scorecard, what's the next best? Well, Phillips at 71, some 100 runs behind. But to come out, we knew the Australian attack is a fine one, but they were helped out. And the Kane Williamson run out, it's quite extraordinary. I'm still in disbelief. And really, and I'll probably ask Glenn when he comes out, I think the last ball of the day sums up New Zealand's day. Dropping the night watchman at second slip by the captain.
I was going to say, Tim Southee does feel like a man under the pump. Has picked up 2 wickets tonight. He's now the leading wicket taker ever at the Basin Reserve in Test cricket, but leading New Zealand very deep into his career. Not as quick as he used to be. A lot needs to go right for him, and not a lot has so far in his Test match.
No, I richly admire Tim Southee for an underrated skill, his availability. He plays every form of the game. He's incredibly fit. He's been a wonderful servant. He's racked up some pretty fine numbers, tops of the T20. But he looked heavy-legged today and yesterday. Even in the field, there was a couple of times where he turned at mid-off and really struggled. And the zip's not just there. And I think Grant Elliott identified in our commentary. Tim Southee at his best, the ball swinging late. It's swinging straight out of the hand, and it's just a little bit easier for players to leave early in the innings. And I think we even saw it from a much depleted South African series in the lead up to this one. They've obviously made a very tough call with Neil Wagner. They might find themselves in a similar position in a couple of weeks.
A big part of modern cricket, I'll put this to you both, is how do you take white ball talent and convert it into being a productive Test player? Glenn Phillips, you found one there. The way he played in Dhaka last year with ball and bat in a really tough situation. Today, walking out at 5 for nowhere near enough. He's got a bit of grit and he's got plenty of talent as well.
Well, a hugely effervescent cricketer. He's always warming up to bowl, even though he doesn't get a bowl. He's energetic in the field. He's great in the gully. He runs like a maniac between the wickets, even when the ball's not going to his end. He showed what he's capable of on a horrendous turning track in Bangladesh, an 85 not out. Really, that was the equivalent of 150. But I'm afraid him coming in at number 7, it really shouldn't be on the number 7 to do the bulk of the scoring. And 5 down, the game's swung so far in Australia's favour at 29 for the loss of 5, I think it was. Sorry, 5 for 29. It is a positive, but too little too late. I did like the way they counterpunched after tea, but again, there was no platform. They're a long way behind.
Bharat, this is part of the story with Indian cricketers, isn't it? They've gone into every corner of that country to find capable white ball players who now have made their careers as Test cricketers over there. With someone like Phillips and other players we see coming out of the IPL and getting those opportunities, this might be a bit of a nod to the future.
Yeah, and I overheard him say something in the nets when he was batting. He was hitting a lot of shots, and he said that risk reward, that's the only way I know to play. The rest of it I struggle with. So You saw that out there, and well, there's something that New Zealand can learn from as well. Like, rather than wait so long to blood someone like Glenn Phillips in, take a punt on. If you think he's talented to play cricket, just give him a go.
And a word for Matt Henry. Poor old Matt Henry. He had to swing towards the end and made 40-odd with the blade. We're not far away from talking to a New Zealand player, I should add. We're just waiting for, I assume, Glenn Phillips to come down the stairs of the Ewan Chatfield Pavilion over to our right, and Daniel McHardy will pick up the conversation there. But Matt Henry, his second 5-wicket bag in Test cricket, never played more than 4 Test matches in a calendar year, finally getting the chance to lead the New Zealand attack.
Yes, Matt Henry, excellent. He could have had Usman Khawaja, 5 or 6 times in this Test match already. And that's been a wonderful battle between those two, and that will continue into day number 3. Glenn Phillips has been kind enough to join us. Glenn, appreciate your time. Confronting day of Test cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was definitely pretty tough out there. Their bowlers are incredibly strong. They come in with a lot of pace, and they were nibbling around quite a bit. So for us to be able to get close to that follow-on score and to be still in the game, obviously having them a couple of down at the end of the day is ideal. 9 down, but they extend the session into lunch. Yeah, how do you explain that 2.5-hour period? Yeah, obviously the way Cam and Josh went about it was incredibly good. To be able to take on the last ball or two of the over, and then to be able to rotate strike, keep Josh off strike for as long as possible, and then when obviously he faced 6 balls in a row, he managed to keep them out most of the time. So credit to them on how they did it, and I feel like there wasn't much more that we could have done personally. Sometimes that's just the situation when you're batting with tail enders and a really world-class batter as well. So I think for us, it was a little bit niggly, but no excuses there.
Yeah, that 174 is looking mighty fine, isn't it? When you look at the scorecards across both teams, you just have to admire what you saw out there, as frustrating it is for you.
Yeah, he batted incredibly well. And to be able to go out there with that sort of intent, he chose his options really well. And at the end of the day, when you've got a guy that's scoring 170, you're going to put yourself in a pretty good position with the team. So obviously not an exactly ideal day for us with the bat, but we came back and fought really well with the ball at the end there. Yeah, you counterpunched nicely after tea, but the damage is already done there in a lot of ways. How deflated that change room, considering how evenly poised we were 24 hours ago? No, definitely not deflated at all. As I said, we took two poles in the end of the day there, and that definitely rises the spirits quite a lot. And we definitely didn't back down. We threw some punches while we were there with the bat as well. And obviously, it's poised in a certain way that the game is definitely advanced. But obviously, for us, it's about going out there, showing our Kiwi fighters we always do, and to be able to give the crowd something to hopefully enjoy. I'm sure you always believe strange things happen at the Basin Reserve. We know that in Test cricket. Appreciate your time. Well batted today, and good luck for the remainder of the Test, Glenn. Absolutely. Thank you very much. There we have it. We'll wrap it from pitch side up to you, Gerard.
The Tyre Power scoreboard, Big East to sail at the close of play has Australia 2 for 13. That is an overall lead of 217. Khawaja 5 and Lyons 6. The 2 men out. Smith for 0 and Labuschagne for 2. It has all unfolded here on SEN and SEN Test cricket for Resine. The paint the professionals use. We will begin again tomorrow with Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney setting up the possibilities. Is there a way back for New Zealand, or does Australia ruthlessly bat them out of the encounter and then get to the business of trying to win the Test in 3 or 4 days? That is the close of play here in Wellington.